No, you get money now, equal Prince Abba. I beg, don't whine us. You are part of those rich people playing golf on Monday morning. I'm not talking about you guys have broken the system. I'm talking about some of us that still parents. No be them who be alright living in Abuja. You are living in Abuja, you're a big man. If you are renting, it's because you choose to rent. Carry down your rent, go village, you go, please, you go build house. Yeah, you can come on party. Let me link party. But we're reading. Party, just request, please. Once we're done, maybe it's me that is bringing up gist. How much savings do you now have that you have decided to leave God's kingdom? And you look at other people who are praying every day, living by faith like myself. And you look at that poor man, what's he doing himself every day, going like, you know, get work. You can't you work? Can't you do this? You that have savings now, oh yeah, where's the savings? And most times, that what's the called? It's still the loss from this world that will still take that savings from the person. So it's a godly system that you have, right? You say, "Now God, I'm living by faith for where." All right, good afternoon, young Zilly. So it's still that godly system that's been provided to this world. They are forcing you. Where do you prefer UK? For now, UK gives me time. In Nigeria, it will be difficult for me, except I change some things and set it in place, which I would have to do eventually. Okay, but for me, that UK helped me. I found a way to get this thing sorted, get one of things, two things done, and solve this. They are hungry bills, always eating every month. You know. Anyway, so the point is, you must serve a God. Is that you serve God or you serve Mammon? You must pick one. You can't be neutral. Yeah, the loss of the world, the things of the world. Yeah, it takes. Yes, it takes it all. It takes it all. You think you have savings, something will just keep. Once you are seeing that your balance, 5,432 pounds, 93 pence, 93 pence. Yeah, indeed. Right. Where can I even travel to, sir? And as you're saying that, ChatGPT will catch your words and will show you, darling, hold my hand, jet holiday. And shopping, yeah, thank you, Dina. Dion, rather. You hear, darling, hold my hand, jet holiday. And you start thinking, how much is the thing, Seth? 2,000. I have 5K pounds. What are we talking about here? I can afford it. And you leave your bed to go and sleep in one strange bed somewhere. It's the same bed, it's the same breeze. If you needed darling, hold my hand, just hold your wife's hand and walk the street. Thank God it's UK for it, for those that are in diaspora. It's the same breeze everywhere. Just walk, but no, you must spend that money until you spend. And on the trip, you would maybe you forget your wristwatch somewhere, they cancel a flight, then you have a connecting flight, then you land there, the weather is hotter than you think, the baby is crying. Okay, let's say you even dropped your baby children behind. Ah, at the end of the day, it's going to vanity upon vanity. So you labor all through the year. And these guys here, they are used to that, right? They have a time of the year, they go out every year and all that, right? Someone invited me for a cruise. I almost fainted when they told me the price. They wanted to assassinate you. Some bed, you sleep on bed, we be say the hotel is like 500 pounds one night. How do you sleep on that kind of bed? You get mine though. 500 pounds one night on a bed. That's almost 1 million naira every night. Ah, if it's me, I can't sleep. If I sleep, I have bad dream. When there's conference to do. But then there's levels to be fair, okay? But then so this world will take it back from you. I be you know Nigerian politician. Hey, Nigerian politician, I ain't get that kind of mind. Ah, sleep on a bed that is found. Will the bed take me to heaven? Or if I sleep on that bed, I will not sleep again like 5 years, so that I can walk 24/7 if I can. People get mind though. Yeah, my back will just start paining me for no reason. But it's levels to be fair. Actually, these things are in levels. Okay, so um, So that's the way it is. So the world system, even that's your job. Let's say you hit a $80,000 pounds a year job, right? Which would be like almost double your minimum wage in UK, or triple, whatever, right? First they will cut the tax, but even let's say after tax. Long story short, that work you cannot be going to that work. You will see what your friends are driving now. You will see where they go to holiday. You will put your children in a certain kind of school. That system will suck it back from you. It will suck it back from you. They will stigmatize you, or you stigma. If you don't have a very strong value system, emotional intelligence, you they will suck. Especially if our ladies, they tend to be more influenced, which is normal, right? You will see your friend's wife, your husband, if he's the one who's got the job, will have a friend who also worked there. You live in a certain neighborhood. You they will influence you and force you to also spend at that level. That's when you think you need to change your church. Ordinary pineapple water from a hotel. Okay, that's here. I took engraved cup with me. Okay, I didn't get that. You say you carry the water. I mean, from a hotel. Like, yeah, I took their. Okay, you took their cup. They must pay for the money. The guy don't vex. Right, found them. I don't go sleep. Oh. You pack the bed sheet there for what? They will now put big soap, you can't finish in one night. Yeah, you carry water, carry cup. I mean, I mean, don't be water. You know, sell one bottle of water at 3,000 naira. Or I told well, I be carry it to with vex. So the system would get it back from you. That's the point, to get it back, to always get it back from you. So So after earning so much, you discover you still will not have savings. So, but what you might do, and I've said it to people in the diaspora a few times, you would have to leave that country eventually. The mortgage is more or less a trap, but let me not discourage people. You can do mortgage and all that, but be sure and understand what you're doing. Some do it as a business. Get mortgage, foreclosure, get and the which one's rent begin to pay for that. At the end of the day, you have like 4 or 5 of them, and you're just basically running it as a business and you understand it very well. That's a different deal, okay? But it's hard to have savings. Most times you have projects and you just face the project and you do it, okay? So you don't have to live by faith like some of us. The kind of financial decisions I make, I can't advise people to do that. I cannot. It's not wise. At least by standard as we know it. It's not wise. Okay, but I'm just letting you know that some of us you don't have savings, right? You just keep using it. But I'll suggest especially you're getting to 40, 45 year in diaspora. And women usually don't like to leave diaspora most times. It's the men that are ready to go. But the men usually don't want to leave for obvious reasons. So begin to build, if possible, get yourself a 2-wing apartment, semi-detached or something that you can build in your country, in Ghana, right, in whatever. And for now, rent out both of them. You visit home, stay with your family, stay in Airbnb if you want, visit the place. And rent can be such a passive income that if you get the right tenant, it may not take you more than what's it called? Maybe just equivalent of 1 week of work in a whole year. And what's that 1 week? Maybe checking on them. Okay, one thing is faulty, and have a neat agreement with them, right? Maybe and all that. You see, Everly bank account. Okay, oh. I wish that Everly bank account has Everly ATM too. That will just tap anywhere, just tap and go. You just remove the card from your wallet like this, just glow, like those adverts. I will pay for anything. I will not be here asking people for conference money. If I'll be sharing money in the conference. The problem I have is that Wiki can decide to see exactly, you see. So you have to be led in that also. Wiki can also seize your property in Abuja there, right? So you can't also go too far in the bush because of safety and all, except you have it planned out, okay? So rent out those 2 side apartments. When you begin to retire, you begin to do 6 months in UK, 6 months elsewhere. You see this ILR citizenship, forget it. Just don't even put it in your mind. It's a trap. There is no way you spend 10 years getting something, anything in life, and on day one of year 11, you now feel free. No, you will stay in that. You'll be used to the cage already, right? Where they bring you a loaf of bread in front of the prison door every day, right? For 10 years, figuratively, right? Every day, just a loaf of bread. The day they will put a key there and a loaf of bread, you will take that loaf of bread. You won't take the key out of that prison. Think about it. You'll be used to it. Hmm. And God tells you, follow me. Follow me. And follow me does not mean you resign from your job and live by the street or go for a missionary in China. Not necessarily, right? But you live by faith. If there's somebody that needs money with you, right? That needs money from you, around you, give them. People can be funny, right? Leave them to God. When you can afford, give them. If you can't, tell them you can't. But give to people, right? There are people suffering around you that are in lack. Some of them are even your extended family members, which can require a lot of wisdom to deal with. But I would say the wisdom to that is try not to give anybody any monthly payment. They can put they themselves in this kind of bubble where they now it now becomes like what they expect, and they begin to be demanding over it. They feel entitled to it. If you're doing it, if you can, begin to win them into stopping that. Except your parents, of course. Of course, except maybe we are led to do that too. But if not, don't give anybody just monthly pay. By experience, invest in agriculture and monitor your investment. Thank me 10 years later. Wow, that's a strong one. That's also another strong one. That's also another strong one. Instead of building, renting out, good tenant. No good tenant anywhere. How about no? They are good tenants. You yourself, you might be a good tenant now. You must have been one before. So parents, give your parents monthly, of course, please. In fact, they have the rights to you. They give birth to you. So if they're demanding, if and what's that word? Their entitlement mentality is not mentality. They are actually entitled. There you go. So parents monthly, okay. But maybe some kind of family members or anybody else, don't give. You just know in your mind that that's the amount you want to give them, but don't make it steady. It will become They'll begin to expect it and they'll plan their life around it. The day you stop it, you become their enemy if not careful. If they are not very smart and very sound, good value system, you become an enemy the day you stop it, and you'll be worse off than someone who didn't give them anything at all. You understand? So if you have been doing that with some people that are not your parents, not people you are led to, people that are really dependent on you, of course, children, spouse, whatever, begin to win that person off of it. One day reduce the amount, the next month increase it, the following month tell them it's coming late, right? This month, and they need to wait. So begin to break them off of that cycle. Otherwise, you're not doing them the very best. Okay, and yourself. So, but we got to that by saying live by faith, right? Seek God's kingdom. Love people when they're in need, give them. If you need to maybe wait a little bit before you get your iPhone 19, iPhone, retain your iPhone. I don't know even the latest one now. Maybe it's 17 now. I don't know. But hold on to your iPhone 15 until maybe the following year, right? And just help somebody with that if you can. You're not gonna die if you retain that same phone, right? It depends. For me, I think my parents are entitled to me in that sense. Okay, right. But if you say you want to do that, maybe. Okay, so okay. What is it you renew every 4 years? So that's it. So nobody really has savings. So it's like they say, A is hard, B is hard. You pick your heart. Okay, I never update you. Okay, you do your iPhone after 4 years. Okay, fair enough. An iPhone you discover, they also want you to rent the phone and pay for space, pay for cloud, whatever that means, Apple Cloud or whatnot. Let's finish this chapter. So they don't like earthly work. So they didn't sow, neither do they reap. They wrought no food for the body, even for the wheat. So that means they just ate what grew naturally. Is what it is. So they were constantly praying, constantly in fellowship. Even wheat, but only offering. They ate of the fruit of the trees, well flavored indeed, that grew exactly on the mountain where they dwelt. So they didn't need to plant. Factor that into it also. You don't need to plant. But there'll always be Satan coming from America, right? From the West, that will show you in that your beautiful garden. Even this is not even the real garden. He will come, like he showed them. People were okay. They had their wives, their children, everything was fine. But he showed them, well, we have this beautiful city somewhere. Exactly how Satan did here. And whatever we're preaching, trying to cause political change, trying to cause societal transformation, is undoing what that Western world did to Africa. Because indeed, the serpent came from the west into the garden, Al Kaabo, Garden of Eden, which is out of Africa. It's been happening since like the start. Okay, someone post that Telegram link so people can join the Telegram. That's the ark. In case there's a flood on TikTok, you can be on that ark. Okay. So, so 45 cubit, 20 meters. Then Seth often fasted every 40 days. Let me back up. Okay, well favored that grew on the mountain, so they just where they dwelt. So they didn't need to plant. And clothing, they just bathe, wear the same clothes, maybe have 2, 3, wash the 2, let it dry up, then change it, go straight to prayer. Oh my God, that's sweet. That's sweet. Have you done retreat before? If I've done retreat before, we might have a retreat along with this thing that I'm saying we're gonna do sometime within this TikTok live, something like a retreat, right? You know, where if you can also put yourself in a similar environment physically where you are, and I would also be in a retreat by God's grace at that time, then we have that retreat online. Just they would probably have those 3 clothes: bathe, wash 2, dry it, and wear 1. After that, take a little fruit. Probably they're even fasting, right? Wake up in the morning, they're probably fasting. They just go to the cave, go to the mountains, begin to pray, just worship and praise God. Nothing to worry about. There's no war coming, so relax yourself. Make it physical. We'll see how it goes. So they just nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. They just go and praise and worship God. And Satan would constantly come. Like an idle hand is the devil's workshop indeed. So don't let your hands be idle. Let them be lifted to God in praise. That's the first work you've got. The food then make their clothes grow with them. Right. Maybe that's going to be said here, maybe. But that was what happened with the Israelites, okay? And then what is so bad? If the clothes is so good, you can give it to your younger ones. But you hear that, you say, that's poverty mentality. You can take the clothes. If it's good clothes, as that one is growing, just pick up the clothes. It doesn't mean you're poor. If the clothes is just good and it's durable. But now they've tricked the human race to think you must constantly change your clothes, constantly change your phone. Okay, even when you grow, you're not even old anymore. You still change clothes. All right, change your phone, change your house. Just keep changing, just like a rolling stone. Right. So just go up in the morning. They're probably in the fast. Just go out in the morning. And when we have that retreat, of course, they come with a fast. Okay. So, and they just go out and pray. And then they come back from there by around 12 or 1 o'clock and 2. If they have books, then Enoch must have been alive by then. He's the first person who started writing. You can read from some of those books. And then they come from there, right? They must have had their bath and come from there, take some fruit, spend some time together. Maybe gather the fruit for some people, for the children to break their fast. A well-to-do person has an average of 20 to 30 shoes. Hey, I'm definitely not well-to-do. I'm definitely not well-to-do. Maybe you forgot to add something. A female well-to-do person. Nima. I even said, I mean, I wonder if the person is a centipede or a millipede. 20 freaking shoes. Oh my God. In fact, I'm already telling you too much secret. If you look where you see the same clothes I'm wearing every day, like Mark Zuckerberg. Right? Although to be fair, some of the clothes are the same thing, just copy and paste in different colors, different shades. and it's the same. So it's fresh almost every other morning. Okay. So it's not sometimes not the same literal clothes or jacket, it's just the same jacket. And to me, it just keeps life simple. You don't need to start, you now have a room that is a wardrobe on its own. And when you walk into the room, the automatic door of the wardrobe just opens. And Siri talks to you. Hello, gang. What suit would you like to wear this morning? And you say, I mean, it's okay, give me a navy blue, just give me a navy blue vest first. And something will come up and give you your walking closet, exactly. Yeah, gray suits, right? Give you your inner shirt first. I mean, so it's possible and it's doable. But if you're not careful, or rather, let me put it this way, that all those things, if and when they are there, it should be to support whatever life and ministry. You can imagine too that I have things like that. Okay. I don't have a walking wardrobe that talks to me. But I have things around that makes that life easier, makes me to be here every morning. Okay. That I mean, of course, like basic stuff, right? Things that are automated. I mean, stuff. I don't need to tell my life secret, but they help me to do this. I can try to buy things more expensive, more automated, more Siri, or what's the name of that second AI? Siri or whatever, the other one. I don't want this one to start talking, right? I can get more, but I've got enough to make me available, right, for the assignment I believe God has. Alexa, yeah, I don't want to want to start answering me now. So that can enough to make me function. So I can get more if I want. Maybe I can afford a better house, maybe. But hey, this works, right? For me, moving right now just stressful, right? Not that I can't maybe get something bigger, but I don't need that distraction at the moment. I got something that works. Okay. So to me, that's the whole essence of all those things. But it's only a matter of time before you begin to defer to those things like what you're actually living for as against what is helping you fulfill your life and do your work, as it were, in your ministry, if you will. So so they come back from there, they break their fast, they get the food for the children. After that, well, they take a walk and look at the beautiful mountains. And then some will return back to the mountain after eating, I can imagine. Right? They just want to stay there all day. Right? They make more buckets, they make more clothes, do whatever. Let me read more before I imagine too much. Then Seth, okay, just back. Seth and his children dwelt on the mountain below the garden. Yeah, they sowed not, neither did they reap, right? Just like birds, Jesus said in Matthew. They wrought no food for the body, nor even wheat. So that means they wouldn't even, of course, there was no eating animals then, to be barbaric to them. Not even wheat, but only offerings, right? So they would offer those fruit also, and sometimes they would honor live animals, right? So animals was more like, I mean, God was the only one who ate meat, if you put it that way. Right, so I think they honor live animals for sacrifice then. So they ate of the fruit of the trees that well favored that grew on the mountain by itself, where they dwelt. 11. Then Seth often fasted every 40 days. So maybe one day every 40 days, as did also his eldest children. So that's the elders of the land. For the family of Seth smelled the smell of the trees of the garden. And Adam has been looking for the smell when the wind blew that way, indeed. Right. So God eventually let them smell that smell. He wouldn't let Adam do that. 12. They were happy, innocent, like Sub-Saharan Africa before the Western world came. Although not perfectly, to be fair. Without sudden fear. There was nothing like, hey, war is coming. Oh, earthquake. Oh, this. Oh, sickness. For where sickness is far from them. They were happy, innocent. See, this presence can come to your life. That's what I'm saying at the end of the day. I was not able to take us there properly this morning. There's a way we go there and the atmosphere will change. And your stress level will just crash straight away. But we're able to get there quite well this morning, maybe to some extent. Maybe because Kasolese was streaming Lagos to us. Live streaming Lagos. So all the stress got on it. Lagos is a stressful place. That's where I was born. So They were happy, they were innocent, without sudden fear. There was no jealousy, no evil action, no hatred among them. There was no animal passion. He said, yeah, that lustful desire, you just look at somebody, you just feel like lustful desire. It's just not there. For no mouth among them went forth either foul words or curse. Can you imagine that? There was no curse. Nobody cursed anybody. Neither evil counsel nor fraud. What are you frauding? What do you want to do with the fraud? What do you want to do with the money? You want to buy land, buy food. There's no money. For the men of that time never swore. But under hard circumstances, when men must swear, they swear. Oh, they swore by the blood of Abel the just. Wow. That's precious. So if they have to swear, like, okay, because at this time it's describing there were many people on the earth, like at least hundreds, if not thousands already. Because these 930 years, I mean, Enoch must have been alive. They probably was watchers, but it's describing perhaps that their ecosystem there. Right? So they swear by the blood of Abel. That's precious. Wow. That's if they have to. Of course, they can't swear by God, etc. We have 2 more verses to go. So what is this place where they're happy, innocent, without sudden fear, no evil action, no hatred, no animal passion, no swearing from anybody's mouth or curse? That is heaven on earth. That's heaven on earth. That's how humanity should be. And that's God's plan. God is very strong-willed about it. That you must return to that garden. You must be back to the new earth. You see, that's how life should be. There will be no need for jobs, as it were. But they've manipulated the human race to the place where they got women and even some men, people, right, to start fighting for your right to work. Fighting for right to work. Because you have been convinced already that, come on, of course, you have to work, you have to pay rent. Let me see. Eagle Prince was saying, why on earth was this book excluded? That means you are concluding that it's supposed to be scripture already. We are indeed getting to the end, so people should have begun to make their opinions. For me, it's ticking so many check boxes. Right. So this is heaven on earth. So they swore by the blood of Abel the just, 13. We're ending in 14, the last verse of that chapter. But they constrained their children and their women every day in the cave to fast and pray. To you, constraint sounds like an evil word. What gives freedom meaning is constraint, right? What gives freedom meaning is constraint. There is no constraint, no restraint, then freedom is meaningless. And it doesn't mean that you get locked up in prison. It just means that there are some things you just don't touch, you just don't do. Or you don't do it for a while, like fasting. Don't eat for a while. So they constrain their children and their women. Ask a modern day human being today, he will tell you that's abuse. And that's neglect. What do they call it? Abuse. You're tying them down. So their children and their women every day in the cave to fast and pray and to worship the Most High God. See, they blessed themselves in the body of their father, Adam, and anointed themselves with it. How do you do that? So maybe they rub their hand off of the man's legs and put it on their face. They bless themselves in the body of their father, Adam, and anoint themselves with it. Okay? Last verse. And they did so until the end of Seth drew near. All right, so we'll continue with chapter 9 tomorrow by God's grace. Chapter 9. Oh, I think we're missing that. Well, let's see. Just a moment. Okay, so I think we just finished chapter 6 is what we just finished. Okay. All right, I thought we started from 7 today. Sorry, chapter 9, XI. Oh, not Someone help me. Chapter 11 so we just finished. Sorry. Okay, thank you. So we read XII. That's not 7, that's 12. So read 12. Continue with chapter 12 from tomorrow. So 12 from tomorrow. Be the name of yeah, continue 12. Thank you so much, gang. So we are indeed sending these words across these airwaves. It would affect the demography. It would change things right from our hearts to the ends of the earth. That's what's going to happen. And as stressful, as perverted as even TikTok can be, you can infuse it with God's presence and His power like that, right? Because these things are supposed to glorify God. These platforms, these what do they call them? These, I mean, anything. All right, let's do 3 minutes again. Although Gang has been up before, but it's fine. Gang, can we let 3 minutes? Are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was off for a different reason, yeah, Minister.
What's the reason then?
You're asking us what do we feel like if the people that are paying rent and stuff and stuff and stuff.
Yeah,
You know, we
it's
stop
first,
that.
yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you very much. Another beautiful read. Yeah, I can see Eagle Prince saying, why was it omitted? But I still have a few things that I've noticed again. Uh, the information is quite connecting. A lot of new things that we're seeing and a lot of things that try to explain Genesis the more.
Yeah.
But I can see a few. Okay, what I've noted was that I think Adam lived until the birth of Lamech. He died. He died like maybe 100 and something years before the birth of Noah.
Oh, okay. According to mainstream, yes, yes. I mean, either way, actually, yes, you're correct.
That's what I noticed because
Hmm.
um, it was shortly before, I think some few years, about 100 and something years before Noah was born, was when he died. And I also noticed that he also foretold what was going to happen in the future.
Yes.
So it's and then the fact that the Israelis or the elders Israelites when they are dying, they try to bless their children and tell them what may befall them. So I can see that kind of pattern with that. And then with respect to the food and all, like I've said, I also have seen antecedents of that in the future where they left Egypt and they were feeding on manna. And manna, they grew up with the manna. Their clothes were growing, their shoes were growing with them. Everything they wore just kept expanding with it for 40 years without them having to have to change. And I also noticed that there's a bit of disparity between or discrepancy between when Seth had his first child. I think Book of Adam and Eve said he had his first child as 20 because he married at 15, then he had his first child at 20, if I remember very well.
Yes, yes. But Genesis is like he had it at 130 or
But
so.
Genesis says 105. Genesis 105. He was 105 when he had his first son. You know, so
And truly, and to be fair, that's not just between Adam and if you go to even Jasher, right, or Jubilees, those years are also different. And that's where you have that discrepancy about when the world started, whether it is 4004 BC or 5800 BC. So that is not only between this book and Genesis. Not to necessarily take this book yet as such, but to say that even within the ones we know, Jubilees that should be in the Bible as we know it, right? He also has a someone can show me if I can't remember which book, but one of those books, the year in which such and such begat such and such is usually different, is what I'm about to say. But their age is usually just about the same everywhere. Yeah, but go ahead.
yeah, okay. All right. So thank you so much. And I think I also noticed that, yeah, I've spoken about that when he was foretelling the flood and everything and saying that they should carry his. So there's also an indication that
I think he has a call, right? Do you have a
sorry,
call?
there was indication that his body was taken into the Ark of Noah from what I can gather. So well, but it's nice. I enjoy it. At least it's giving clarity to some parts that were not too clear in Genesis and all of that. So, what a beautiful way. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Let's hear from you, Paddy. I forgot your name now. Is it Esther? If I can remember right.
Good
Is
afternoon,
it
sir.
is it Esther?
Yes, that's my real name.
Oh yeah, I can remember. Good.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Because I'm very strong right now.
Okay, you're not feeling well,
You know when
right?
they say our experience, yes, sir.
Oh, you
When they say
should.
our experiences are our testimony. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Our experiences are our testimony. I remember on my wedding night, God revealed two things to me. First, He said, "I want you to take in immediately." Then the second, He said, "Don't go back to your work." And I asked, is it that you want me to change my place of work? He said, "No, I don't want you to work at all." I cried. You know why I cried?
Wow.
I was aiming like 3 times better than my husband.
Ooh.
So I cried. But because of it is God, I can't contend. Okay. After 4 months, 4 to 5 months of being at home as a pregnant wife
Right.
on the same salary. Désolé. On the same salary.
Yeah.
Because of things were so tight, so hard. And I cried again to God. I said, "God, please, I'm okay. I have handwork, I have certificate. Please let me walk." He taught me, in that process, He taught me how to follow Him. He said, "Why do you want to walk? Why?" I said,
This
"No, to support this, that. That's human reasoning."
your dealing is special.
He said, "Instead of you
Like,
asking me to walk, why
wait, before
didn't
you
you ask
continue,
me to
before you
increase your
continue,
husband?"
before you continue, guys, please,
And
children,
I
don't do
prayed.
this.
Under 1 week, his salary was doubled.
Esther, wait now.
When the economy became bad, I've
Esther,
learned now. I went back to pray. The salary was
hello.
Mute her, just mute her. I think her network is not so good.
Who knows she's muted, even if I do? Esther, can you hear me?
Sir? Yes, sir.
I wanted to do a disclaimer before you continue. I wanted to tell everybody that children, please don't try this at home.
Oh.
What Esther did. This is the feat she did is done by professionals and those who are
Yes, I can.
decades in
Yes, I
working
can,
with God.
sir.
Don't try this at home. It is very risky
Yes.
and injurious. So go ahead.
No, it's very important you hear. It's
Right,
very important you hear. That's it.
right,
The whole system has been programmed to work in a particular way.
right.
At first, everybody was shouting, "Hey, how would you cope?" In fact, I knew because when I was rebelling, I did not want to get married. I entered one chance, so I lost millions. I lost everything. So during the wedding, I was using a bad phone, and they were telling me, "You are getting married to a man that can't buy you an Android phone." You can imagine such talk because of the economy, because of the society we are living in. Yeah, but it did not just end there. Along the line, God kept on increasing us spiritually because we were willing, we were open to obey. Very important. So if someone is telling me, "Oh, I can't do without work," hey, yeah, I am. Because presently I'm making a dress and to send to Canada. But if I had put a tag to that outfit,
Right.
it will go sour, it will go well. Because God has not permitted me to work. So what I do is, if I'm to make such, I will just tell them, "Oh, you can appreciate me, that's fine."
Wow.
Yes. So if they are saying, oh, you have to work to survive, that means, what did Philippians say? He has supplied all my needs. So anything I could ever, as long as,
Your faith is
well, that's my 2 cents.
your faith. This is more than 2 cents. This one is £2 million. That's this your faith. Yeah, what will we eat now? Hey, Choma.
There was one day I was super hungry.
Right.
I was heavy.
That's
And I told God. Sorry, can I continue?
Don't continue first.
I told God.
Wait. Let me open the window.
Okay, sir.
Hungry pregnant woman. That's too dangerous now. Choma,
Yes.
wait now. Chioma, do you understand this one before I call Shadi? Because Chioma has children and this kind of faith, I don't understand though.
I wonder why you're calling my name.
Because you are the mother here who has children, that's why I would have said Shadi because it's literally next. But as you are resigning from that job, I'll go and apply. 3 times salary.
This is crazy faith, though. Truth be told.
That's much. Like I said, children, don't try this at home. If I adults, so you must be very sure.
Right.
It's something else. That's why this what she's saying is the exception. Me say what they say, I'm living my faith. Which faith? This one. That's much. But then, what I would say is children, right? Maybe I should have let you finish your story, but then bringing children into that is very hard. I mean, you must be very sure. Well, okay, let me let you finish.
That's why you'll be fasting. You are hearing from God, not other spirits.
Okay.
Yes. I wanted granules. That was all I wanted.
Right.
And I told my husband, my mind is telling me, go and ask this my neighbor. Lo and behold, before my husband got out of the door, my neighbor brought the granite to the house. She said she was sleeping. Holy Spirit woke her up. Say, go and give Mommy King granules.
That's what you start seeing. You start seeing those kind of miraculous things, you know. But I'm sure it was a season because that's it. Once you see, there are two things that let people see the supernatural. It's either trouble, desperation, or spiritual hunger from your spirit. In our case, it was more spiritual hunger because she simulated that situation. Some people, it would be life situations that would push them there. And you see people that will say, I mean, they're just so crazy. Maybe orphanage, people that have orphanages, they've just had children of mad women, children that have been dumped by the street, and they've left everything to go to service that kind of stuff. You have angels come close to you around more likely. More frequently, but it's literally a suicide mission more or less, but you got to be ready. But usually that's around the realms where miracles dwell. Miracles don't stay around people who's got Alexa and all those kind of stuff. Not very much, except you've gotten to a level where still in that you're able to do some refraining, some fasting, some of those things. Otherwise, just live with the blessing. God is happy, he's not angry with you. But that's where you begin to see miracles. When they will say, okay, children, let's just start singing and praying to God, and they will arrange empty plates and trust children. In this case, it's easier to say because they're orphans, right? You yourself, you have not even fed yourself, you decide to have an orphanage, maybe in Africa, something like that. And they will start singing, and children will sing. If it's an adult, you'll be like, this mama, this thing you're saying, I don't know. And they will arrange empty plates, and somebody will knock on their door. The guy can bring whatever. At the end of the day, they discover the person doesn't even have an address that brought the food. It's in those realms that miracles exist. Realms of desperation, either out of circumstance, or in this case, out of spiritual hunger, where you are simulating afflicting your own soul or your body, like scripture puts it, for fasting. Indeed, no wonder she's asking for physical retreat. Go ahead, Paddy. Esther, rather.
Yes. Yeah, you can call me Paddy too.
Yeah.
God did not just end there. Right. He asked me to give birth to my first child at home. Yes.
TikTok is buying you. Is Odogu there? Is your husband?
Okay. Let's not dive into. Let's not dive
Wait
into.
first. Is your husband there right now?
No, he stepped out
For long, or is he coming back soon? I want to be sure you
for
have this
long.
permission to say some of me because me I can be very well. Me because me like that I can. I'm thinking some things are kind of personal, private, but I want you to be sure he's okay with it. I literally have a cousin also who is like crazy. He's got five. Let me. I'm not sure. I think four children, and he had all of them at home. Crazy guy like that. My own don't reach that level, so I don't read that this kind of stuff. But hey, boy, I did most of those kind of crazy stuff before I got married, right? And for me, it was easy. I just enjoyed it. Why? I don't have anybody. If I die alone. So it's easier for me. It's sweeter as a single. All right. It's sweeter as a. I did. Oh, they should have seen me. It's crazy, right? So it's sweeter and easy. I just wanted to be sure he's fine with you discussing that. But go ahead, second child at home. Let's see how far we can go before we get banned.
This is our testimony to
Right.
encourage people.
Yeah.
Because when we thought the baby was delaying. Meanwhile,
Right.
God had other plans.
Hmm.
They held serious family meeting.
Oh.
They called my husband's side, came to my mom's side. They called the villagers, blah blah. That if I die, they're not at fault. Oh, I should go to the hospital. They have the money.
Yeah.
I said no. God asked me to give birth at home.
Ah.
He did not just end there.
There's someone personal. Go ahead. Hey.
I had series of labor pain. Although he instructed me to work with a particular individual, I had series of labor pain. She would come, nothing will happen. She would go back.
Like a
It happened
midwife
twice.
to help you. Yeah.
So the third time, I said, no, I'm not going to call her. I'm tired of stressing her. My mom was just shouting, called my in-laws again, another meeting at night, midnight. Meanwhile, the nurse at home, Holy Spirit woke her up and told her, if you don't go to Esther's house now, she will give birth before daybreak.
Wow.
So around 1 a.m., we're hearing knock on the gate and we're like, who called her? But
Right.
I did not call her. 30 minutes after she arrived, I gave birth.
Wow.
That's the Holy Spirit.
Wow. Ha.
So,
This is missionary faith. The faith you use in all those village missionaries.
I actually like her faith. I like
Right.
her faith.
That's
I
very
think
well.
I think home births
sorry.
are far better than hospital births.
Right.
Not just me giving birth. Holy Spirit revealed to some people to be praying on my behalf in the compound that somebody is giving birth downstairs. It was in the morning, they were going around and asking, who born? Who born? So when I told them that they said, Holy Spirit revealed to them that they should wake up and start praying that somebody wants to give birth.
Wow.
He did not still end there. He went to my in-laws and told them the exact thing to buy. That is what I should eat that morning.
Okay.
So by the time I called them and said, oh, I've given birth, they said, we're already close to your house.
Wow.
God said we should be in your house by so time.
Okay. Hope you're right. Saying if I have this kind of faith, I'll be in heaven right now. Like you would have died. As you're describing giving birth at home, his blood pressure is already coming up. He's afraid on your behalf for the past event. He said, I don't fear yourself. That's quite the exception, right? But then you will discover at the end of the day that this faith we have refused to put in God or in our culture or in how our parents ask us to do, we have put the exact same faith in medicine. Exact same faith in medicine. You just give yourself, give your life, they ask you to take this injection, you don't ask to the doctor, you just take everything as exactly, and sometimes it fails. When it fails, you just look for an excuse for it. It's the same thing that people of faith do. They make excuses for their God, whatever the God they're worshiping. Maybe this, maybe it's my sin, maybe it's my that, maybe it's that. You understand? They make excuses. It's the exact same thing you do if your faith was in medicine. When medicine fails, right? You would also make excuses for it. And stuff like that. In fact, you'd have signed disclaimers. Okay. So that's quite the exception. But for me, I thank God that I had those kind of related dealings before marriage. For me, it was just the best. I don't know that, but that's how God have it. And I knew that I knew I was going through a phase, and I knew I had to finish that before I got married. I can't see my children hungry or whatnot. Today, if they're hungry, it's because they have. I won't say children are fasting on TikTok. Before you kick off me, will come knock my door. Okay. So, but the point is, I could. You would do that. For me, it was when I was single. I like. I mean, it's sweet when you walk alone sometimes. Although they say if you want to walk far, you walk with people. You want to go fast, you go alone. So, I did that fast movement earlier in life. Okay. So I've cleared all those things back to back to back. So I can tell limits. I'm like then leading the family into that kind of stuff. Okay, I beg go drink water. I beg it's not time. Don't take water yet. Okay, do this, do that. I can tell what those limits are. But that's wonderful. Really, really wonderful. You know. Okay, let's hear from Effortless. She was gonna comment. Can do 3 minutes again. Let's see how far that goes. Yeah.
Do I really have much to say? I think the reading was great as usual. It's quite nice to know that, Seth has always, if there's anything he prayed for or entreated for mostly, it was mercy. I've always had an instinct about mercy. That's why I'm big on that sort of prayer. I don't go, when I pray, I bind, I cast, I don't get into the ring with the devil. I don't think I can beat him if I enter the ring with him. I don't think you can even if you read how far I have read when it comes to things like demons and angels or whatnot. You can't.
Match, right?
What?
Like you can tell that humans are not a match for all those things.
Oh no, not when they've lived for 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 years, and you think you can just I stand in full authority
Actually, you can use authority, but I'll let you go ahead because that's the
Pastor,
point.
can I tell you the truth? If a proper, we're talking real demonic entity manifests on your street, not even in your house, on your street.
Right. I know, but the thing
let's
is,
not even speak much.
the thing is, there is also a proper manifestation of an angelic presence. That's what.
No, yes, there's a proper manifestation of an angelic presence if you know how to invoke that angelic presence, right?
That's what cancels it out. Because to be fair, like you said, without that backing up, we are no match. There is no way. Animals of human beings.
And even when you think about something like Jesus's encounter with those when he was tempted in the wilderness, you understand? He just said, "It is written. It is written. It is written." He didn't even bother to get in the ring with these guys. So I will always tell, don't get in the ring with the devil, and just hide under mercy. Mercy is easy to hide under. Anything he does, just say mercy.
Oh, check your mic. Your mic is muted. Sorry about that.
So I said, don't get into the ring with the devil. That's my number one rule.
Mercy, right?
Don't hide under mercy. Anything messy. Even when I'm doing the right thing, messy. So I think that's my honest. So it was quite nice to see that. It was also interesting, because I always wondered the fate of this girl, Lulua. Is it Lulua?
Is it Lulua or Lulua? Now,
Yeah, I know she's gone with Cain, but what sort of relationship was that? She knew what this guy was capable of. We didn't really hear about her story. Did she face domestic violence? Was he beating her?
He must have. Very likely. Yeah. I mean, King hit his own mother, right?
Yeah. And he always hated the girl in the womb. The girl that he hated in the womb was the person that he, by force, said she must, So I always wondered her story. I wish we could, we kind of heavy head what happened to her. Although she gave birth to children and everything, but kind of like what happened to her. Did she even get, because I know she didn't have that nature that Cain came with, right? Yeah. So that's another thing
a little bit into Cain's. So we'll get a little bit into Cain's side of the story soon over time.
Okay, great. That'll be nice to see. Other than that, I like the idea. Well, I never knew the cathedral was actually a Tertullian building, but I was always fascinated by it. I've attended Tridentine Latin Mass multiple times there, although I'm not a Catholic. I just like Gregorian music. Yeah, so there's a time of a Sunday, early morning mass. If you go to early morning mass, you hear if you want to see a sort of replica of the Vatican during mass, they would literally go into the prayers in singing in Latin, right? So if you do get a chance to go inside there, take pictures of the window. There's symbols and etchings in the window panes, and then also some of the stuff. If you walk around the building, you would see symbols that would just kind of pick your interest. Yeah, and also I think I heard somewhere that's where Queen Victoria used to worship. You know, we were colonized by the British. So that particular church is significant for having either Queen Victoria or Elizabeth. I don't know. I can't recall. You know, in there.
Interestingly, yeah, truly, even that Victoria Island, is named after that Queen Victoria, I believe.
Yeah. But yeah, no, the places, in Nigeria now, we like all these stuff. So the place is just renowned for the fact that Victoria, one of those, colonizers or significant colonizers were in that church. So that church has and basically that's the direct link to the Vatican. If you're looking for direct link to the Vatican in Nigeria, Lagos, that's it. That is the direct link to the Vatican in Lagos. Yeah, what else do I want to say? It was quite nice that Patty came up and talked about home birth. I didn't know that people did that a lot in Nigeria. I know people do it here in the West. People do it in the Americas. They use a doula or a midwife. I didn't know. Yeah, giving birth at home.
We mean recently, right? Of course.
Yeah, recently.
Thing to keep at home.
No, back in the day, you didn't have you had this Elewe Omo people, and they would, they would have herbs and all that, and but I didn't know that they did that. That's quite interesting to find out. Yeah, well, it's but there is always there is what you call it. There's evidence that home births are actually easier on a child and better for a child than hospital births. Then two, there's an agenda with vaccines nowadays whereby you give birth, they want to give your child 28. The moment he's born, seconds in, they want to give him HVP vaccine. Why are you injecting a child with HVP? HPV then, so it doesn't. Yeah, so what's happening? So, and I found out that the ultra rich don't even vaccinate their children. They don't even go to the hospital. So they take their children to homeopaths. But anyway, that's it. I think the reading was great today, as per usual. I definitely got a lot of insights and education. Yeah, and it was quite interesting to learn that the myrrh, the gold, and the incest that was given to Adam in the beginning was the same myrrh, gold, and incest that was then, offered to Jesus as a gift when he was born. Very interesting.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to mute myself. That is my 2 cents.
Yeah, you're welcome. So let's hear from Casolaze, who's giving us correspondence from Lagos Marina reporting.
No, Shade is the real this in there already now.
She has her own branch in Melbourne, Australia.
So, in fact, I think I will have to go and worship there and see what's going on. I get all those things.
Somebody is is like eating something. Let me mute you.
So the thing is, right, reading this in today now, I know I've read it before, but sometimes when you're reading with people, you hear different kind of this thing that you didn't even know. Now, I never knew that's Frankie said, man, this was the take for me today. Didn't know that was the same the same one. So Adam actually told them to keep it.
Yes, he's suggesting that it's the very same material physically from this book.
Yeah, because they told them to keep it. That a time will come when they will give it to the word that will come as flesh. Yeah, so he told them to keep it. that confirms what I've been saying, that the word has always been Christ all along, being the one to go when God wants something to happen. He say, "Word, oh yeah, go." When he wants to create, he say, "Oh yeah, you word, oh yeah, go and create this thing." So then at the end of the day, he was there, he knew everything, but they were just giving human being chance to make their own decision. So in each decision you make, right, there's a path for it. That's how I see it. Each decision you make, there's a path that's been created that you pass. Once you make that decision, that's where you're going. And there are solutions on those paths. Because I'm sure that if Adam didn't eat the fruit and it would have been a different path. We won't have all this wahala we're having, but there will still be process. We'll still have process that will still follow through, but it won't be with so much temptation that the devil is giving us, because the devil won't have access to us. And that's confirmed that the birth of Christ, the way Adam should have given birth was the same way they gave birth to Christ.
Okay.
If he didn't eat the fruits.
Okay, makes sense. It's not impossible, right? Although for me it will be slightly different, because maybe it will be through labor. But I got you like that.
I mean, the conception, the way she conceived, would have been the same way Adam, like they would have their own conception.
Although it says that it will be light coming from, I keep quoting that, but I can't remember where it is. Someone can do Control F to help us with that. But then I can imagine definitely it's a different thing.
So anyway, if the way Adam saw this thing, that means the conception was going to be the same way his wife would have conceived without the fruit, without eating that fruit to change their form. That's the same, because that's why he said he had no sin in him. Right.
I see.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for that, and for the. It's like you sound like you're back home now, Harry.
Yes, I'm back home.
Yeah. These are the rich people controlling Lagos. Imagine a few minutes drive to Marina. Anyway, it is well. God will help us.
I'm not staying far from there now. I'm staying around Lekki, so it's not too far from Marina.
We are saying the same thing. You just have little one duplex there or two. It is well. Show my lesson. You don't say amen, just 2 duplexes.
For real, Castle, thank you for
Amen. Now, like me, is business all the way. If I'm collecting those your mortgage, I will just put people there and be collecting the money and be paying government.
Exactly. It's just the business. Well, thank you. All right. Share from Chairman. This is a call.
Castle, thank you so much for the excursion. It was a really fun thing. I had never seen that building before. So that was quite interesting. Thank you for that. I have a question and I have a comment. Okay, because I wasn't here when you guys were reading that portion. What was that thing with them anointing themselves with Adam's body? Did we talk about that?
We didn't, but there didn't seem to be any detail to it. That's why I just said maybe they were rubbing their hands off of him and rubbing on their body, but there was no detail to it. He just said it one verse. That's all. But we could recall,
right? Because something is also saying that their bodies probably weren't decomposing.
Yes. No, I think it says literally again, word for verbatim, that what's the word? He embalmed. He used the word embalm here.
The word embalm. Okay.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Wound him up, maybe like a mummy. I don't know.
Because of course I don't want to jump the gun, because down the line this is like hundreds of years later, and well, I don't want to. Okay, so I guess we'll get there when we get there. Another thing I wanted to talk about was the fact that when I used to read this story of from Genesis as a child, as a teenager, what I used to think was that it looked to me like the line of Seth were a bunch of hippies, and then the line of Cain were always on survival mode, coming up with inventions and new developments,
Okay.
right?
Hippies.
So
Can
it's
you define hippies? Hippies sounds like people that are just always high, taking stuff, not working.
well, pretty much that was pretty much what they were doing. They were just
They were
being spiritually
smoking.
high.
Hippies are usually on drugs. Anyway, they were smoking.
No,
Just
not necessarily on drugs. They're just very happy people, live in
okay.
communes. They're always in
Okay.
harmony with the earth and everything. So not
Well, we are
necessarily
getting
on
to the next
drugs.
part. We're getting to the next part already, which Cain were really truly inventing, just wanting to do something that will fly, rather than you just engaging.
Right?
You're
No,
right.
no, I'm just taking it from the Genesis account on its own. Yeah, right. So that's what I always thought, that they were just a bunch of live and the Sethians were
Right.
always live and let live. They didn't seem to be doing much. But it was the Cain people, because if you read it from Genesis, oh, this person invented this, and this person came up with this, and this. I'm like, these Cain people are more. So it was looking to me, looking at later on, it's like, were these Scythians like black people who are always about enjoying themselves, flanging, and just, oh, let's just be happy. And then
And the
this Canaanites are the white.
Chinese
Exactly,
going to
white
the
people always
moon.
coming up with new things, like developing new things. I was like, were they so when you were now exploring the concept of laziness, right? I was like, right, that really struck to me, like they were not really doing much. But then this book gives you more detail that it wasn't about not doing much. Because you would think, when I read that part, like they were not working, I was like, then what were you people doing for food? I guess because I'm working with my 21st century mindset, like how are you working for food? But they kept their lives really simple, just eating the fruits, just
Absolutely.
communing with God, and just live and let live. And it goes on to say that there was no jealousy, there was no envy, everybody was happy. And I'm like, okay, so maybe this was what we were supposed to do. But then you go to these other people who are just always coming up with new things, because I don't know, maybe they're just, yeah. So I just thought that was pretty interesting, in the sense that, okay, now we know why they were like that,
Yes.
because they were in communion with God, and they always fast. I guess this was what he wanted all along, and these people were living that life. Of course, we later will see, let's not jump the gun and spoil it for everybody else, but we'll see how
So we
this plays out.
we indeed might read further. I mean, which is strange. We have closed kind of, but we might read further. Not just because of what you said, Joe, just where I felt like we should read further. For some reason today just feels like some Sabbath to me. I don't know why. Okay.
Yeah, so we can still read
The
further.
question. Sorry, Castle Lizzie.
Let's continue reading. Let's
Yeah.
behave like Seth today.
Behave like said, let's play golf on Monday morning.
But won't people like effortless? Won't they be?
Yeah, sorry. She'll be hearing it in her sleep.
In the dream, she's going to work tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'll be hearing it in my dreams, just in
Yeah,
case
she'll be
I fall
ministering to her in
asleep.
the sleep. It's better.
And you know what they say about sleep, you are half conscious, half, so things enter more
Right,
into your
sometimes.
subconscious. Yeah, well, when you're in that state, in between sleep and awakening.
Just plug your phone on charge.
Can
Anyway.
I also say something, Pastor? I still will go back to that idea. Traditionally we have, and I don't know if you have it in your own tradition, but in my own, like Yoruba tradition, the way we're taught, you do remembrance. Like when your grandpa has passed and everything, maybe every year you do remembrance. There's also something called Sahara, where you cook and then you distribute to the poor in remembrance of so and so. But there's a lot of narratives around the fact that, it's not biblical, that is evil. But I find that in all ancient cultures there is a remembrance for the dead, in the sense that even if you go to the Japanese or Chinese, they have this place where they just burn incense.
To be fair, that thing is big, just common sense for crying out loud.
Choma, is it not one we call Saraka in Igbo land?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
Now, please don't get me wrong. There is necromancy, which that one is just another thing entirely.
What's the Yoruba word for necromancy? We know what we're saying. You're right. Necromancy is too far. But what they're trying to, it's not necromancy. It's just remembering. It's normal.
So like remembrance, because you know, even some people were arguing that if you think about, even if you talk about the Bible, when they refer to, you know, when you know the men started to populate the earth, they refer to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They still talk about these their ancestors. Even when they talk, they're trying to swear or they're trying to like make an oath or something, they refer to that the father of this and that. Even when God talks to them, I am the God of your father Abraham, Isaac, and you know what I mean. But a lot of Christians now will say, oh, that's not biblical, oh, that's evil. The Bible says there's no relationship between the living and the dead. You know, there's different things. But if you find, even in ancient Egypt, right, their way of remembering that, I feel like I think it is like the hieroglyphics will write stories of these person that had passed even on the tomb, so you can read it and have some knowledge of. But the way we, you know, this modern Christian teaches us is this, and then you see it in your readings too. Abel's body wrapped, the father will go there. If you try it this day, they'll say you are part of the occult.
Yeah, indeed.
Why what are you doing with a dead, you know what I mean? And then Abraham's body too, although it was put in the tomb and everything and whatnot, you know, which is another thing again, in a tomb, in a mountain, in a cave and whatnot, right? There was this remembrance for him and whatnot and whatnot. So I don't know. I really don't know if, like, I mean, I don't know why those kinds of things have been demonized. It doesn't seem like a bad thing. It seems like something traditionally that we ought to do, I think, right? Maybe not summon the dead, or like King Saul did.
Like I
Saul
said,
that decided to go and summon Samuel. And one just decided, just stretched his hand and slapped him. But he summoned Samuel, which was wrong. But at least honor and remembrance, like even tell their stories sometimes, which I think should be okay, But why has it been demonized? Now you can see it definitely play out in Adam and Abel's story, at least.
Indeed.
Here's my thing. I agree with that because I also had this thing with, especially when it came to my mom's funeral, there was this whole thing of, oh, we don't hang around dead bodies and all that stuff, right? But I think this only played well for these people. If you look at the Most High when he's prescribing how they should live their lives in after the flood, because everything has changed after the flood, there is no we are burning oil, because they kept burning a lamp in front of their bodies. If you look at it in the Second Testament after the flood, the Most High was not encouraging this kind of practices.
Okay.
Probably that's what infers the position Christians now have about, please do not be around the dead. Because remember, when we take it to the Third Testament, if you will, in the New Testament, that is, and what's that called? When Yeshua was delivering that guy from the Gadarenes, one thing that was specific about him was that he was around grave sites.
Okay.
And he was cutting himself and he was possessed by that legion. So I feel maybe because these guys were pure, because of how they had lived their lives, there was something about their bodies that was different from people who are contaminated now, because these were people who were wholly devoted to God. We are not living our lives like that anymore. So there is a contamination with being around the dead. You know what I mean? So I think in the newer phase, after the flood, after the everything, something changed.
Right.
Something changed. So you are not encouraged to be around the dead. That's not to say we don't remember them. No, I'm not saying that. But it's just that thing about being around dead bodies. Because even the high priest is not allowed to be around a dead body.
Wouldn't touch.
Except his exactly. Because he can't be touched. Because if he touches it, he's what's that word? He's defiled. And somebody who is standing in the gap cannot be defiled. And if we are king priests like that, then there's something about dead bodies that we're not supposed to be around.
No, definitely. I mean, like in the context of how Chioma just spoke about, it makes sense in the sense, I'm not saying we should be around there, but I'm just talking about that remembrance thing that we do. For me, even when you do remembrance, you don't go to the gravesite. You just cook. You don't even put the person's picture up. You just talk about it. We are
That one where they
remembering
will go
grandma.
to grave. You know how white people will do it now. They will go even grave around church. Haven't you noticed that funny thing? They will
Yeah,
be going,
yeah,
that's
yeah. The
defiled.
back of the church is a
Church,
grave,
dead
is a
bodies in the
cemetery.
graveside. So it's like that's defiled land already. Then that thing where you will go to grave, you'll be talking to the person, you bring flower.
Can I give you something interesting? Apparently, the Vatican itself, that Vatican church is built on a necropolis. That is where thousands and thousands and thousands of bodies have been built. And then the name Vatican is short for Vatica, which used to be a Roman goddess of the underworld. Right? So I think maybe that also has, some connection to the idea that it's okay to have a church and bury people at the backyard, or it's okay to have a church and have a dungeon under that church where you keep slaves. Because if you notice, during the slave trade, 99% of the church was up, the dungeon was below the church. Right? So I don't know why they do that. Even in ancient Africa, I want to believe that, like because Gian confirmed that they buried in the mountains. The mountains are far off from where your houses are located, is it not?
But isn't there a new practice of them burying even in your house? Haven't you seen that one?
I've seen that one. That one is very fascinating to me.
They will bury it even in the sitting room or something.
That one
like that.
fascinating. I wanted to comment on something. If it's that, what will I not say? Me, growing up, when I was a teenager, so my grandmother died unalived, right? And the room where they buried her was where I was sleeping.
See a bello.
That's the room my dad. That's the room. That's the room my dad gave to me. That's the room my dad gave to me. So I remember sometimes I will be afraid. At some point I say, I beg Nami kill her. I just
those people that are doing money rituals, the occultic ones, they will say sleep in a coffin.
Yeah.
You have to go to a graveyard to sleep on something. This, like Chioma was saying, if I can add to that, I discovered that there is something about you sleeping in the graveyard, even if you have not killed anyone. I remember when I was doing theater arts, I was studying theater arts, that we finished very late one day. I have to walk through from UI, Agbo, down. Each time I get to some areas where
Chioma should know the place because I live in Ibadan too. Maybe she's just knowing that. We have that. What's that grave junction? It's at the T junction, right?
Songo, you are saying Songo
Cemetery.
Songo Cemetery. Once you start walking in the middle, exactly around 11, 12, there about 1ish, some things will start to, it's like something is glowing from afar. Still graveyard. I'll keep walking and I'll keep telling myself that nothing can happen to me.
Wow.
Nothing bad can happen to me.
Most grave sites
No, nothing bad can happen to me. I didn't kill anybody. Why would somebody kill me? And we used to hear and see everything. No, I will not die now. I cannot die young.
So most grave sites,
who is in me is better than who is in the world. All those things is what will keep coming. And I'll tell them, let me go. They'll say, you can't go till midnight. Why must I be working midnight every time?
Okay, that's at class, right? Indeed.
Yeah.
Most grave sites are more like very heavily traffic areas,
Even here, when I came to UK and I was passing through a church at night one day, midnight exactly 1 a.m.
Okay.
I wanted to feel like that, but I discovered that all these people here in this country, there's nothing that got me afraid around church graveyard here in this country. It's different from back home. I don't know why. I just want to ask you
it
that.
will not, because
Is the dark-skinned dead, are they different from the white-skinned dead? That's what I want to ask.
The white skin dead are more dead. They are deader. So there's no traffic there.
No, them they are not from Adam now, so it won't be the same.
It's possible, and you
And I
can
could
meet.
tell you a story if you're interested. Well,
Yeah,
Okay.
I have
interested.
many
Talk about
stories like that. Like when my dad passed, he
Oh
passed
my.
in the UK, right? We were back home in Nigeria. He was diagnosed with cancer. He was at some point moved to hospice and whatnot. So my mom came back from the UK back home, and she didn't tell us anything. She just played normal. We didn't know anything and whatnot. Then it started to rain. As the lightning was flashing, I saw my dad outside.
Face.
Literally, I couldn't have been more than 11 or 12 years old. I saw my dad outside. I was about to turn around and say, Mommy, see it. And I didn't see him again. And, I didn't feel any type of way. I didn't feel. And then the second time again, I saw him again. Only this time, I noticed it was raining. This guy wasn't getting wet.
Oh.
you know.
Wow.
But as soon as the lightning came up again, when lightning flashes,
Yep.
then I didn't see him again. I just thought, you know what, just forget about it. So during the night, you guys, we locked the door now.
Yeah.
So I was meant to go and lock the kitchen door. But my dad used to play some sort of, game with us when we were younger. You try to lock the door, he'll open the door, he'll pull you with the door. Like a game. So you try to lock the door, he'll pull you with the door. So you hold the handle on one side, you hold the handle on the side. As he pull you. So he did that. The third time he did that, I promise you something, I could hear it as clear as they said, don't look at his face. I turned around.
Rewind. Hold up. He said it 3 times. You have not told us the first time you did it. Like literally, you were trying to. Did you see the person pulling the door? You could see the door was being
I
pulled
could
back.
see, because my height, my dad was pretty tall.
Yep.
So at 12 years old, I was still quite short. So, but I didn't look up. My eyes were on the door handle. I was concentrating on using all my strength to make sure I pulled that door. You understand? So I wasn't looking up. So I looked, I pulled the door. He pulled it. I pulled the door. At some point, I was giggling. He pulled it. I was now about to stop because when you're not strong, I just leave it alone. I leave the door and look up and start laughing. Daddy, so and so. But something said to me, "Don't look up."
But just a moment again. Sorry. At night, what were you? No fear, right? 12 years old. No fear. What were you thinking in your mind? Was it that daddy is back, but you didn't tell anybody, or?
Yes, because mommy too didn't tell us anything. She hadn't told us that he had passed.
No. But when you were someone's pulling back in your mind, you're like, that is maybe giving you a surprise visit rather, and it was behind.
Yes, he came back surprisingly, and then he's playing with me, so nobody knows. Because my dad could do that. He does that sometimes. He just comes back. He travels and whatnot. When he's traveling, though, we used to get bribed with chocolate and sweets, so we don't cry. But when he came back, he just came back. He was, so he did that, and at some point I started giggling, but something I could hear it as clear as day. Don't look at his face. Then I don't know where this fear came from. Came over. I turned around and then I ran inside. Then the next morning, I ran inside. I was just in my bed, and I know that I slept off. Right. The next morning, my mom now sat us down and told us that she broke down and started crying and told us, and I told her that but I saw the guy. I just saw him yesterday. That sort of thing and whatnot. My mom got. She was very upset with me. She told me she thought I was lying. She thought I was lying, And then I got upset and but I saw him and whatnot. And then everybody now, bombarded me and said, stop talking, stop this, stop that, and whatnot. The only person that calmed down was my granny, who looked at me and said that if I see my father, I should let her know, right? But I never saw him again. He was buried in the UK and whatnot. But I think that was one of my very, I would say, spiritual, scary, I don't know how to explain it, encounters.
Encounter, yeah. Indeed,
Yeah.
it was. Indeed.
After that, I've had some encounters that wasn't like dead or anything, but more like, okay, like I have what you call it. I don't know if anybody's ever experienced a awakening dream before.
Right.
A dream where you are meant to be asleep, but you're actually awake.
Okay.
So in this
I
situation,
used to have it. That's why I was told not to do some things again. I'll just see somebody who just pass across the window. By the time I want to turn around, there's nobody there. No one will
no,
see.
that's
What you
not
see?
even that's
That's
not
a
even
Is it like sleepwalk?
no,
No,
it's
it's
not
not
sleepwalking.
sleepwalk. Oh.
well. Let Shadi
It's not
finish.
sleepwalking.
We don't digress too far. Go ahead.
So I was asleep in the house and in my room, right? Because we had like all these double-decker beds. So it was me at the top, my little sister at the bottom, my other sister at the top, and then my brother at the bottom. This was when we were quite little. And
Yep.
then I was having a dream that the kitchen was on fire.
Okay.
In the dream, I saw the kitchen on fire. Then I got up, ran to the bathroom, opened the kitchen door. I got up, got a bucket of water, opened the kitchen door, and poured the water in the kitchen. Only this time I was awake. Do you understand? At the time I was pouring
You could
the
not
water.
tell. You could not tell when you left the dream and when you came to the
Exactly.
That's it.
Exactly. So what had happened is somebody, they take off lights in Nigeria now. Somebody had put a candle, right, directly on the kitchen table, which was wooden. The thing had melted, right? And the table was burning.
I see.
Right. So when the way that the house is built, right, is at least it's going to take you 2 minutes to run to the kitchen. Right. So in that time, I was dreaming. I saw the kitchen burning in my dream.
Right.
I ran to the bathroom, which is on just beside the bedroom. There's a bathroom where all the sisters and all of us take our bath. I ran there, got a bucket of water, and then ran into the kitchen and then poured the water. But this was late. We're talking 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in the morning. And there's no way I could see the kitchen,
That's
right?
the point.
From where you are, but I was dreaming. So that was one of my experiences where I would say that, because the way it was burning.
Indeed. Your spirit literally could see that, woke you up without your consent, just starting working, and before you could wake up, literally. And it's
Yeah,
almost sounding like maybe sleepwalking, but then that information came from the dream, and you could see that, then boom, you thought,
yeah. So your party is saying something that I've had to back then, because I used to see these things, I used to sense these things, and there was no filter, right? You will see things and these things. So I how do you say it? I stopped praying as hard as I used to pray. We're talking, when I was younger, I could concentrate on one prayer point for 3 hours.
right.
And I'm not exaggerating. You could not outpray me.
Hmm.
It used to piss my mom off. Where is it? She's praying. Where's it? She's praying. What is wrong with this child? Kiniko, maybe you prayed small. Pray. God has heard you. God is not difficult. So, and because I used to pray so intensely, I tended to see things. I tended to sense things. Literally, I had a very good friend, like neighbor. His name is Wakil. I remember, I didn't know Wakil was a sickle seller, but I had a dream that I saw him in a grave, and we were very young. I couldn't tell anybody that I had a dream I saw him in a grave. But the next week, I just noticed that, his siblings, that is Azizat and Ridwan, they were not coming around. I was not wondering what's going on. Down the line, I found out that Wakil was dead. But because of what had happened with my dad and the way that people reacted, I kept quiet. I kept quiet. Even now, I would see things and sense things. Well, not see things and sense things like I used to, because I've doused it down. I don't want to start saying things before I enter psychosis. It's true. Believe me, there are some things you see.
I know.
Yeah, but
So it's
I
because
can.
that gift was not mentored properly. There was even no mentorship. It was shut down. It was. It
Sorry to
was.
interrupt you. That was what I was trying to ask you, that I need a mentor. It has gotten me to many trouble recently. Oh. I see a day before. I see things and I said it, and it turned out that I'm the evil one. whatever I say happens. So I'm
No,
keeping quiet now. It's better you kept quiet, my sister.
you should
Just
remove
pray against it. If it happen, just know that the Holy Spirit is just telling you.
the
I'm
No,
keeping
prayer.
quiet
I
now.
feel like
Anything.
perhaps now I'm more mature and I
Okay.
can handle it more. But back then I used to be so scared to the point whereby I'll be sleeping and there's a state you can actually sense if something evil is close, right? So I will sense something grotesque is close and
Right.
the thing will know that I can see it.
Right.
Let me not talk and sound like I'm in a horror movie. But
It's
anyway,
fine.
so
It's
I
okay.
just doused all those things, right? But growing up, like in my adulthood, if I look at someone, I can just say something to you and look at you, I'm like, you know, just a conversation. Is it you can and I sent you something recently fast on your Instagram. I said, would it be forward of me if I said I saw you on this guy's platform? Is a popular pastor. I sent it to you on
And
Instagram.
we can do that one in perfect. A time is coming when it's just like Choma's friend. These things need to be mentored. That's the thing. In very, very healthy environment, right? We have not entered into spirituals, as it were, so to speak. At least not with this cohort. Let me put it in that way. You understand? Just like that Choma's friend, she's got some prophetic inclination around her, but I'm trying to check a few things. So those things require step by step. You know, like I told you, Shade, when we had like a session, so to speak. Was it? I can't remember if it was a phone call or email or something.
It was an email, yeah.
Uh, so those things need to be mentored properly. If it may sound like a bad example, it's like that X-Men thing when some people are just discovering what they've been all the while, and you need that group of mad people. Because if you do it amongst regular people, it's seen differently. But when it's done in a kind of environment where there is understanding, there is quite a few things, then those things can be cultured properly. Most people that are prophets, that are teachers, that are apostolic, is from birth, right? Which can hurt some people's theology straight away. Okay, if that thing is given to you from birth, it's not about born again. If I ask you now, you probably was maybe later got born again later than even that 12. You understand? So it's just that way, but it needs to be properly, it needs to be from a very healthy environment and all of those things. And on a lighter note, before we continue, um, it reminds me of how these people that do your Hollywood, they have those things in. Imagine seeing. It sounded perfectly like a Hollywood movie where there'll be a flash and a ghost will show when there's lightning. Well, that's somebody that saw it literally firsthand. So they have places where they see their things from, right? They don't just make movies.
Oh yes, oh yes. I would say I think my earliest recollection of this thing was when and I think when I was in nursery too. That's how young I was. Only this time when I was asleep, I had a dream that my teacher beat me. She flogged me because there was jaga jaga in my. Do you know what they mean by jaga jaga in my book? Yeah. So
Jargon.
my little sister, because I don't know, she was addicted to biro and pen. She took my book and she did jaga jaga in it. But when I was dreaming, I was seeing. Imagine if you are seeing it through the book itself. I
Right.
was
The book
seeing
was
the jaga
closed.
jaga through the pages of the book. You know the notebook now. The
Okay.
pages of the book. I saw red jaga jaga, but I was watching it like a screen.
Right.
And I saw myself being beat. And the next day,
Happened.
literally, it was exactly like the same jaga jaga. That was my very earliest recollection of anything like that, right?
Indeed.
But with
So,
time,
and let me just mention this. Although again, there are some things we keep pushing to the future, it's because it's not time yet. But let me still mention this: that some when you see things, there are times when, for example, and we'll still enter there, but then it wasn't the Holy Spirit per se that showed you that jaga jaga, like you called it, the jargons in your note necessarily, right? I know we call it gifts of the Spirit. It's true. It's right.
maybe it's discernment, like
It's
deep
just
discernment.
it's as good as your spirit has eyes and it saw it. It's as simple as that. If you're driving past this train station and you saw a red car where a lady is just dancing, hey, and they're doing a party, the Holy Spirit didn't show you that. You were passing by that area and you saw it. It's as simple as that. So your spirit will see things within your space and your timeline in the reality space time continuum, so to speak. It will just pick it up. So it's not as if God showed you so that you'll not be beaten, maybe, but you saw it. This thing will see, there's pain coming tomorrow, even though it's a nursery level of pain, right? Which is a bit far. Well, you could see it. It's just there. It's within that. When it gets within your radar, you will see it. You see, as long as you don't cover your eyes, don't lock up and all. You see, you will see it. So it's just one of those things that you have there.
But
Okay.
yeah, flashes of vision. I get to see some very weird things, especially sometimes even like, I mean, I remember in Lagos, I was on a bridge. There's this bridge, I don't know the name of this bridge, but it's not Third Mainland. It also connects to the island, especially where you have those shipping containers. As the bus turned outside the window, I saw a giant,
Echo Bridge.
I don't know the name, but I can't recall the name, but I was in a bus. I saw a giant slab, like a giant altar with the head of a woman, but only this time it was like snakes, Medusa on it, and the head was like alive. By the time I turned around, by the time the bus, because it was a windy, by the time I turned again, I said, what did I just see? I didn't see it again. And then in my mind, I'm like, well, I don't really think about it. When I see and don't see it again, I don't even ask myself it, because it might be that I'm crazy. And, I don't want people to know that I'm crazy, so, but I see flashes of these things, just little flashes sometimes. But, I think maybe I'm old enough now, maybe I'm old enough now to handle it more than I was when I was very young. I don't think when I was young I could handle it. That's why I actually stopped, doing that intense prayer, intense fasting, intense everything. But, God willing, with the right mentorship, sir,
You should
I will
follow,
pick it
you
up.
should follow those things, yeah. You should, they're supposed to be developed. Indeed. They should be.
And when they are developed, what will I use it for? Will I become an X-Man?
Just like what Choma was saying about there's this group, this Apelite, or what do you call it, Shemites or Sethites, so to speak, those children of Seth, that will just not do so much technology, invention, and all that. And there's these others that are always inventing, using their mind. Africans are about the most spiritual set of people in the world, right? And I think, like I used to say, that's why they are called Nubians, like Nubi of Yah. They are Nubi. Anobi means prophet or Nubi, and Yah means Yahweh. So they are Nubians, right? Which means prophets of God. You are like a nation of priests and prophets, right? It's only Africans you see a young 16-year-old girl, right, that is just on TikTok praying in tongues, that's their glory, right? The glory of an African person is not flying to the moon, making jets. We do that also, but primarily, it appears that the primary technology that will yield to us is that spiritual technology, such that if Seth has stayed further, they keep staying there. They keep staying there. A time will come that the jet, so to speak, that the Canaanites were building, the Sethites will start to levitate in their own right, right? Because they were seeing angels. So that technology, the way God designed technology to really be, is technology that goes from your inside out and not vice versa. You see, so that today
Yeah,
your headphones, Wi-Fi is supposed to grow from your spirit out, and then your body will heal itself. Things like that. Yeah, go ahead.
I actually believe what you just said is true, because apparently, when you watch all these ancient discoveries, ancient things, and ancient that, lots of the things that they cannot interpret or even understand how it works now seems to have been that people were just able to resonate with this thing on a spiritual level, connect with it, and things work, right? So things like stargates, they are apparently portals. You call it portals, but they are locations where they found portals, but they cannot decipher how to open it, because somehow there's a linking with the way your spirit resonates to actually access these things. So just like you said, like the way God created, or the intention of God for technology, is that our spirit, everything, there's an interconnectedness we sort of lost. That's why, like, and this is the best example I can give. That's why, like, when you have a tsunami coming, do you know all the animals will have gotten out of there?
Instinct.
They would have left. Before the tsunami even hits, days ago, the birds will have migrated. The fishes will disappear. The animals, I've seen a video where there was a certain man who used to feed a dog, this stray dog. This dog came back, he was screaming at night, bah, 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 screaming, screaming. So the guy was now like, feed. So the dog was now dragging his clothes. The man thought he wanted to take him somewhere. You understand that sort of thing? So the man was now like, stupid, but the dog just kept on. So the man just thought, let me see and take it. So the man now just followed. You just drove the dog and thinking maybe the dog lost something. He has puppies and whatnot. The dog was leading him up the mountain. It was when the man looked back and saw that the water had receded and stood up that he knew that yes, something was coming. You understand what I mean? So I think that ability, although animals still have it, right? Somehow we have been so desensitized to it. We don't have it anymore.
Indeed.
I think so.
Sorry, let me just ask you something.
Yeah,
Can someone lose this thing?
No, you can be dead, more or less dead. Do you know there are people who don't have introspective, they don't talk to
Dormant.
themselves. It can become so terribly dormant. It is said that 50% of the human race are
So are you saying it's not wrong for you to talk to yourself inside, soliloquizing,
of course it's right.
and hear things?
Of course it's right. It said that 50% of, that's what I'm saying, that if you don't have a community where you will not be treated weird, you just kill the silence and the thing more or less dies. It is said that 50% of human race do not soliloquize. Like, really. And when I heard that, I was like, they're weird. They're like, you are weird. I'm no, you are weird. Like 50%.
I thought I'm sick. I told you. I thought I'm sick. And when you are alone, you see things flash, bam.
No,
And after 2 weeks, it happens. Then I see another one, pa, pa, pa. It happens 3 days sometimes, but I don't know what I do that it gets very intense and it gets lower.
Lower. You just check your activity around when it's intense and when it's low. It's very easy to tell because and this is a public. It's not something I would put in the public. Spiritual matters are very. You've seen. I've not shared one vision on this platform since we started. Not once. Okay, and it's intentional. Spiritual things should not be put in the canon like this. It won't work. It's not right. It's too precious to be put out like that. You see. So he said that 50% of human race. I don't know where they did that their study, right? Or maybe they studied demography in the US or something. They don't introspect, which is how do you stay and you don't talk to yourself? It's not normal. And why? Because there's always a music playing. Music is even good. There's always a video. So most people now that are watching movies, they also have a phone on their hands watching movies at the same time. People watch videos to sleep. So there's hardly, you choke the thing and cover it up until it's completely insulated and it cannot sense anything. You would think that animals have the physical side and we are supposed to have the mental side. Maybe that's the only part we still have till now. And maybe we are supposed to have the spiritual side also. But that's an example there of an animal. That dog is probably more healthy than that man. That dog will have babies without a midwife, right? It's the same dog we are saying that doesn't parent, right? The dog doesn't have to do Netflix and is always on the screen. So you think, okay, the dog is strong physically. Yes, because it's eating healthy, right? But now that's a dog having more spiritual discernment than that man. More spiritual discernment. Animals will swarm at a certain time without a time on a digital clock, right? So this thing, the first, I'll say this and I'll close so that we don't go do over syllabus. But the first technological device you have is this. This is a machine. This thing is a machine you have. Yes, sir. No, it's not finished yet. Okay, we'll soon be done. Okay, no more. This is your first machine. The first machine, literally, is not figurative. I'm not talking about. It's not figurative like software, hardware, the body. It's a literal machine. These are antennas, right? This is a machine, and every of like a camera is based off of the eye and stuff like that. This is the first technological machine you should work with. You see, so your body should sense those things. You should be able to tell. I mean, it's as simple as anything. But when you overstimulate, over just what's that thing called? Information overload, right? When you do that, then for example, you want to sleep and then you have TVs on, you have that. Your body will first have to peel off that onion, okay, begin to reverse. Okay, what movie if I was the last movie I watched? That movie will come at you, and then that begins to reverse until now. Maybe it's getting to 3, 4 a.m. already. Okay, now what has God been telling you for 12 years? Somebody's coming to work on the apartment. Uh, I also have a meeting by 2, but then just give me a moment. I don't want the guy to just a minute, guy. Yeah, sorry about that. So we need to. We'll just close soon. We're already wrapping up, anyways. So as I was saying, yeah. So thank God I can remember my line of thought. So by the time the movies, the whatever activity throughout the day is beginning to peel off gradually, you still see what's the thing called? The movie you watch, right? You still see all of that. And before you know it, then what God has been telling you for 10 years ago will be just about to start coming up around 4 o'clock, maybe. Actually, those time zones have a little bit of stuff. And it's not any theology, it's just experience. Okay? Experience is experience. They say the person's lying to you. Okay. I can share experiences when that time comes. It's not a rule, it's experience. Okay. Right. But long story short, when that is about to start coming up in your subconscious, in your spirit, that's when if you're in Lagos alarm, brrr, it's time to start to run to work. Or it comes, you just start beginning to see it, and you think, well, it's just one of those things. And people will take those things literally to the grave without. I don't like that word manifesting. It sounds like they have more or less what's to demonize that word. People want to manifest things. I'm not into that kind of stuff. But people will not fulfill. Let me use that nicer one, right? Yeah, you not fulfill that thing that God has asked you to do, and He's been telling you, okay, do this. Okay, move out of Nigeria. Okay, move to this country. Okay, do this. Or it's time to get married. Or it's time to do this. But it will just stay there and never achieving it. You see. So this device is the one that should be picking up all of that, right? Right through the soul is the one that should be picking up some of those things. But it's been deadened that even a dog would have more discernment. Sometimes children more discernment than adults who should be on top of the thing. We've not let Choma speak as we close. I think we should be going this way. I don't think. Okay, she didn't. She only spoke once. Choma, you said you had a question. Did you answer?
Yeah, yeah. We said we're going to address it later. That thing about them anointing their bodies with
No, if you have
yeah.
an insight about it, I don't have any answer to that because he said
No,
he
I
wasn't.
don't. I don't have an answer. That's why I asked. Like, did you guys
Okay.
talk about it since I was not here? I beg, please,
No, we
can
did.
you help me out with that?
No, we didn't. We didn't talk about it. It just said. It just said it that way. That, but you use the word embalm here, which if you had to do your Control F, it would probably be the first mention of the word embalm in that first and second book of Adam and Eve. So that they anoint
Not
themselves.
the embalming part, or not the embalming part.
The
Or we,
anointing.
of course, yeah, it's the anointing part that, yeah,
Yeah,
had me.
yeah. I am
Okay,
thinking,
my own translation said they blessed themselves with Adam's body and
and
anointed themselves with it.
the same thing. So I then
Right?
inferred
So,
that maybe from the aloes and the precious ointment, etc., that they've put on Adam's literal body, they will just rub it off of their body. People kiss statues and all. But like you said, what Satan does eventually is to demonize, is to pervert what God has ordained, right? It could be that there is this pure thing, which indeed we are reading it firsthand about. Okay, the body is gone, right? If everybody lived pure, I don't think there would have been any problem, you know, putting dead bodies around. But like you said, it's a whole lot of things nowadays. In fact, you don't even know where the person's body has been, what they've done with it. So right now, all of those things have just been messed up. You understand? You cannot it's You can't work with that right now. It's gonna be something else. You see, it's just been messed up, and God has, of course, generally moved us off of all of that. Of course, you can remember loved ones. That's just natural. But then right now, it's not. It's not the way. So a time will come over time when we have that that inner circle, so to speak. It probably will be when this daily one is over. Maybe by then, God keep us beyond then. As God leads us, then we can. But you don't put spiritual things first. Also, you don't put it in the public like this. It's nothing to hide, but a lot of things to keep. That's something you just keep from the public. It's not as if you're hiding it, but it's not. It's people will just come and mock it, and it's not. It's not. It's not the place for it. Okay, but that time is coming by God's grace, based on how we learn and what we're thinking. Well, thanks everybody for coming today. It's been wonderful. I don't think we would continue the book. I was thinking we'd continue, but maybe that's the conversation I was feeling we do, which we've done. But then we will continue tomorrow. So from chapter 12 of second book of Adam. Yeah. Okay. So let's see how we do this. So thank you so much everybody for coming on. What we can do is that let somebody please paste the Telegram link, okay? Telegram link, so that we people can join the Telegram group, okay? If anybody has other things to say, can please send them in the other channels, either DM or email or whatever channel you have, if it's along these lines, okay? Let's put it that way, so we don't lock things up completely. But it's fair enough, good enough to mention that these are normal things. People who don't introspect, if you don't dream, you don't see what will happen to you, you're not normal. Begin to see it that way. And forgive me for saying that maybe it's not necessarily Holy Spirit. Okay, I'm not trying to say there's no the place of Holy Spirit. Of course, it's very precious. In fact, what I'm trying to get us to see is how much you can do with your own spirit first. Not anything funny, anything bad. But do you know what apparatus you even have first? Right? Do you know our mothers will say this thing and they don't speak in tongues? Again, I pray in tongues myself. Maybe you don't know, right? I'm not saying that is not right, that is not. I'm saying, do you know how much you have before you now start putting the extra on top? So you know how much you have enough first. And then know, so that if you're claiming, right, that you have the Holy Spirit, which you should, then you should know where you should be. That's what I'm trying to get at. You understand? So, so very important, very, very important. So if people have things to say along those lines, just please reach myself or the official line, so along those lines then, so we can just try to maybe see what you've got there. And there are some of you that are quite very prophetic. I mean, even more than myself, right? A whole lot, right? And have very beautiful, wonderful things. So it's just that it's not that a person that wants to give a guidance will have everything. No, I mean, he doesn't have to have everything. There's a place of just a little bit of guidance, you know. But then you might be more prophetic, more. I mean, you've seen people here that know more than I do. You can tell, right? But it's just that guidance. Doesn't mean the person is the best. Apparently not. Okay, just that guidance based on that thing has its own jurisdiction. But God will help us as we keep going. All right, so let me appreciate those who are on the live and we close it there. Thank you to Expect, Walalani, Vessi Josh, Inu Love, Giang Z, Ancient Hebrew, Hali, Tani, Padi, which is Esther. Thank you for coming and for your story, the testimony. Then Strengthening Me, Eagle Prince, Luna Voss, Kali Works, Conscientious Objector, hopefully not, but Conscientious. Anyone, brother, that's Miss Sarah. I saw you already, I think just flipped somewhere. Luna Voss, Wisana, Hali, Tani, Eagle Prince, Solid Peace, Strengthen Me, I think it's, Detobes, Nima Dion, okay, it's flopped up. Oluseya come here for Leslie Shade, Chioma Koye, Kiang Z, thank you very much. Kiang is still requesting that at this time of the night. I don't know, maybe it was intentional. He's trying to tap the screen. So thank you so much. God bless us all. We'll see you tomorrow. Love you all. God bless you. Bye, bye, bye. Okay, check. All right, so let's good morning everybody. Let's do our 2,000 likes so we start. Okay. Yes, good morning, Eagle Prince. Mhm. Okay, so if there is no one that has that came for a pressing urgent question, then we can start for the day already. Just a moment. Okay. See if this works. All right, so let's get started. So we second Adam chapter 14. Let's confirm. Chapter 12. Second Adam chapter 12. Second book of Adam chapter 12. It's where we stopped. Let's pray and we start. XII. But just before praying, let's confirm the end of the previous chapter where we stopped. But they constrained their children and their women every day in the cave to fast and pray and to worship the Most High God. Okay? So the parents were the one making those constraints, the fathers rather precisely. They blessed themselves in the body of their father Adam and anointed themselves with it. So it feels like maybe they've just touched, something like that is what I would say. Because I don't know how else they might anoint themselves with their father's body. And they did so until the end of Seth drew near. So that's the end of that chapter 11. So let's pray. We start chapter 12. Thank you, Father. Okay, we give you thanks, our Father. We appreciate you. We bless your name. Another beautiful day, another fresh daily manna. What a blessing! What a blessing we have, and the grace you've given us, and putting it in our hearts to do things like this. We appreciate you, our God. We ask that your hand be upon our lives, that your spirit guide us in these conversations. We break and rebuke every distraction of the enemy, every attack of the enemy against any one of us. As we read, we ask that you come in our midst, because we declare that we're gathered in your name, the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we've prayed. Amen. Someone remind me if I forget. We need to close maybe around 12:30 today. Right? 12:30, thereabout. Because of a meeting. So I don't miss that meeting. Or you get someone calling me. I hope I'm audible. But because we're using the special, we're using the microphone. Okay. Okay, audible, thank you. Okay, then Seth the just called his son Enos, and Canaan son of Enos, and Mahalaleel son of Canaan, and said unto them, as my end is near, I wish to build a roof over the altar on which gifts are offered. Okay? So gradually having something like a temple. They hearkened to his commandment and went out, all of them, both old and young, and worked hard at it. Community project. And built a beautiful roof over the altar. And Seth's thought is so doing, okay, was that a blessing should come upon his children upon the mountain, and that he should present an offering for them before his death. Then when the building of the roof was completed, he commanded them to make offerings. They worked diligently at these and brought them to Seth, their father, who took them and offered them upon the altar, and prayed God to accept their offerings and to have mercy on the souls of his children, and to keep them from the hand of Satan. And God accepted his offering and sent his blessing upon him and upon his children. And then God made a promise to Seth, saying, at the end of the great 5 days and a half, the same thing, which I have made a promise to thee and to thy father, I will send my word, okay, and save thee and thy seed. Then Seth and his children and his children's children met together and came down from the altar and went to the cave of treasures, where they prayed and blessed themselves in the body of our father Adam, the same thing, and anointed themselves with it. So I would think they would touch the body and touch themselves, because if there was some oil on it, they would have rubbed off all the oil by now. But Seth abode in the cave of treasures a few days, and then suffered sufferings unto death. Okay. Then Enos is firstborn, so maybe he was kind of ill or something, or just the fact that he died is considered suffering. Then Enos, his firstborn son, came to him with Canaan his son, and Mahalalel, Canaan's son, and Jared, the son of Mahalalel, and Enoch, exactly, Jared's son, because I was expecting Enoch to be alive already by that time, based on the timeline we know. So the seventh was already there, because the time when Adam died, Enoch was alive. He was already, in fact, ministering to the people, maybe age 65 or something like that, already ministering to people, and he would go a little bit while he would come around and all that. Enoch, Jared's son. So to the seventh was there, with their wives and children to receive a blessing from Seth. Then Seth prayed over them and blessed them and adjured them by the blood of Abel, the just, saying, I beg of you, my children, not to let one of you go down from this holy and pure mountain. Make no fellowship with the children of Cain, the murderer and the sinner, who killed his brother. For ye know, O my children, that we flee from him and from all his sin with all our might, because he killed his brother Abel. Okay, after having said this, Seth blessed Enos, his firstborn son, and commanded him habitually to minister in purity before the body of our father Adam all the days of his life. Wow. They have turned this body into an altar. Then also to go at times to the altar which he Seth, had built. And he commanded him to feed his people in righteousness, in judgment and purity, all the days of his life. Then the limbs of Seth were loosened, his hands and feet lost all power. His mouth became dumb, unable to speak, and he gave up the ghost and died the day after his 912th year, on the 27th day of the month of Abib, Enoch being then 20 years old. Right. So he's saying Enoch was 20 here, maybe not 65 or something. It's like Enoch was 20 when Seth died, according to this. Okay. They then wound up carefully by the body of Seth and embalmed him with sweet spices and laid him in the cave of treasures on the right side of our father Adam's body. And they mourned for him 40 days. They offered gifts for him, and as they have done for our father Adam. After the death of Seth, Enos rose at the head of his people, whom he fed in righteousness and judgment, and his father, as his fathers commanded him. But by the time Enos was 820 years old, Cain had a large progeny. I think progeny would mean descendants. Someone can confirm that. Okay, so he's looking a little bit dark. Well, Cain had a large progeny. I think that's talking about descendants. Someone can confirm. Cain had a large progeny. Okay. Okay, for they married frequently. Okay, so they had more children. So they married frequently, being given to animal lust. Okay, until the land below the mountain was filled with them. So they were having more children than that of Seth. And by marrying frequently, I think he's talking about just intimate relations, right? Straight away. The children of Canaan had multiplied greatly. Okay, good. So large progeny, same thing. So there was a lot more of them. So now, yes, progeny means descendants. Thank you. So 13 now. In those days lived Lamech the blind. Yes. So this helps us separate that. Yeah, thank you, Eagle Prince. So this helps us clarify that, because I've checked, because if not careful, you think the Lamech that the Bible is talking about in Genesis chapter 7 is talking about the Lamech that gave birth to Noah, but indeed it wasn't. It wasn't. It was a descendant of Cain, maybe the 7th generation to Cain. You see chapter 7, somewhere there. It's the 7th generation to Cain. Maybe it's Genesis 5. That Lamech that says if Cain was to be avenged 7 times, Lamech should be avenged 77 times. That's Lamech. It's different from the Lamech that gave birth to Enoch. So this one makes it much more clear, because even in Joshua, you may not be able to pick it up. That is a descendant of Cain they are referring to, that unalived his own great-great-grandfather. In those days lived Lamech the blind. Indeed, he was blind, who was of the sons of Cain. He had a son whose name was Atun, which I think will later be Tubal Cain, but let's keep going. Atun. And they too had much cattle. Okay, so Lamech and Atun had a lot of cattle. But Lamech was in the habit of sending them to feed with a young shepherd, okay, who tended them, and who, when coming home in the evening, wept before his grandfather and before his father, Atun, and his mother, Hazina, and said to them, "As for me, I cannot feed those cattle alone, lest one rob me of some of them, or kill me for the sake of them. For among the children of Cain, there was much robbery, murder, and sin." Oh, so there must have been much, the body count, they must have lost body count by now. Okay? Must have lost body count by now. And he's referring to just his own cousins, etc., can unalive him. 3. Then Lamech pitied him and said, Truly, he, when alone, might be overpowered by the men of this place, which is their cousins. So Lamech arose and took a bow he had kept ever since he was a youth. That's when he could still see. Ere he became blind, yes, before he was blind. And he took large arrows and smooth stones and slings sling which he had, and went to the field to unalive a person. That's what that was for, unfortunately, because that was their self-defense towards their own cousins. And went to the field with the young shepherd and placed himself behind the cattle, while the young shepherd watched the cattle. So thus did Lamech many days. Meanwhile, Cain, so this is quite context to how this death of Cain took place, which you find the details in the book of Jubilees and maybe even Joshua. Okay. Okay. It's men of that place. All right. Meanwhile, Cain, ever since God has cast him off and had cursed him with trembling and terror, could neither settle nor find rest in any one place, but wandered from place to place. This must be about 700 years of wandering already. Thereabout. What a miserable life. In his wanderings, he came to Lamech's wives and asked them about Lamech. They said to him, he is in the field. Oh, he was going to even greet his own great-great-grandson. And I can imagine he must have been shaking awkwardly while he's asking that. They'll just point the place to him so he can go meet his great-great-grandson. He's in the field with the cattle. Then Cain went to look for him. As he came into the field, this puts a lot more context to what you have in Joshua and Jubilees. Then Cain went to look for him. As he came into the field, the youngest shepherd heard the noise he made, so out of fear, and the cattle heading together from before him. okay, which is very real. Like, okay, when animals hear some noise in the bush, they might just go away from there because the animals are also afraid. And he said to Lamech, "Oh my lord," like his father, "is that a wild beast or a robber?" Right. So they were not sure. It's just fear. For Jubilees is to tell you just wild beasts. Right, yeah, wild beast. Okay, either Jubilees or Jasher. Tell you it's like a wild beast that is coming. And Lamech said to him, "Make me understand which way he looks." So that means this boy couldn't shoot arrows. Maybe the arrows were too big for him or he's not trained. So he's saying, "Guide my hand. Tell me where the thing is," because Lamech could not see. "Make me understand which way he looks when he comes up." Okay. Then Lamech bent his bow, like ready, placed an arrow on it, and fitted a stone in the sling. And when Cain came out from the open country, the shepherd said to Lamech, "Shoot, behold, he is coming." You see, so out of fear, he's set at that point. So once he came and said, "Shoot, because behold, he is coming," then Lamech shot at Cain with his arrow and hit him at his side. And Lamech struck him with a stone from his sling. So, and sometimes it's possible, of course, if he's blind, his hearing must be like times 10, sharper. So when he can tell what direction it is, he's got direction. What he needs is now distance. So he shot the arrow, then maybe picked the stone and did something around the same distance he can also hear from, is what it seems to be. So Lamech struck him with a stone from the sling that he fell upon his face and knocked out both his eyes. Ooh, that's gross. How did he set the eyes? And Cain fell at once and died. Okay. Then Lamech, there's also a little bit discrepancy if he died from the arrow or from the stone, because he actually unalived his brother with a stone and with a sharp object. Well, not with a stick, as I would say, and then with a stone. So, but then there would be stones then that could be as sharp as arrows. We could have been what the arrow was made from, because the whole idea of Jubilees is that Cain died by the same material that he unalived his brother with. Blessings, my brother. So then Lamech and the young shepherd came up, which is the young boy, came up to him and found him lying on the ground. And the young shepherd said to him, "On now, let's see, charge it." Can someone confirm if the audio is back on now? Just a moment. Oh, he's back on. Thank you. Just a moment, guys. Sorry about this. I need to wet my. Sorry, just for me to. Sorry about the breaking transmission. Okay, so that's what it says. That is. Let's see. Okay, Kelly Joe. Kelly Joe is requesting. Just hang on. We'll bring you up soon. So, So he fell upon his face, knocked out both his eyes, and Cain fell at once. Yes, International Women's Day. Congrats to our ladies. In fact, I think every day is everybody's day. Because anyway, it's fine. But it's another opportunity to remember the blessedness of the sisters, the mothers, the daughters we have in the house. Okay, so the Lamech and the young shepherd were, and they said, "It is Cain, our grandfather, whom thou hast killed, O my Lord." So look at what will happen next, verse 13. Okay. Anybody reading with us? Yeah, womb carriers can check if this is the same, because this numbering looks different for me. Whom thou hast killed, O my Lord. The next thing says, then was Lamech sorry for it, and from the bitterness of his regret, he clapped his hands together, exactly like Jasher, right, and struck his flat palm on the head of the youth. That's like a slap. Who fell as if dead. When they say as if dead in the first book of Adam, first and second book of Adam, the person is dead. Though. But Lamech thought it was a feint. So he took up a stone and smote him. What's wrong with this guy? Lamech thought it was a feint. The feint is spelled F-E-I-N-T. So he took up a stone and I was confused. So he took up a stone and smote him and smashed his head until he died. Hey. Gidigan. This one is very strong. Then get same character with Cain. Have you now? Right. Feint is like feign. I know about feign without the T. Serial killing in the DNA. So I know about the feign without the T. But feint, I'm not sure what it's trying to say. Let's just get Mrs. Okoye to run quick commentary. So Chima, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah. You requested, right?
I too was confused because I even wrote in my book, with question marks and exclamation points. So it's either he was trying to cover up. Okay, the boy has fainted, so he's probably stunned. Okay, so let's cover up what we have just done here before he goes and tells somebody, and then he smashes and kills him. Oh, Jesus, it's just crazy.
I get. So for me also, it's how will I explain it? It's how did Joshua even put it? Is it Jubilees? Do you remember how Jubilees put it? I remember the slap, like it was like
Joshua says it was like an accident.
Yeah.
That while he was slapping his hand in what's it called? In horror of what he had done, he hit the boy by accident and killed him.
Yep. Yeah, that's what it says. Which that one was still, although I was wondering the kind of slap that would kill somebody. But again, that still felt like okay. But then after the slap, the guy is on the floor, still carry stone again. I don't understand. So at that place, but then the stories are similar. To be fair, considering the Bible as actual history, which indeed is more or less is, even if people try to say it is not, to keep stories like that from different writers and you have just a little bit of discrepancies, I don't think it's somebody say one blow, seven die.
Right, because Joshua chapter 2, verse 31. And Lamech was very much grieved at having done this, and in clapping his hands together, he struck his son and caused his death.
Yes. Yeah, indeed. Okay, let's just keep going. We are still reading more. It's not really time for guests yet. I just wanted to get a quick echo. Yeah, so it's not really time for guests yet. I just want to get a quick feedback from someone who had read this recently. I think Chima also read this chapter recently. So it's not really time for guests yet. Okay, sorry about that. For those who may be requesting. Yes, we've read that as wild animal also. That's not contradictory. Yeah, I know there's a feedback. It's just because it's not time for guests really yet. Okay, so, but Lamech thought it was a feint. So he took up a stone and smote him and smashed his head until he died. I don't get that part. Even if feint means fake, as against somebody fainting, being knocked out, I don't see how you wake people up from fainting with a stone. I don't know that kind of therapy. So chapter 14. Okay, so that they just ended that story there. It's rage. You can explain. Shall I say I can explain? Okay, we'll get there. Once it's time to talk more, you get there. I don't want us to digress too far. Anger and rage and fear, indeed. Anger and fear is what I would want to say. Rage and fear, indeed. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. But then that must have been such just a demonic thing, more or less, because that's two people dead on the spot. So let's go. Chapter 14. When Enos was 900 years old, okay, all the children, Cain had the same exact temperament now, right? Indeed. So all the children of Seth and Canaan, the firstborn, with their wives and children, gathered around him, asking for a blessing from him. Thank you, Father. So when he prayed over them and blessed them and adjured them by the blood of Abel, the just, saying to them, let not one of your children go down from this holy mountain, and let them make no fellowship with the children of Cain the murderer. Then Enos called his son Canaan and said to him, okay, so this is Enos to Canaan, the third to the fourth now. See, O my son, set thy heart on thy people, and establish them in righteousness and innocence, and stand ministering before the body of our father Adam all the days of thy life. After this, Enos entered into rest, aged 985 years. And Canaan wound him up and laid him in the cave of treasures on the left of his father Adam. So there's Adam, there's Seth on the right side, there's Enos on the left side, and made offerings for him after the custom of their fathers. Okay, so it looks like they're still retaining legacy and all those kind of things, still making sense. Chapter 15 already. Right, let me see if I didn't skip anything. Yeah, that's 15 next. After the death of Enos, Canaan stood at the head of his people in righteousness and innocence as his father had commanded him. So their bodies didn't decay. Yes, they were unbound from what is written here. Canaan stood at the head of his people in righteousness and innocence as his father had commanded him. He also continued to minister before the body of Adam inside the cave of treasures. Okay? Then, when he had lived 910 years, suffering and affliction came upon him when he was about to enter into rest. All the fathers with their wives and children came to him. So he was getting old. So sickness, old age kind of sickness came upon him. Okay? And their wives, and he blessed them and adjured them by the blood of Abel, the just, saying to them, let not any one of you go down. So it's like that was the command, like the kind of command you want to give your children. Like the wheel, so to speak, the last thing you say before, they leave them. That was that command. So it's like Cain was the new Satan, more or less. Cain and his people were the new Satan. And God left Cain there. It's more or less like a test to these people. Cain and his family were the new tree of knowledge of good and evil. Okay? And I can see why they keep using Abel, because Cain killed Abel in the first place. So that's why how this whole thing played out. So they have to say, hey, look at your father that was unalive by this man. Not out of bitterness, but just separation, so to speak. Consecration, if you will. Okay? So let not one among you go down from this holy mountain and make fellowship with the children of Cain, the murderer. So Mahalalel, his firstborn, received this commandment from his father, who blessed him and died. By the way, they are already watchers at this time, and Nephilim. For some reason, Adam or whoever wrote the book first, and this New Testament person is now putting it into this, they're not mentioning it. Like, okay, they're giants, all right. Maybe they're mostly with Cain is the problem. I don't know. Because they are definitely giants by this time. Such that Yared is called Yared because it was in his days that the watchers descended. You see. So Mahalalel, the firstborn, received this commandment from his father, who blessed him as Canaan, and died. Then Mahalalel embalmed him with sweet spices and laid him in the cave of treasures with his fathers, and they made offerings for him after the custom of their fathers. There's 16 now. Then Mahalalel stood over his people and fed them in righteousness. So he's getting to quick summaries. Okay? You know, they were dying in succession as the years kept reducing. Yes, indeed. Years was reducing from 930, although it was undulating, to be fair, but it was generally reducing. Generally. And also, this is also speeding up in summary. I mean, we've gone 500 years all of a sudden in the past 5 chapters or so. This is what I was saying. It's more of undulating, but on a bigger scale, it was coming down, especially when you go past Noah. So the Mahalalel stood over his people and fed them in righteousness and in innocence and watched them to see they held no intercourse with the children of Cain, whether literal or figurative intercourse. No intercourse, right? He also continued in the cave of treasures, praying and ministering before the body of our Father. So especially speaking in retrospect. He's writing in retrospect. Body of our father Adam, asking God for mercy on himself and on his people until he was 870 years old when he fell sick. Same thing. Sickness is a manifestation of death, right? The time I caught that revelation, it occurred to me, wow, sickness doesn't take you closer to life. It takes you, the person is closer to death. Sickness is a manifestation of death. Okay, then all his brethren gathered unto him to see him, to ask for his blessing on them. Okay, on them all, ere or before he left this world. Then Mahalalel rose and sat on his bed, his tears streaming down his face. He called his eldest son Jared, who came to him. He then kissed his face and said to him, O Jared, my son, I adjure thee by him who made heaven and earth to watch over thy people, and to feed them in righteousness and in innocence. I'm not sure what that feed means. Maybe it's feeding them words or feeding them literally, and not to let one of them go down from this holy mountain to the children of Cain, lest he or the person perish with them. And I know, I can imagine rather that perish is talking with respect to the flood that they knew was coming. Hear, O my son, hereafter there shall come, a great destruction upon this earth on account of them. God will be angry with the world and will destroy them with water. But I also know that thy children will not hearken to thee. Ooh. The same thing Enoch began to say, that the children, they will start, unfortunately. It's always easier to go down than to go up, or to even stay up. Okay. So, behold, I also know that your children will not hearken to thee, and they will go down from this mountain and hold the intercourse with the children of Cain. Okay? And that they shall perish with them, unfortunately. So he could tell. Oh, my son, teach and watch over them, that no guilt attached to thee on their account. So he's becoming one man for himself. Make sure you teach them, then you are exonerated. There is no guilt coming on you. Okay? Just set yourself, be cleansed from their blood, so to speak, the way to put it in the prophet. Okay? So no guilt come on you on their account. Mahalalel said, moreover, to his son Jared,
When I die, embalm my body and lay it in the cave of treasures by the bodies of my father. Then stand thou by my body and pray to God to take care of them and fulfill thy ministry before them until thou enterest into rest thyself. Okay, chapter 10, verse 10 rather. Mahalalel then blessed all his children, and they laid down on his bed and entered into rest like his fathers. But Jared saw that his father Mahalalel, but when Jared saw that his father Mahalalel was dead, he wept and sorrowed and embraced and kissed his hands and his feet, so did all his children. And his children embalmed him carefully. We will not be charged for another mistakes. Yes, other people's mistakes. So why was it just easy for the children of Seth, right, to begin to fall away to join the children of Cain, and not vice versa? That maybe somehow some children of Cain just begin to rethink and just begin to make an altar, or you understand? It's just that gravity principle of things tending to go down and up. I think that happened to the world the moment Adam ate of that fruit, honestly. Okay? Things it became a thing that when you mix good and bad, it's likely that that evil communication corrupts good manners. It's more likely than the other way around. Okay? It's more likely that way than the other way around. Okay? It is until the time of Yeshua that things kind of switched, where corruption and incorruption can come together, and then the incorruption will conquer the corruption. Right? So we will not be charged. Yeah. So he that is down needs fear no fall, indeed. And it's easier to pull somebody down, like that gravity principle, so to speak. So it is until that power of Yeshua came, which is the case in the realms of light. Because in the realms of materials and pigments, right, when you mix pure and impure, the final solution becomes impure. But in the realms of light and the spiritual realm, especially with Yeshua, when you mix light and darkness like that, it is darkness that tends to flee. So it is in the realms of light that principle changes. And the same thing is what you would observe when you're mixing pigments. You know? T. All right, sorry about that. So it's in the realms of light, because even when you're mixing pigments, there's this inversion you experience with between light and thank you, darling. Between light and pigmentation. Okay, in the realms of pigmentation, when you mix all colors together, what you have as a resultant is the black color black, because in pigmentation, when you mix colors together, you mix, for example, RBG, right? Mix red, perfect blue, and perfect green. The resultant is black, right? So in realms of pigmentation, when you mix all colors together, you have black as a resultant, right? But in realms of light, it is when you mix all 7 colors of light together, then you have white, right? So that kind of inversion is what you have when you're dealing with materials or pigments as against light. So 7 colors of light: red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, violet, blue, indigo, violet. When you mix them together, you have color white. And you can do what they call, what's that thing called? Diffraction, chromatography. There's this thing. I've forgotten. Dispersion of light, I think is what it is. When you take color theory, right? Yeah, thanks, Choma. So when you take white light into a prism, okay? Dispersion, yeah. It separates into 7 colors. But if you do that with a white pigment, you can't separate. What you can separate in pigmentation is something black. You can separate black through chromatography, right? Or yeah, I think that's what it is, right? And it will give you chromatography to give you 7 colors. So it's inverted between materials, pigmentation, and then light. So light is just one funny phenomenon in itself, even within the physical realm. Okay. So let's continue. So chapter XVII, that is 17, chapter 17. Then Jared kept, Jared kept his father's commandment. So Mahalalel, Jared is the 6th. He kept his father's commandment and arose like a lion. Wise people, indeed, like a lion. Quite a funny one. You're looking for somebody? Yeah, no, it's fine. Sorry about that. My lip just feels dry. Sorry about that. Okay, I just reminded you of your some elementary science. Yeah. So then Jared kept his father's commandment and arose like a lion over his people. He fed them in righteousness and innocence, and commanded them to do nothing without his counsel. For he was afraid concerning them, lest they should go to the children of Cain. So I think that statement that they will disobey you got him afraid. There's none of the fathers that has risen as a lion so far. This is the first that was given that kind of appellation or something like that. So, and then he says also that he was afraid. That has not really been said recently, at least, about any of those patriarchs. So, and I think it's because of that prophecy. So maybe he got more tightened with them, right? So he was afraid concerning them, lest they should go to the children of Cain. Wherefore did he give them orders repeatedly and continue to do so until the end of the 485 years of his life. So maybe something is about to happen. 485. Because I know he didn't die at 485, Jared. At the end of these said years, there came unto him this sign. As Jared was standing like a lion again before the bodies of his father, praying and warning his people, Satan envied him. Aye, the guy is back. Satan envied him and wrought a beautiful apparition, because Jared would not let his children do aught without his counsel. So he became more tightened. Satan then appeared to him with 30 men of his host. So that's 31 guys, which I think the other one was also 30. Maybe someone can confirm. The ones that came out of the water. Or some other, we got a number sometime recently. But again, note by this time, watchers were already on the earth, and I don't know why this text is just almost ignoring that. Because I would consider that to be Mr. Controller General. Which is it Jared now, or Satan? I think I'll be Satan also. But then even Jared had to be Jared, right? Okay. Because I would say Jared himself has to be, and he would seem like he's harsh and as well. Okay, so Satan then appeared to him with 30 men, says men, of his host, in the form of handsome men. So it was literal, physical, masculine apparition. Satan himself being the elder and the tallest among them with a fine beard. Okay, then stood at the mouth of the cave and called out Jared from within. So like a noble people coming to him. He came out to them and found them looking like fine men, okay, full of light and great beauty. He wondered at their beauty and their looks, like dressed in a nice suit and all that, if you will, and thought within himself whether they might not be of the children of Cain. Indeed, like even the Canaanites and all like these. And he knows all his family by then, probably. Okay. He said also in his heart, as the children of Cain cannot come up to the height of this mountain, and none of them is so handsome as these appear to be. And among these men there is not one of my kindred. They must be strangers. So you could tell they're not there. And this statement that they cannot climb is funny. Maybe Cain. Okay.
Keep reading. You'll find out why later. Go on.
I'll find out what, sorry?
You'll find out why they can't climb up.
Oh, brilliant. So let me not spoil it. Yeah, I've probably forgotten it. So now Satan be the tall and light. Of course, Paddy, you're right, Esther. Satan is he can take the shape of any, and he will look for whatever your own definition of handsome is, and that's what he will appear. Ladies beware, and the men too. Whatever you like is that apparition, or in fact, now it doesn't even need to appear. He will look for one sometimes innocent person to convince, to come around, and that's one way you think is your definition of beauty that will come around. So now there's not even no need for apparition. There's many cabbage patch variation of humanity they can bring your way, Anyway, but that's true. Thanks for that, Paddy. So yes, indeed, he said they can't climb. So let me keep my theory and let's read before I mention my theory. If it to be the same or the same thing I can remember when I read it. So he said they must be strangers. Then Jared and they exchanged the greeting. So they're still speaking the same language, which I think is the Hebrew, by the way. And he said, or the language that started to be called Hebrew. They exchanged the greeting, and he said to the elder among them, which is Satan, "Oh, my father, explain to me the wonder that is in thee." So he appeared like someone older than Jared. "Explain the wonder that is in thee, and tell me who these are with thee, for they look to me like strange men." Then the elder, began to weep, and the rest wept with him. And he said to Jared, I am Adam, whom God made first. And this is Abel, my son. I am neither light nor tall, so I'm okay. Some would like you for that. It's not about the appearance. Some would like you for being not tall and being not light. Anyway. I mean, you are married now, so what are you talking about? You're just whining us. So then, let's see. He began to weep and he said, I am Adam whom God made first, and this is Abel my son, who was killed by his brother Cain, and whose heart Satan put to murder him. Right? Then this is my son Seth, but these bodies are just in the cave. Whom I asked of the Lord, who gave him to me, to comfort me instead of Abel. Then this is one of my sons, Enos, son of Seth. And that other one is Canaan, the son of Enos. And the other one is Mahalalel, the son of Canaan, thy father. But Jared remained wondering at their appearance. And how come he couldn't even recognize his own father? And at the speech of the elder to him. Then the elder said to him, marvel not, O my son. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking maybe Satan came with a different plan. That when he saw that Jared said father, then he quickly said, let me I just use that format since it's working. Because if you are supposed to appear like his father, you should look like them. But let me read. Marvel not, O my son. Okay. Marvel not, O my son. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, we live in the land north of the garden, this north thing, which God created before the world. He would not let us live there. But placed us inside the garden, below which you are now dwelling. Okay. Yeah, the way the guy is just lying, like pathologically. Okay. Just lie. Okay. So, marvel not, O my son, we live in the land north of the garden, which God created before the world, right? He will not let us live there, but placed us inside the garden, below which you are now dwelling. 14. But after that, I transgressed. Okay, he made me come out of it, and I was left to dwell in this cave. Great and sore troubles came upon me. And when my death drew near, I commanded my son Seth to tend these people well, and this command is to be handed from one to another until the end of generations come. Okay, maybe because those faces were wounded also, maybe in the embalmment, and they wouldn't draw pictures then or have photos. So maybe that's why, but he should be able to recognize his father at least. And even some generations, because it's not like it's just one died, one got born, and like that. Let's keep reading. So, and this is my commandment, and this my commandment is to be handed from one generation to another, and to the end of the generations to come. But O Jared, my son, will live in beautiful regions while you live here in misery, as this thy father Mahalalel informed me, telling me that a great flood will come and overwhelm the whole earth. Therefore, my son, fearing for your sakes, I rose and took my children with me and came hither for us to visit thee. This lie is too long. Visit thee and thy children, but I found thee standing in the cave weeping, and the children scattered about this mountain in the heat and misery. Okay? In the heat and in misery. But oh my son, as we missed our way, we came as far as this. We found other men below this mountain. Okay, as if we don't know who they are. We found other men below this mountain who inhabit a beautiful country full of trees and of fruit, as though there's no fruit on the mountain, and of all manner of verdure. Okay, that means food. It is like a garden, so that when we found them, we thought they were you, until thy father Mahalalel told me they were no such thing. Okay? Now therefore, my son, hearken to my counsel, and go down to them. Okay, thou and thy children, full stop. Ye will rest from all the suffering and in which you are. But if you will not go down to them, then arise and take thy children and come with us to our garden. None of the options are good. You shall live in our beautiful land, and you shall rest from all this trouble which you and your children are now bearing. There's no such trouble. We now in 2026, we're like, we wish we could have that, Although to be fair, the state of most people's heart nowadays, if you put them in this kind of self situation, they still wouldn't like it, because there's no iPhones, no entertainment. They will go down a bar. They'll go down the following morning just to explore for no reason. Anyway, so he said there's suffering there, whatever that will mean. I think I need to apply a lot more of this. So rest from all the trouble which you and your children are now bearing. 19. But Jared, when he heard this discourse from the elder, he's even calling it an elder straight away, wondered and went hither and thither like he was pacing. But at that moment, he found not one of his children. Okay, so there was none of his children around. Okay, maybe to confirm or something like that. Okay, excuse me. He found not one of his children. Okay. Chima, does it go to, okay, no, it's still fine. 20, okay, you're all right, don't worry. 20, then he answered and said to the elder, why have you hidden yourself until this day? Like he just paced and thought a little bit and looked around. And he said, okay, so why have you hidden yourself? Like, reasonable question. Why are you coming now? Okay. I really appreciate your effort. I pray more wisdom from God. Thank you, Prince Israel. So he just paced a little bit and was just thinking, like, give me some time to think. Okay, so why did you wait till now to come? And the elder replied, if thy father had not told us, we should not have known it. Okay, and Jared believed his words were true. Oosh, he's deceived. He's deceived. He's deceived. So, and it happens. It happens. So God can forgive. In fact, God will forgive this if you're deceived, but it probably wouldn't take away the consequences of that deception if you follow that action. Sorry, excuse me, guys. So, and the elder replied, if thy father had not told us, we should not have known. So, I mean, your father that just got unalive just came to tell us recently. And that's why we're here now. So that satisfied Jared. So then Jared believed his words were true. So that elder said to Jared, wherefore did thou turn about so and so? I think he's saying, why are you pacing? Okay. Okay, pacing and actually looking for children. I was seeking one of my children to tell him about my going with you. Oh, it's ready to go. And about their coming down to those about whom thou hast spoken to me, which is the Canaanites, children of Cain. All right. So when the elder heard Jared's intention, he said to him, let alone that purpose at present and come with us. Thou shalt see our country. So he wants him to go to the north first or so. The north, which might be looking for how to destroy the man. If the land in which we dwell please thee, we will, and we and thou shall return hither and take thy family with us. This reminded me of relocation. Just go to Canada Faces, you find and take your family to come. But if our country does not please thee, thou shalt come back to thine own place. All right. And the elder urged Jared to go before one of his children. Okay. The elder urged Jared to go before one of his children came to counsel him otherwise. Wow. So indeed, his children could have given him some more sense or some perspective. Jared then came out of the cave and went with them among them. And among them, it's only a matter of time, isn't it? And they've tried. This is almost 5 generations from, or 6 from Seth, right? In fact, from Adam, it's now 6. It's only a matter of time. And they comforted, if we jumped. Okay, and they comforted him until they came to the top of the mountain of the sons of Cain. All right, so he didn't go to the north, they went to the Canaans instead, Canaanites. Okay. Then said the elder to one of his companions, we have forgotten something by the mouth of the cave, and this is the chosen garment we had brought to clothe Jared withal. Okay. He then said to one, go back, thou, okay, someone, and we will wait for thee here until thou come back. Then we will clothe Jared, and he shall be like us, good, handsome, and fit to come with us into our country. Okay? Then that one went back. Of course, it's a lie. But when he was a short distance, just let me use a marker. But when it was a short distance off, the elder called to him and said to him, tarry thou until I come and speak to thee. Then he stood still, and the elder went up to him and said to him, one thing we forgot at the cave, it is this, to put out the lamp, that burns inside it, above the bodies that are therein. I was thinking they could communicate pathologically, telepathically or something. But you have to tell him by mouth. Peter, just carry it. Be daddy. So he had to tell him literally. So he said the thing we forgot is that you should go blow out that lamp. In this form, maybe their psychic abilities were lessened. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. So, but he went to tell him. And that's quite some scheming right there. Like, oh, go help me get something. And he said, oh, wait. Let me describe better to you. And I went to tell him something else, right? So one thing we forgot at the cave, it is this, to put out the lamp that burns inside it, above the bodies that are therein. Then come back to us quick. So where will you get the garment from? That one went, and the elder came back to his fellows and to Jared. And they came down from the mountain, and Jared went with them. And they stayed by a fountain of water. They're about to lead the leader, the father, the shepherd astray. They're about to leave the shepherd astray. So I think I can remember now. It's been a while I read it. I think I remember now. So they stayed by a fountain of water near the house or the houses of the children of Cain. Cain, by the way, was the first to build cities according to Genesis. Okay, so they had cities that that Cain built. So they were more physically advanced, and these Sethites or children of Seth were more spiritually advanced. Okay, it's like somehow it's difficult to keep those two together. Indeed. So they stayed by a fountain of water near the houses of the children of Cain and waited for their companion until he brought the garment for Jared. So he actually brought a garment also to make it look real. He then, who went back to the cave, put out the lamp and came to them and brought a phantom with him and showed it them. So maybe it's not real. And when Jared saw it, he wondered at the beauty and the grace thereof and rejoiced in his heart, believing it was all true. So it's like it's a holographic kind of image or whatever, just a shape-shifting stuff. Because angels could morph to become horses and a whole host. We've seen where 3 angels or 2 angels became 3,000 men that had horses and instruments of war. You see, so all of those things must have been untrue, unreal. So he believed it was true, like a nice suit. But while they were staying there, 3 of the men went into the houses of the sons of Cain and said to them, "Bring us today some food by the fountain of water." So they asked the Canaanites, children of Cain, to bring food to them, for us and our companions to eat. But when the sons of Cain saw them, they wondered at them and thought, "These are beautiful to look at, and such as we never saw before." So they rose and came with them to the fountain of water. So if they were watchers then, these were looking better than the watchers, or even the Nephilim, because Nephilim should be existing by this time. So they rose up and came with them to the fountain of water and saw their companions. Okay, they found them so very handsome that they cried aloud about their praises for others to gather together and come and look at these beautiful beings. Right? They was calling everybody, just everybody come look. Right? Then they gathered around them, both men and women, because I think Jared should have started finding this out by now that these guys have not been here, but they said they had been here. Because if they had been there before, they wouldn't be that surprised. So men and women came to watch this Satan and his host that have transformed into handsome men. Then the elders, which is Satan, said to them, "We are strangers in your land. Bring us some good food and drink, and you and your women to refresh ourselves with you." Okay? So when those men heard these words of the elder, every one of Cain's sons brought his wife, and another brought his daughter. All right? And so many women came to them. Okay? Everyone addressing Jared for himself or for his wife, all alike. Let me catch that. So many women came to them, everyone addressing Jared either for himself or for his wife, all alike. So maybe they wanted to start marrying, but to refresh themselves, bow. Yeah. No. They were having a meal, right? They were just having a meal, like a picnic. Okay, so when those men heard those words of the elder, every one of Cain's sons brought his wife, and another brought his daughter, right? So they brought their women, and he states that specifically. He didn't say they brought their brothers, their sons, and he didn't say they brought their sons. He brought their wife, and another brought his daughter. Okay, the women are also offering themselves as well. Indeed, that's what it is. Because it's similar to what you will find in Sodom and Gomorrah, when they just indiscriminate sexual activities, more or less, and they will swap wives in the days of Sodom and Gomorrah. So that is indeed, maybe even with sodomy included already at this time. Hopefully not. I don't know what to think, right, with this setup here, right? Or, Choma, if you can remember, because I think you read this more recently than I did, does anything suggest sodomy yet or in the future with the Canaanites?
No, not yet.
Not yet, okay. Or not at all, really, indeed, right? From the whole book when you read it.
Not at all. No.
Not at all, okay. Except Satan himself that was just changing man, woman. Are you gay? so let me read that verse again. When those men heard these words of the elder, which is Satan transformed to that elder, every one of Cain's sons, okay, I think they were offering their ladies like in Sodom, yes, and Jared should be in panic by now. They are panic mode indeed. So every one of Cain's sons brought his wife, and others brought their daughters. So like in Sodom, and recorded in the book of Joshua, they would exchange wives and stuff like that. Anyway, so another brought his daughter, and so many women came to them. So many ladies came because there were 32 men now. So many women rather came to these men. 30 of Satan's host transformed like handsome men. Satan himself, 31, and Jared, 32. So everyone addressing Jared. So many women came. So these women were addressing Jared either for himself or for his wife. All alike. I'm not sure I caught that. Chima, do you have a perspective to this? It's like I'm missing something.
Sorry, my translation says, just a second. Oh, my translation says, Cain's descendants gathered, bringing their wives and daughters. Each one addressed Jared, offering themselves or their daughters.
Okay, so that's a little more straightforward, right? So he says here, everyone addressing Jared either for himself, I think that should be herself, or either for himself or for his wife, all alike. I beg. I just messed up, more or less, at the end of the day. But when Jared saw what they did, his very soul wrenched itself from them. Right? Because this is strange. His soul wrenched. What is this? And they were acting funny around him. What is this? Neither would he taste of their food, of course. You can't eat there. Okay? Or of their drink. Okay? 40. The elders saw him as he wrenched himself from them and said to him, "Be not sad. I am the great elder. As thou shalt see me do thyself in like manner." Then he spread his hands and took one of the women. I don't know who he is at this point. Spread his hands and took one of the women and 5 of his companions. So this is Satan now doing this. And 5 of his companions did the same before Jared, that he should do as they did. But when Jared saw them working infamy, right? What's that English word? Infamy. Sounds like definitely a disapproving remark. But someone can put the definition of infamy. INFAMY. Probably sexual indecency. Okay. When Jared saw them working infamy, so they were holding the women in a certain way. Okay, he said in his mind, "My fathers never did like this." Do you see? You see? Lulu, when I must have seen. Okay, Lulu, Lulu, don't go. Lulu is like somebody that was kidnapped. Lulu is like somebody that was kidnapped by Fulani herdsmen 3 years ago. That one is almost like a lost cause. God just helped them. I think they were offering their ladies as Sodom. Yes, indeed. Like you don't get. Okay, Lulu, what happened? Other eyes must have seen. Indeed, he should speak to his legs. Yeah, he should have been running by that time. The state of having extreme bad reputation, notoriety, or dishonor. Okay, right. So the state of having extremely bad reputation. So they were working infamy. I mean, some of you can imagine. I mean, or rather, conversely, cannot imagine your parents doing some things. Same here, right? Just imagine your parents, literal parent, doing something like, this is not my father. What's going on here? Is this a clone or what? Am I dreaming? So, but when Jared saw them working infamy, he wept. So he was physically crying. And he said in his mind, my father never did the like. My father don't act like this. I know my father with just my mother, right? They are not like this. What is this? And again, somehow, I don't know why he didn't turn back to check the bodies there. Or maybe he thought they were physically appearing in a fresh state. That part is still dicey. And how they are not even looking, even in the spirit or whatnot, not looking like the fathers he should know, at least by physical resemblance. Okay. Again, I suspect that it's almost as though Satan came with a different plan. And when Jared said, "Oh, elder," or "Oh, father," something like that, then Satan just, I beg, let me use that format since he's seen me as father already. Or maybe indeed it looked like Adam, but the text didn't say they look like Adam and the other fathers. So my father never did the like. He then spread his hands and prayed with a fervent heart and with much weeping and entreated God. He should have done that since, but he was deceived, to deliver him from their hands. But then, it shouldn't only be when one is confused that we should pray. Even when things are good, you could still pray. Or while you're thanking God for the new direction, new provision, maybe something will come up and God will tell you, don't thank me for this. This is not me. Yes, shameful act. They were doing Oshi, preparatory, something like that. I don't know. Typically, resulting from shameful, immoral, criminal act, it refers to being well known for some. Right? Shameful act of wickedness, indeed. Okay? Infamy refers to the state of being well known for disgraceful evil and shameful act of disreputation. Depravity, indeed, yes. So he was in shock, more or less. So he then prayed and entreated God to deliver him from their hands. Now he knows he's in trouble. No sooner did Jared begin to pray, you see, than the elder fled with his companions. Just small prayer, small insecticide, just small. For they could not abide in the place of prayer. Aha. The same thing in the cave, you see. This is very real. In fact, you would think it's that shouting prayer. It's important. That kind of prayer is also important. But some of these prayers is when you are at the moment you are about to get angry and slap the devil out of somebody. I know you shouldn't be doing that. Or you're about to fall into some sexual temptation. Or you're about to dial a number to say, change figures for me. Or you're about to do that and your heart just prays, God help me. This is not me. I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't be angry like this. This is not me. I just pray, God help me. That moment, that devil leaves. That moment, just some of those quiet prayers. Oh my God, I've done many of such, and it is just a wonderful course correction. You see, because like someone would say, if you have a 10,000-mile journey ahead of you, just that 5-degree tilt in angle can be as much as 2,000 miles apart. In the next few hours of your journey, in flight, right? And just that tilt can change a whole destiny and rewrite a whole history. Just that tilt. So no sooner did Jared begin to pray. So even if he had done a prayer of thanksgiving, like, oh God, you just sent us maybe new partners, ministries that are looking for money. You just send us a new offering and God tell you that money is yahoo. So they fear prayers like this. Indeed, Satan fears prayer. And again, yes, there's that firm prayer of authority, but that is like the prayer is more like incense. I know I said insecticide humorously, but indeed it's like incense, right? May my prayer like incense rise before. So it's like incense oftentimes. And it just it dispels Satan. He can't do it. Tell mommy to bring water. Or just bring your own water for me, okay? You can bring water. So, hey, bring water. So it's almost like it's like incense. It's almost like incense. That's the way I can say it. So no sooner did he begin to pray that the elder fled. So like I said, even if you had done a prayer of thanksgiving, Father, I thank you for for the new car. Someone just brought us what's that? Elon Musk car. Forgot it. Toy car. I forgot it. I said toy. something box or something like that. I forgot. Bonjour. Yeah, there's the name. Shema, you know it now. No, not Tesla. There's this. No, there's not Tesla. There's this one that looks like a box. That looks very ugly car. Actually, it looks like a carton putting cartons together. Someone can remind us of Cybertruck. Thank you. It looks like Indomie carton put together. It's just one funny looking car. So you discover it's not about beauty of the car. It's just that it's here. Everything is here, and in your heart. A car is ugly, in my opinion. What is inside it, the functions, you can get it from some of those Chinese cars, if anything at all. But I'm using Cybertruck. That's the whole thing. It's all here, right? So, Father, thank you for this Cybertruck that one of our partners just brought. If maybe if Jared had done that and just thank God, oh Father, I thank you. Let me just give thanks to God. Satan probably would have melted and become ugly straight away from that spot. Now, in our time, it may not happen like that. The Cybertruck may not disappear, but you just maybe begin to lose your peace as you're giving thanks for it. Okay? And something like that. Okay? John, sorry, guys. I just feel like wetting my eyes. We need to wash something out of it. Go and bring your water. Fast. So, I feel if maybe even if his prayer was prayer of thanksgiving and from his heart, Father, I thank you for this new Cybertruck, for this new partners, or for this new what? Someone just bought a property for us. We thank you for this property, and that's okay. Thank you for this new property. Put up. Bye-bye. For this new property in a choice place, someone bought 2 acres for us in London. We thank you, Father. In the midst of that, maybe Satan would have anyway, let me just open it. Maybe Satan would have dispelled Satan on the spot. Just that, I'm thinking. Because he's just so allergic to the prayer. Allergy is even it's an understatement from what I can see. But he said no sooner did he begin that he just left. That's quite a lesson. And this is some of us that is still looking for that special formula, jump 3 times, turn on 5 candles, and 10 anointing oils. Sometimes there are some prophetic things like that God would say, okay, move and do this and do that and all. But hey, just prayer from your heart is that incense you need. Okay? To at least dispel Satan for a start. Just prayer from your heart. Okay? Just that prayer from your heart dispels the enemy. Okay? Sorry about breaking transmission. So no sooner did Jared begin to pray that the elder fled with his companions, all of them, and they could not abide in a place. They could not abide in a place of prayer. They just cannot. They just cannot for some reason. Just cannot. In fact, even if it is depression, just something holding you down, just begin to force yourself and thank God. For God, I just thank you. Oh, Father, I thank you. Thank you, Father. You know what? One definition of your state, your spiritual health. Watch. I think there's a minister that said this, maybe Kenneth Hagin or something. All right. But I found that to be very true with just anybody, right? That if just check your spirit, if at any time you catch yourself by yourself, that you are neither praying nor giving thanks nor singing. I know I've increased the list. I can't remember how the person said it, but I found it to be true. Then attack is very close. That's how, the Holy Spirit is an ever-present help. Satan is an ever-present attack. Just see it like that, unfortunately. Just the way the Holy Spirit is an ever-present help in time of need. Satan is an ever-present attack in time of weakness. That's just it. So just a void is enough to cause problems. You check, just catch yourself, you're not thanking God, you're not praying, there's no song playing in your heart or prayer in your heart. Attack is close. Not because you have committed any sin, but because that light, that incense, you have turned off that thing you plug on the wall that keeps releasing incense in your house. This one to do, right? You just turn it off. And I mean, your radius and your perimeter just keeps reducing, that Satan can come closer. That's it. That's a secret there. It's an open secret. It's not easy rather to maintain. You're supposed to pray constantly without season. Constantly. Always giving thanks, even if it is just things. In fact, especially things. Right? Constantly. It would sanitize your environment. Even if your spouse has missed that, you don't miss it. If you have missed it, let them not miss it. Right? So that if Satan is going to just bring a stressful thought to your spouse's mind or to your mind, the other person at least having that environment, they are not going to snap back immediately, even if you say something hurtful, right? You know, or vice versa. You should constantly be giving things. So you can make that mechanical. put systems around yourself. Put systems around yourself to physically remind you. I mean, then they used to wear scriptures. They wear scriptures on their wrist, if I'm right? Just wear it. And even if it's not comfortable, it makes it better. If you get too comfortable with that, change the band and put another one. Switch it to your right hand. Let it make you just what's in my hand and remind you, oh, I'm not giving thanks. Thank you, Father. Let it remind you constantly. So simulate that trouble. For some people, it's until there's problem in their lives. Somebody is sick. This one is that you lost your job. This one that they're disturbing you at somewhere. Before you remember that, God, please, please, please. And if not careful, even go feel like I beg. Maybe I shouldn't remove this girl's problem, so that she can remember to pray to protect her from bigger troubles. No. So they left. 45. Then Jared turned around, but could not see them. Like, where are these guys? I just started church service. Where are you guys gone? But found himself standing in the midst of the children of Cain. The job is already half done. They're gone. Now let's see. He then wept and said, "Oh God, destroy me not with this race." Because he could remember, oh my God, this is trouble. Destroy me not with this race, concerning which my father have warned me. For now, O my Lord God, I was thinking that those who appeared unto me were my fathers, but I found them out to be devils, who allured me by this beautiful apparition until I believed them. So, Satan is that classical example of not all that glitters is gold. And you will see some people, some preachers, ministers, that once they see anything good, they are suspicious. It's not because they are old or they are negative. It's because of what they have seen. You tell them, oh, man of God, we brought you an offering. Take it where we brought you. You say, okay, thank you. Let me pray. I say, what's wrong with this man? You can't shout hallelujah. Smile small now. Baba cannot smile like that. He has seen something. Or he has seen many things. Yeah, prevention is better than cure. So some of them, once they see anything that is too happy, they just get suspicious. And you feel they are religious. They're just being careful. They're just being careful. Just like one of the fathers of faith in Nigeria then that said the TV was Satan's box. And yeah, and to me, I think it was more or less right. Because Satan used that TV thing to deceive many, many, many people. Deceive the world. It was on the TV screen they mass broadcasted the fake moon landing, for example. Yeah, that means suspicion is the medicine, right? Or the charm, I should say, that the elders use, or is the elders' charm. That's what that means in Yoruba. It just means that elderly people tend to check things, and the fact that they will always check things and seem suspicious, that's their charm that makes them constantly to be right in many things. Okay? So the devil indeed really used that box. It may not be him that invented it, okay, but the TV was indeed the devil's box, more or less. TV programs, that's where they would begin to tell you the fake news. So this is centralized information, more or less. And they're also centralizing money, centralizing political power, centralizing many, many other things. And they made the world more or less a global village. And now Trump can be tweeting somewhere in his toilet, and then somebody in Kumasi, Ghana can start shaking just by one click like that. So So that's how we have it. So those fathers, it's not like they were careful. Eventually, that minister had to just back up on that statement. I'm like, okay, I'm on TV myself. Okay, that's fine. But then he was probably indeed right. And like I like to say, that devil's box, now it's not the devil's box again, it's the devil's rectangle in just about everybody's hand. But we are using that invention to do good and forcing those physical materials and elements to subject to God's will and to be used for God's purpose and for truth and light is what we just have to do. Otherwise, they will shrink you and age you out of the world. Okay. All right. So I found them to be devils who had lured me by their beautiful apparition until I believed them. But now I ask, they don't destroy me with this. Okay. This phrase, among which I am now staying, as thou didst deliver me from those devils, send thy angels and draw me out of the midst of them. So it's like indeed he could not come up. We'll find out why. Excuse me. For I have not myself power to escape from among them. Okay. Why? When Jared had ended his prayer, God sent his angels to the midst of them, who took Jared and sent him upon the mountain and showed him the way and gave him counsel, and then departed from him. Choma, is that the reason we were looking for? Why he couldn't get back up?
No, yes, it's still further down. It's still further down to like chapter 20.
Oh, okay.
You
Maybe
don't
when we
find
get
that
there.
out chapter 20, yeah. But some people go hiking. I won't say more than that.
Okay. So XVI, we might get there today, so it's fine, we keep it. So let's go. So this is chapter 18. We might indeed get there. Although I have to leave by 12:30 latest because I've got an appointment. So then the children of Jared were okay. So the children of Jared were in the habit of visiting him hour after hour to receive his blessing and to ask his advice for everything they did. And when he had a work to do, they did it for him. So they were more protective of their father now. So he was lifted back up. Let me just mention my own reason so we can confirm once we get there. I think it's just a literal sheer height because it's generally easier to descend by gravity, like we said. In this case, in a more literal sense, than to ascend up that mountain. So maybe when Cain was living there and maybe not that. Oh, okay. Oh, not that. Okay, so let's keep going. So, and when he had a work to do, they did it for him. Verse 2. But this time when they went into the cave, they found not Jared. Oh, okay, still relating the same event. Not yet, the episode is yet to be over. But they found the lamp put out and the bodies of their fathers thrown about. I can imagine that. And voices came from them by the power of God that said, Satan is an apparition. Satan in an apparition has deceived our son, wishing to destroy him. So the voices of these fathers could come through their bodies like a channel. Indeed. Because I've been wondering also why that angel, he indeed did more than he was sent to do. He still scattered the bodies because there was no prayer there. There was no prayer going on there. So, let's see. Okay, Satan in his apparition had deceived our son, wishing to destroy him as he destroyed our son Cain. Wow. So to them, Cain is destroyed. So they mean the person is just is messed up, right? So they said also, Lord God of heaven and earth, deliver our son from the hand of Satan, who wrought a great and false apparition before him. They also spake of other matters by the power of God. So this was a special case, not like the dead would always speak. So, but when the children of Jared heard the voices, they feared and stood weeping for their father, for they knew not what had befallen him. And they wept for him that day until the setting of the sun. Then came Jared with a woeful countenance. He was looking bad. Wretched in mind and body, and sorrowful at having been separated from the bodies of his fathers. But as he was drawing near to the cave, his children saw him and hastened to the cave and hung upon his neck, crying and saying to him, O Father, where hast thou been? And why hast thou left us? and thou was wont to do. Okay? And again, O Father, when thou didst disappear, the lamp over the bodies of our fathers went out. The bodies were thrown about. The voices came, and voices came from them. When Jared heard this, he was sorry, and went into the cave and found the bodies thrown about, and the lamp put out. And the fathers themselves praying for his deliverance. Maybe they're still hearing the voices. Deliverance from the hand of Satan. Then Jared fell upon the bodies and embraced them and said, "O my fathers, through your intercession, let God deliver me from the hand of Satan. And I beg you will ask God to keep me and to hide me from him hide me from Satan, small h, him, unto the day of my death." It's quite strange. This is not theological. Okay. But then we know that we have a cloud of witnesses that are alive, right? And in fact, we see that we have such a great cloud of witnesses, that the spirit of just men made perfect is part of what we gather onto. Okay. Verse 10. Then all the voices ceased, save the voice of our father Adam, who spake to Jared by the power of God, just as one would speak to his fellow, saying, "O Jared, my son." Again, this voice didn't speak when Satan was there. So you see how God will let you go through tests. I mean, just know that. But he won't allow you to be tested more than what you can bear, but he would allow you to go through tests. Okay. "O Jared, my son, offer gifts to God for having delivered thee from the hand of Satan. And when thou bringest these offerings, those offerings, so be that thou offerest them on the altar on which I did offer. Then also beware of Satan, for he deluded me many a time with his apparitions, wishing to destroy me, but God delivered me out of his hand. Command thy people that they be on their guard against him, and never cease to offer up gifts to God." Then the voice of Adam also became silent, and Jared and his children wondered at this. Then they laid the bodies as they were at first. And Jared and his children stood praying the whole night until the break of day. They had a vigil straight away. So they're doing some more insecticide and some more insect Satan repellent. Then Jared made an offering and offered it up upon the altar, and as Adam had commanded him. And as he went up to the altar, he prayed to God for mercy and for forgiveness of his sin concerning the lamp going out. Then God appeared unto Jared on the altar and blessed him and his children, and accepted the offerings, and commanded Jared to take of the sacred fire from the altar. Okay. And with it to light the lamp. Okay. Okay, that's sacred fire, the literal one that maybe fire actually descended from heaven, to be fair, because that would happen. Fire would descend from heaven on the altar. So that sacred holy fire, literally from the heavens, to take from that one and relight the lamp again. So let me read that again. God appeared to Jared on the altar and blessed him and his children, and accepted the offerings, which usually means the fire comes down to consume it, and commanded Jared to take of the sacrifice of the sacred fire. For you to qualify the fire like that, it probably wasn't the fire he made, of which, is there even any fire then other than this holy fire? I can imagine maybe they wouldn't need fire because they were not cooking, right? The only thing they would burn would be sacrifice. I don't think they were cooking at the time. So I would think that that's I don't know, Gemma, could you help with that? Could we tell of any time when there was fire?
No, it looks as if it was the Canaanites that were getting fire. These people were not cooking, right?
Right.
They were eating fruit, so there was no need for fire.
Right. And then we can't even really tell verbatim written here that the Canaanites would need fire, or could we infer it from this first and second book?
From Genesis, they were smelting metal now.
By then, okay. I was saying outside of the book is apparent. In fact, I would even think Seth, them Sethites, would need fire, But anyways, it's almost feeling like they might not have needed fire. Okay, maybe for light at night, maybe. Okay, but anyway, it says here, take sacred fire from the altar and with it to light the lamp. So that shed light on the body of Adam. So, and maybe when it's night, they just slept or just kept praying in darkness until they find their way to grope to sleep with moonlight. Chapter 19. Chapter 19 now. Then God revealed to him again the promise he made to Adam, the same thing. And he explained to him the 5,500 years. Now, again, this 5,500 mentioned up to a dozen times now. Thank you, Father. So this 5,500 years mentioned almost a dozen times in the whole of the first and second book is suggesting indeed that this person probably was in that time of Yeshua, in that millennial reign, that this thing has been fulfilled. So it was so sure, it was so bold, because you would not hear this 5,500 almost anywhere else. Almost anywhere else. And there are many other promises that God will make to Adam, like, okay, the flood was mentioned, right? But he kept hitting this one, like it's been fulfilled. They were burning sacred fire from the lamp, which is why the devils had screeched. Yes, indeed. It could just be that. That fire was probably, the very first one was probably the holy one, literally from heaven. Okay, and reveal unto him the mystery of his coming upon the earth. So more revelation about the Christ, HaMashiach. And God said to Jared, as to that fire which thou hast taken from the altar to light the lamp without, let it abide with you to give light to the bodies. And I don't know why. And let it not come out of the cave until the bodies of Adam comes out with it. That's a long many years. Well, till the time of the flood. But, O Jared, take care of the fire, that it burn bright in the lamp. Neither go out again out of the cave until thou receive an order through a vision and not an apparition. Okay? When seen by thee. Let me read that again. But, O Jared, take care of the fire, that it burn bright in the lamp. Neither go out again out of the cave. Okay? Until thou receive an order, an instruction through a vision, and not in an apparition. Okay, when seen by thee. So don't let somebody come appear to you. Let it be a vision, maybe a night vision, like a dream. That's where the instruction will come from. Then command again thy people not to hold intercourse with the children of Cain. Emphasize that. And not to learn their ways. For I am God, who loves not hatred. Okay, and works of iniquity. Told him that. I don't like that. Sorry, I came in like what we're reading today. No, the same thing. We're in chapter 20, chapter 19 of the second book of Adam. 20. God gave also many other commandments to Jared and blessed him. And by this time, writing should have started. Maybe not, because Enoch was supposed to be the first who wrote, and Enoch was already mentioned here. And then withdrew his word from him. Again, I'm surprised, you're welcome, Mola. I'm surprised at how they're just so quiet about watchers. Maybe they have not come yet. Then Jared drew nigh with his children, took some fire that came down to the cave and lighted the lamp before the body of Adam. And he gave his people commandments as God has told him to do. The sign happened to Jared at the end of his 450th year. Okay, as did also many other wonders we do not record. So this is really looking very real. That's this book. So many other, because you can imagine all those instructions, he has to write it and all that. So many other wonders we do not record, but we record only this one for shortness sake. Wow. See. And it's getting to the end of the book gradually. This is page 24 out of 31. There's about 5-6 more pages to go. Let me read that again. This sign happened to Jared at the end of his 450th year, as did also many other wonders we do not record. Okay? But we record only this one for shortness sake, and in order not to lengthen our narrative. Indeed. Indeed, he just also mentioned that way Cain was unalived very briefly and just proceeds. So all of them were more or less short accounts like that, you know. And as short as it is, you can imagine we've been reading it for days now, many chapters at a time, right? In order not to lengthen our narrative. And Jared continued to teach his children 80 years. But after that, they began to transgress the commands he had given them and to do many things without his counsel. Jared is almost like an ayatollah. And the Western world hates that kind of thing. Whether ayatollah is a good person or not is not even the question. They don't like fatherhood patriarchy. They don't like it. It's not even about the gender. It's about our community. Right? They don't like that. It's one of the reasons why they hate polygamy. Doesn't mean polygamy is right, but they don't like that. I mean, you're already creating a community on your own. You have just so many children. They hate children also. Having many, hate it. And the same culture that has, although they are not our law, they can do whatever they like, but the same culture and logic, whatever it is, they used to demonize polygamy is what is approving of homosexuality. It's just crazy. So they don't like that there's a natural father. They don't like your family. They hate homes. Try to turn the children to the fathers, to their mothers. And tell them that if they're neglecting you, just call us. And children don't know better. So, and Jared continued to teach his children 80 years, but after that, they began to transgress the commandments. I mean, it's like the way God designed life is for fathers, mothers to raise their children. Okay, automatic inverter in their head and system. Exactly. So it's like God designed parents to raise. In fact, many times, even the job, whatever you will do, will be what your father is already doing. So everything should be there in your family. But now most of relationships we have is not that family relationship. It's that some school teacher, some government, somebody, some police somewhere. It's just something else. And you think that some people will take care of those children better off of whatever 10, 20 pounds an hour they're earning. To them, it's just a shift at the end of the day. And they themselves have left their children for another person to take care of. So as long as this thing is scattered and you flip everything all over, just like swapping partners too. As long as, I mean, it's just perversion is what it is. Okay? So they began to transgress the commandment he had given them and to do many things without his counsel. So they began to go down from the holy mountain, one after another, to mix with the children of Cain in foul fellowship. In foul fellowship. So this was probably, well, apart from the Canaanites, one of the first mention of maybe, what's that word? Fornication. Right? So if this is maybe saying they are starting to have relations with them without proper marriage or something. Let's read. Verse 9. Now, the reason for which the children of Jared went down to the holy mountain is this that we will now reveal unto you. Okay, so let me read that again. So now the reason for which the children, foul fellowship. Now, the reason for which the children of Jared went down to the holy mountain is this that we will now reveal unto you. So I don't know if this person is writing from memory or is getting some, because it's like there is a people that experienced it, which is multiple people, and then those who wrote that experience, maybe partly some of those who also experienced it. But it's like there's this third person who then took all of that by memory, by writing, and then put it in this book we now have. So I'm trying to figure out who this we is. If it's the middle guys who are writing who firsthand, or the guy who then picked the whole thing. Okay, so he wants to tell them. Actually, you started this. I think this is where you start seeing music. Those who are using music to seduce the children of Seth. Chapter 20. Probably stop in 20. Yeah. So chapter 20. So probably stop in chapter 20. Then we'll discuss after. After Cain had gone down to the land of dark soil, and his children had multiplied therein, there was one of them whose name was Genon, or Genon, Genun, son of Lamech. Yes. Okay, the blind who slew Cain. So Lamech had another son, which I think is Cain and Tubal Cain, or something like that, or Tubal. Okay, so it's like they have multiple names, because I think it was sons of Lamech that started this music thing. Let's read. But as to this Genon, are you all right? Yeah. But as to this Genon, Satan came into him in his childhood. Watch this. The son of Lamech. That's the Lamech coming from Cain, right? There was Genon. So, but as to this Genon, Satan came into this Genon in his childhood, and he made sundry trumpets and horns. Aha. So the first person that made instruments. So Satan was one that showed him this. Satan has a lot of amoral skills to show. Satan can teach you stuff, right? Satan can teach people stuff. Satan can sing. Satan can teach scriptures better than we are trying to do on this platform. Satan has got that charisma, so to speak, right? Can sing, can do whatever, can look good, can wear nice expensive suit better than this my jacket, and speak better English, if you will. You have to be discerning. So he made sundry I would say means different kind of trumpets and horns and string instruments and cymbals and psalteries and lyres and harps and flutes. How many times? That's 7. Trumpets, horns, string instruments, cymbals, psalteries, lyres, harps, and flutes. That's like 8. And he played on them at all times and at every hour. So he was constantly just doing music. It's not bad, right? It's not bad in itself yet. Constantly doing music. Satan can teach people how to make microchips, can teach them how to make rockets, can teach them nuclear reactors, how to create those. But the same thing can be used for destruction, just like an innocent table knife, right? Jubal, yes, that's what I'm looking for. As against Tubal Cain. Thank you, Chairman. Right. 8 types of instruments. I would play. He played on them all. Sorry, he played on them at all times, at every hour. So almost every waking hour, 16 hours is awake. He's just constantly on that music. He must have become so good on them. And when he played on them, Satan came into them. Aye. You see? And when he played on them, Tubal Cain was the forger of bronze and iron, indeed. And it was this Tubal Cain that unalived Cain. Jubal and Tubal Cain. And he played on them all time. So when he played on them, Satan came into them. Satan has come into the person. Now Satan is coming into this instrument. Satan came into them so that from among them were heard all beautiful and sweet sounds that ravished the heart. You see? And I would say that music can even sound good on its own, but this is an extra level of it. There's something in it. You just hear that person's music that has taken his master CD to Masonic temples, right? And pour whatever BLOOD on it, maybe of children or something. Did that terrible stuff. And you play the music, you don't know what is just pushing you like that. Being evil thoughts, violence, immorality, right? Witchcraft just brings that thing. Because Satan has sat on it. Right from the composer till the composed music, master copy, like that. So that from among them were enchanted music indeed. So that from among them were heard beautiful and sweet sounds that ravished the heart. Ravish means to just eat something up. It just takes your heart and eats it up. Then he gathered companies upon companies to play on them. So this became the thing they did. They just keep playing every day. They keep playing the music. Sounds good on the surface. And when he played it, well, the children of Cain, let me read that again. And when they played it, it pleased well the children of Cain, who inflamed themselves with sin upon themselves, with sin amongst themselves. So they would play this instrument and do sinful things, and burnt as with fire. Right. While Satan inflamed their heart one with another and increased lust among them. Should I stop playing saxophone? I know you're kidding. Like I said, these instruments existed in heaven, right? Invention is hardly really invention. Most of them are things from the other realms brought into this realm, right? So Satan simply brought some. I mean, remember there was tapestries, right, or psalteries and all that within Satan's form in the first place. Who made that first instrument that was installed into Satan himself? You see, God made that, so Satan cannot invent anything, really. It's because God has made that instrument. That thing exists in a spiritual body at least, and he could tell maybe how that was formed and showed this guy, okay, he knows that there's this pipe in his hand that can make that little flute-like sound, and then it shows this guy how to do it, and then used it for a perverted reason. Okay, I know he was just kidding anyway, but then just to, yeah, indeed, ego praise. So there is nothing. Satan can hardly invent anything. It's almost like it's impossible for him to do. And then what's even the point when anything exists? So the key thing you're looking for is perversion. That's why we are purifying even the TikTok platform, right? They might have had a bad intention for it, but it's an innocent platform. Did you know that even what is the most intrusive of all these technologies? Maybe ChatGPT listening to you, or you say something and they're already showing you an advert and they're spying your house with your phone camera. That is not a bad thing in itself. As wicked as technology looks now, as it is now, right? As advanced as it seems and like is unaliving people or whatnot, if people would just stop doing evil, what it means is that my phone can know if I'm in trouble and ring my number for someone who truly loves me to come check up on me. Right? Not that to call these fake ambulance people who are looking for organs to donate and they say, oh, sorry, we missed him, because they have injected the person with something that will unalive him. Right? So they're using these things, and it's not bad. If you can use ChatGPT to tell you things, we gathered knowledge in one place, we get this stone and glass to reflect that back to us to make it faster. It's not a bad thing in itself. No. So the key word is perversion. Like we said 5 days ago, sin literally does not exist, right? 95% of what you call sin today is the right thing being done at the wrong place, wrong time, wrong anything. Okay? Is what it is. Anyway, so while Satan inflamed their heart, so it does something to them that would infuse, in this case, maybe it's some like make somebody more angry. It could spell people, cast something on them that will make them feel more sexually whatever, right? Or more angry in whatever case would be, like it did for Cain. So it could send waves, as it were, to people's emotions to heighten it, as the case may be. So inflame their hearts one with another and increased lust among them. So Satan also taught Genon to bring strong drink out of corn. So that's the invention of wine, of alcohol. This was discreet mockery of God's presence. Yes, and it's a mockery. So it's not as if, music was really bad from the start. Maybe. The real start was when God made and created music in the first place, which was good. Okay? Yeah, it's a direct mockery of that. So I heard that the Global Institution for Investors of TikTok are Jewish. Eventually, that's where the thing is going. Choma said not wine, a strong spirit. I would say alcohol. You can unmute, Choma. You're about to leave, though. A little drink, a little dance. Very potent combination.
Because wine is usually a fruit of the vine, right? But this is taken from corn. So these are spirits now.
Yeah, like dry gin. I don't know the difference. Right. Okay, let me let you go for what you need to go for now. You're going off today, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me let you. Maybe because I'm not too in my head, I'm thinking what we have is fruit juice, of course, juice, but then there is now different levels of alcohol, like 5%, 10%, 11%, 90%. That's ethanol straight away. So for me, I didn't know. I just think it's either alcoholic or non-alcoholic, and the alcoholic is now in different degrees. Okay, but what gin is, strong spirit, strong drink, I'm not sure what those differences would be, but I think a general term would be alcoholic drink, okay? Which once you ferment anything, it begins to be alcoholic, is what I would say. Whether it's even palm wine or stuff, all of that. Okay. So, yeah, see you soon. So I am thinking this is the first invention of strong spirit, like Choma's has qualified it. The first creation of alcohol, maybe before that. Okay. Satan also taught Genon, the same guy who is doing music is the one who is doing this chemistry and titration, to bring strong drink out of corn. And this Genon used to bring together companies upon companies in drink houses, the first palm wine joint. The first palm wine joint was by this Genon guy. And brought into their hands all manner of fruits and flowers, okay, and they drank together. So you see that Satan could not only come spiritually, he has to come with the music to touch their soul and mind. He has to bring substances, you know. So he's coming at them at almost every layer. Yes, the clubs are a mix of alcohol, dance, drink, music, and drugs, indeed. So this is the first beer parlor this guy just built. First beer parlor. And brought into the hands all manner of fruits and flowers, and they drank together. First did Genon. This is called ravelings or ravenings, that is a New Testament English word for that. Ravelings, yeah, just party, just lifeless party, drive. Hey, take alcohol, pour some outside and just drink and just laugh and just club name taboo. Okay. So and just laugh and just be loose and just, you know, just be loose like that. It's called revelings. It's a work of the flesh. Right? Of course, there's joy in God. There's joy. There's that joy that comes with inner peace and flows out. Right? Carnality. So it's called revelings. That's the way I think New Testament English puts it, KJV. Just you don't need to do that to unwind, whatever that even means. But you don't need to do that to unwind. You can do it in a godly way. You can just take a walk, and that's beautiful. Take a drink of water in your hand, if you will. Take a little bit, whatever. And you come back relaxed. Not that you could come drunk and could hit somebody along the way with your driving. So fruits and flowers and they drank together. So thus did Genon multiply sin exceedingly. Fortunately, right? He also acted with pride. It's got Satan in him. And taught the children of Cain to commit all manner of grossest wickedness, which they knew not. He was an inventor of evil things. So they didn't know it. He would just tell them, oh, you know, you can do this and do that and take an arrow like that, put the arrow on the road so that when the guy is passing, his horse will step on the arrow, his foot will fall down. You know, those kind of just invented evil things. Constantly thinking evil things. So he also acted with pride and taught the children of Cain to commit all manner of grossest wickedness. Wow. Through music, dance, through music and dance, yeah, sin was multiplied. Yeah, unfortunately. And it should be a good thing. It should be. I don't know about dance. There's no mention of dancing here yet. But then these things should be natural things. It's just perversion. Like we said, all sin is at the end of the day just perversion of some sort. Of something that was supposed to be good. So, okay. So he taught the children of Cain to commit all manner of grossest wickedness, which they knew not, and put them up to manifold doings, which they knew not before. Inventors of evil things. Inventors of evil things. And there are many such things in our day. You're like, where did that one come from? Right? But this thing was not there. They invent things. They invent sins. I don't know why I can't even think of some of such things now. Those kind of things just didn't exist. It just wasn't there. It just was not there. You know. Then Satan, when he saw that they yielded to genome and hearkened, Satan, when he saw that they yielded to this genome, okay, Epstein Senior. So, and hearkened to him in everything he told them, rejoiced greatly. This is telling us what Satan is feeling. So this is almost a supernatural feedback before they gathered it in a book. So he increased Genome's understanding until he took iron and with it made weapons of war. So just like that Tubal Cain, and this is, okay, Tubal Cain was dead, right? Because I think his father smote him. And then this Genome now, which should be Jubal, based on Genesis, is also now making weapons of war. Then when they were drunk, hatred and murder increased among them. Right. So there's the way this alcohol will make you do more evil things, or thoughtless things at least. So one man used violence against another to teach him evil, taking his children and defiling them before him. So you see, there will be raping children more or less. And he raped the child before the owner of the child. And when men saw they were overcome and saw others that were not overpowered, those who were beaten came to Genome and took refuge with him. And he made them his confederates. So they used weapon to overpower the men, take a knife, right? So that if the guy says anything, you can unalive him with a knife or something like that. So the guy has to wait and he has to take protection, and then you rape their children in their presence. And like we said yesterday, you wonder, why is God not wiping these people out? The same thing he did with Amalekites, you will say, why is he wiping them out again? So he made those people confederates who came to him for protection. Then sin increased among them greatly until a man married his own sister. Okay. Sister. Yeah, that was, or daughter. Ooh, or mother. This is gross. Sister is like, okay, when there were less people on the earth, that was the deal. Okay. But later God started telling them, okay, move to your cousins. And later they could go further. So that's why I wasn't too surprised about the sister first. But he said, until a man married his own sister or daughter or mother and others. That's just gross. Or the daughter of his father's sister. Okay, that's like their cousin. The father's sister, that's your aunt. So marrying your cousin. Okay. In their time, I was thinking, but then things, it's indeed Epstein Senior mentors. So in their time, I would think, this has been 700 years after creation, so there should be enough room for you to marry further in the cousin line than just something that close, is what he's trying to say. So that there was no more distinction of relationship. Can you imagine that? No distinction of relationship, just indiscriminate marriage. No distinction. Your mother can be the person's wife, can be that one's side chick, can be that one's daughter, can be your wife, daughter can be your wife. It's just all over the place. No distinction of relationship. This is your mother, that's your father, not your husband. No distinction. You see, like we said, it's just like that satanic thing. Do what thou wilt. And it's perversion. And they no longer knew what is iniquity, right? But did wickedly. And the earth was defiled with sin. And they angered God, the judge, who had created them. Yes, we're beginning to see why there was a flood, indeed. Indeed. And there was, you even see more in Jasher and the rest. Because at this time, I would say giants was already coming down. But Genon gathered together companies upon companies that played on horns. They still playing music in the midst of this mess. And on all other instruments, right, we have already mentioned. All right, so it's really sounding like a narrator now. At the foot of the holy mountain. And they did so in order that the children of Seth, who were on the holy mountain, should hear. So they begin to send sounds to them. Evil sounds, seductive sounds to them. You see. God couldn't have made all of them sleep and not wake up. Why the flood? Just thinking. I don't know. There must have been something around to why he chose a flood as against sleeping and not waking up. Maybe to gather the body together. Could not have made all of them. Yeah, same thing. So, I see. So the children of Seth who were on the holy mountain should hear it. I think that was their intention. Okay, so at the foot of the mountain, Satan would even lead them to do that anyways. And they did so in order, right? They did so in order that the children of Seth who were on the holy mountain should hear it. That's why they did it. But when the children of Seth heard the noise, they wondered and came by companies and stood on the top of the mountain to look at those below. And they did thus a whole year. My God. This is 1 year of watching sitcoms. 1 year of watching BB Niger. You've not done anything bad. You know, but it's just, we're just going to the mountain to just watch. But do you see me below the mountain? Just 1 year of listening to those kind of music. 1 year of being friends with that kind of person. 1 year. It's just music. I just like the beat. Right? Look at that. So when at the end of that year, Genome saw that they were being won over to him little by little, so patient, Satan entered into him again and taught him to make dyeing stuff for garments for diverse patterns. And again, making patterns and clothes is not a bad thing. But doing that to seduce people is where the problem is. And sometimes it's not even like you're the first person to do it. There are some things that will just go in there so that you don't say, well, me, I'm doing it, but my own is not for bad. Come on. Everybody already knows what those things are for. Right? It's like seeing the type of pattern that Canaan children are making, and then you go make that on the mountain, and Jared is asking, why are you wearing the same clothes people are wearing? And say, is it not a cloth? Is it not just a pattern? You know? So when he saw that they were being won over to him little by little, Satan entered into him and taught him to make dyeing stuff for garments of diverse patterns, and made him understand how to dye crimson. Crimson is red, and purple, and whatnot. Interesting phrase. It says, and whatnot. Yes, so they have massive talents. And Satan would always pick. Imagine if that, I can imagine this Genon must have had a good potential somewhere within the DNA of Adam, something that could potentially be a good music minister or something. It's the same person Satan would take from the church like that and pervert him, and he'll sing crap in the world. Whew. So he said they dye crimson and purple and whatnot. And the sons of Cain who wrought all this, okay, and shone in beauty, were shining, and gorgeous apparel. These ones don't have time to sew new clothes. They are always praying, right? Is this not typical? Daddy, why are we always praying? Can't we party small? You did not buy us new clothes. Is your clothes done? I know, but there's this clothes that my friends have. Can I not have that? But we have to go to church, or we are going to church today, or no, Daddy, this house is even boring. This house is boring. Is that not familiar? Is that not familiar? So you must train your children. In fact, you yourself must first be delivered of boredom, right? Or whatever that is. And you must train them that they must understand that there is something enticing about sin. They must understand that they are different from the world. I mean, that will begin to build them to be comfortable with being different. You see? So there wouldn't have been time for this Sethites, children of Seth, to make beautiful clothes, to sew a different style. That I just had this style. Yeah, it's creativity, but they had more time. They needed more time to pray, to cast out this devil from their presence. So their life would look boring by those standards then. To look kind of boring and less and more plain and straightforward, no variety. Let's try this, let's jump there, let's da 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 da. You won't find that. And that's still so till today. So what the world would be, see, it's apparent. If you want to follow God, know that you will be what the world calls boring. Just know that. Just know that. It's just good to know that. That's it. Look at some of you here that you've been reading. But how do you read Bible on a Wednesday morning, Tuesday morning for 2 hours? That's boring to many people. That's why we pray that God should change your appetite. Many of you are here because you have appetite for these things. Imagine coming here just by discipline, like, it's TikTok live again. Oh God. Let me on my phone. PC, that's not how most of you come here. You came here by interest. That's where you want your children to be. That thing will be there from their heart. You don't, if it is church now, and I'm like, maybe Shade is Dickness and Giang is Dicking, and if you don't come to church, pastor will ask them, why do you come to church? Are you backsliding? That pressure is not there. So it's out of that heart, you see. And really, that's about the best way to stay in this light, when that propensity changes from inside. See. So stuff for garments for diverse patterns, and they did that, okay? Now, next. We are finishing in about, we're finishing soon. So we're going to have very short comments once we bring the guests up. Very short, just 3 minutes each, maybe one set or twice. Because I have got an appointment meeting to very soon. Thank you, Father. So all the sons of Cain who wrought all this and shone in beauty and gorgeous apparel gathered together at the foot of the mountain in splendor, with horns and gorgeous dresses and horse races. Okay, they were already riding on horses then, committing all manner of abomination. So they was doing this to their face constantly. It's been 1 year now. They say, I don't join them. It's just my friends. Don't mind. Tasha is just a stubborn girl. She just does that. Oga, or be madam, you will soon become like her. Both of you want to go out one day, she will dress a certain way, you will dress a certain way. You feel different. You feel out of place. You see, so constantly putting this in their face. Meanwhile, the children of Seth who were on the holy mountain prayed and praised God in the place of the host of angels who had fallen. Okay. Meanwhile, the children of Seth, who were on the holy mountain, prayed and praised God in the place of the host of angels who had fallen. Wherefore God has called them angels, because he rejoiced over them greatly. Okay, so God has started calling the children of Seth angels. So I think he's saying, exactly, this is exactly it. Adam, Seth, Enos, Canaan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, and Noah. Put the meanings. Adam means man. Seth means to put or to Seth. Enos means is another word for man. Canaan is weapon. This is Mahalalel means praise of God. Jared means descend. Enoch means to teach. Methuselah means man of spear or man of dart. This Lamech means to be lowly. Noah means to rest. Put it like a statement like that. Man set man to spear, but the praise of God descended to teach the men of spear to be lowly and to rest, right? So that story is not even talking about Yeshua, that Yeshua descended. Man put man to spear, but the praise of God descended to teach the men of spear to be lowly and to rest. That praise of God that descended was not Yeshua. That praise of God that descended was not Yeshua. It was probably the watchers, the Mahalalel, praise of God that descended. Now this is making it more clear. Right? Because indeed, Jared was called Jared because that was when the watchers descended, you see. So look at this. He said, meanwhile, the children of Seth, who were on the holy mountain, prayed and praised God in the place of the host of angels who had fallen. Wherefore, except maybe I'm not checking this right, but I think that's what it is. Wherefore, God has called these children of Seth angels because he rejoiced over them greatly. So these watchers would sing, probably, and they were sent to teach righteousness and judgment, is what is said about them, right? So this Seth now, since that praise has ceased in that level of heavens, now these Sethites are the ones who are making that praise now, you see. And God rejoiced over that. So indeed, the watchers must have fallen by this point. But after this, they no longer kept his commandment. That's the Seth guys. Nor held by the promise he made to their fathers, but they relaxed from their fasting. Ooh. This fasting is too much now. Just relax more. I'm sure we can finish this chapter. Maybe not. Honestly, maybe not. These 37 verses. I didn't know it was that long. I've got an appointment. Okay. They relax from their fasting and praying. This fasting is too much. Just relax more now. Just a little bit of relax. You must you must find a way of integrating what God requires of you to do constantly like this that looks so-called boring. Integrate it into your normal life. Let it become your normal. There are people that drink and eat wickedness the way God is asking you to eat and drink prayer. That's how they are wicked. They do wickedness constantly. You must find a way to make it your pleasure to pray. Make it a fun to give. Make it a joy to help somebody in need, right? Make it your extracurricular activity to fast. Otherwise, there is no way you can really, really make it as you should. That's it. The people that do these evil things by default, they just do it. So he said, but they relaxed from their fasting and praying and from the counsel of Jared their father, and they kept on gathering together on the top of the mountain. So now the cinema is increasing. More people are going to watch Netflix. They're going more to the cinemas, right? You know, instead of going to church, we'll pray tomorrow now. It's not every day we'll pray. Just go to the cinema a little bit. Just cinema, it's just cinema. I didn't say do anything, no. Just watch film and go home. Is it too much? So this thing is a spectrum, to be fair, okay? Everybody can, but I wouldn't say everybody can pray every day, but you should. But then there you go. So there are more people coming to watch this. So it starts from movies. It starts from concert. Start from just going to club. It's not even club. They're not participating yet. But you can imagine their heads already going. They're not dancing yet. Hopefully not. But they're still on the mountain. I mean, all of us is a Christian friends going to watch a movie, isn't it? But you're already going this way and tapping their feet. And one would your sister, whom you have always looked at with purity, hopefully not blood sister, you start looking at her in a different way because of what you're watching below the mountain. 1 full year. They relaxed from their fasting and praying and from the counsel of Jared their father, and they kept on gathering together on the top of the mountain to look upon the children of Cain from morning until evening. Wow. Yeah, that's the last verse. From morning until evening. They've left prayer. From morning. See, there's hardly a neutral activity in this life. Forget it. There's hardly a neutral activity. It's just not movie. I beg, this one, your own is too much, Seth. It's not just to watch something. What is bad in that one now? Just to watch the Netflix again. You know, spiritual code. All these you people, Seth. You can't watch. I mean, nobody even needs to tell you Netflix is not. It's not normal. Anyway. So from morning until evening, and upon what they did, all these excuses, upon what they did, upon their beautiful dresses, those ones had more time. Daddy, why can't we be creative? Daddy, let's just, every time we're wearing this white gown, it's even making me look shapeless. White gown all the time. Look at what that other person is wearing there. Can't we design our clothes? Just design like this. It's creativity. And they're beautiful. And in fact, this text calls it beautiful. It's not as if they could do it well. Dresses and ornaments, right? So we'll continue from there. Someone can put down chapter. In fact, this chapter is so interesting. We might read it again. Put chapter 20, and I'll write it down also here. Chapter 20. So we can discuss for a few minutes, then go. I should be leaving like right now, actually. So let's make the comments very short. So let's bring up the guests very quickly. Bring up the guests quickly. So we have 3 minutes each, but we'll revisit this tomorrow. Okay, so there is no rush. So let the moderators and the people bring up the guests very quickly, and we have just 3 minutes each person. Sharp and short, straight to the point, and we close. And I think the 3 minutes should be literal, okay? Because if we're having 5 guests already now, that's 15 minutes. I need to move, and the meeting is not what's it called? It's not virtual. It's literal. It's physical. So I still need to travel down. Okay, so let's go. So gang, let's go. 3 minutes. Let's go. Gang, you're muted. They should speak. Oh, okay. You're not speaking. Okay, thank you. So let's hear from. Okay. They shouldn't have been to come up then, but it's fine. Effortlessly, let's hear from you real quickly. Hello.
My own submission will be around 2 things that I just picked on it. First is that idea that all the people that died, all the fathers and whatnot that passed on, their bodies were preserved in a cave or some sort, and they will go there constantly as part of their whatever. I also remember, one of the things that they said happened during colonization and slavery was that they would kill significant elders, right? Take their heads, put it in jars, and basically all these heads are in museums in the UK to today, and some of these countries that were colonized. Maybe they knew something that we did not know, especially around how to honor our ancestors or how to remember the ancestors or things like that. Although I still feel we still do some things like remembrance and things like that. Not that anybody is in a cave and we're going there and we're going to touch it constantly. We don't do that one. But I do know that at least there's something to be picked up from there. I think my second submission is around how the combination of drinking, dancing, invokes lust in a certain sense. So you think about where Hollywood is at, right? When someone describes the television as the devil's box, and if you understand Hollywood, I mean, what's the difference between what this guy was doing? What's his name again? What was this tuba? Genon, what's his name? Genon and Didi. What's the difference between what they were doing? If you think about it, if you think about what the Didi parties were about, where there's music at the front, entertainment, party, drinking. Before you know it, all of them are doing a Oshisco pepperoni, which is what I typed and you couldn't read. That's what we call Oshisco, because I don't know what else to call it. So I am, and there was the time I was listening to Pastor Taiwo Dukoya. I grew up under the tutelage of Fountain of Life Church. And, I was listening to and he was talking about the beheading of John the Baptist and how after this guy had drunk and after the girl had danced, he used to say it. He said, a little drink, a little dance. A little drink, a little dance. That's what he would say, right? And that would be around also when you guys go to party and go. Nobody said don't go to party. But when you are going to party and before you know it, you have lost your mind. You are doing things you should not be doing. You are acting in ways that you should know there's a problem there. So that a little drink and a little dance, you understand how somehow the music led to dancing, and the dancing led to carnality, and the carnality led to this, and before you know it, they are doing Epstein Junior stuffs. So it's just a whole myriad of things that you get to see, and you get to connect it to the state of affairs right now. What is happening in the world now? If you think about clubs, what's a club? A combination of what? What are the elements? What makes up a club?
Drink, right?
Dance, drink, music, drugs, scantily dressed women, occasional nonsense. You understand? So that's my own submission. These things are quite interesting. They give you a sense that all the things that are happening now have happened before. Nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so that's it from me. Daddy Gang, sir. I think you're next, sir.
Casolese, I'm in a noisy place. I'm on the roadside, so you hear blaring of horns and stuff. So, Casolese, please. Go ahead.
Okay, okay. I greet everybody. This whole thing reminds you of when they say, because I think the more they kept listening to those people, that's how it started affecting them. Am I right? They were listening to Ken them doing their stuff and all that. So it's just like what is evil, bad company, corrupt, whatever. I don't know how they say it again now. But at the end of the day, right, this boring life that as they call it will give you long life, will make you not to just get sick easily and get unalive and all those kind of stuff. Because I remember when at least growing up, I tried drinks, but I stopped. Then some of my friends started calling me, "You're boring, you're this, you're that." I said, "My dear, there's nothing in that. This is bitter, and I don't like how I feel the next day." So I stopped. But when you look at them and look at me now, they look so old. I look like I'm their very younger brother and all that. So all those boring life, living right, doing the right thing, eating the right food, and doing all these things right is just the best way. It's just that people have made it look like abnormality has now become normal. When you don't go to the club, do all those stuff, you seems like you're missing something. There's nothing, you're not missing anything. Stay in your house, to be honest. No. Stay in your house. Enjoy fellowship with your family, and when you get up the next day, if you have work, go to work and come back and all that. Yeah. I'm telling you, so the alcohol is bitter, cigarette is bitter. All of them, they are all bitter. They are not, it's not like they are sweet. If I want to clear my system, I'll just go and wash bitter leaf and drink the juice. Then I'll clear sugar in my system. I know what to do. Right? Not taking something that will the next day you feel so terrible, you're having headache, you're not feeling right, you're throwing up and all that. If I really want to clear sugar from my system, I just wash bitter leaf, drink the juice, and be all right. I don't have much to say, Joe, but that's it.
Sorry about that. Yes,
We
we
are
stopped
done.
at 20.
We are done since you said you're going out. So.
We stopped at 20. So, in fact, we stopped half of 20. We didn't finish 20. Bitter
Yeah.
leaf bitter leaf water is not bitter. Yeah, it's bitter.
It's bitter. What then the first stage of bitter leaf? They have two types of bitter leaf. There's one that is lighter and there's one that is very bitter. If you want that one that is lighter, even the one that is lighter, I used to just chew it like that. I just cut the leaf and chew it.
All right. So let me appreciate everybody. I will close. So we'll just continue from there tomorrow. I mean, that first is it 17 verses we did. Inside with you for me. I know a secret place where waters flow from. I know a hiding place where there's a shadow. Inside with you for me is more than I'm happy. I know it's a place where there's a shadow. I know a hiding place where waters will run inside with you. For me, it's more. Yes, beautiful morning. Adolf Gold. Inside with you. For me, it's more than outside. For me, So let's start the screen so we move and get started. Inside with you. For me, and outside with me. Joshua 85. Let's keep tapping some more. This is a little bit whiter. So again, tap the screen, like the line, so we get started. Let me see. So we are doing Joshua chapter 85 this morning. Joshua chapter 85. Joshua 85. If you're watching from whatever platform, just tap to like, however you do it on that platform. Okay, we got 1,000 likes already. So let's get started. Did anybody come particularly for a question? So we address that first. From Twitter or from TikTok or from YouTube. We'll address those first, then we'll move ahead. Inside with you. For me is more than outside with you. Do we have any questions? So we address your questions. And it's good to come early. So we need to respect the time of those that came early. So you're welcome, Giang. Welcome, Florenshaw, Amosu, Default, Kof, Maxma, or Max, then Adekemi. Who else is there? Charles, you're welcome. Let's see who else is with us.
Tenuma, thanks for coming. Adolf Gold, user 660, etc. So let's get started. Let's pray before we start. G York, you're also welcome. And Janet, you're welcome. Why does Nigerian believe we're not much in Africa? that's a question addressed in the interview, if you can remember. But we have two and a half reasons, right? One of it is because of what Jesus said, that and the kingdom of God will be like this, that this and this and that will happen, and he ended the parable by saying people will come from the east, west, and the south, etc., to learn from him in the kingdom. But the children of the kingdom will be casting out of darkness. That's one explanation, right? And another one is, which means that they probably did not engage with him as such, okay, as much as they could within that time. And the second is that, well, maybe some were destroyed, but I don't have any particular one as a proof. Maybe except things like the wall of Benin, and it's not Tertullian in that sense. Okay, but there's every possibility. And the second half that looks like it is that it will not, is they will probably, you won't find them so much in mainstream, as it were. For example, I used to ask people that, tell people rather, that, do you know that the biggest basilica in the world is not St. Peter's, the one you have in the Vatican? It's not the biggest. It's not the biggest basilica in the world. The biggest basilica in the world is in Yamoussoukro in Cote d'Ivoire. It's bigger than St. Peter's, but you wouldn't hear that. In fact, when they are trying to say, they will try to dance around the point and all of that before they then say, well, it's biggest, but this part of this is bigger than that. You know, all this kind of stuff. You know, it's just like when they were trying to when you're trying to define the longest river in the world, right? They wanted to define the longest river in the world, and I think in the section where you have the Nile, rather than just tell us the length of the Nile and just move forward, they first defined length. That this is what length means. The moment I saw that, I'm like, oh, these guys have come again. So they had to define length first, and then they decided, okay, the longest river would then be Mississippi in the United States, right? In the Americas, and not the Nile. So the moment I saw that they started defining length, I knew something was wrong, right? It's like saying, what's the biggest something somewhere, and you first define size, you know. So those are the kind of things you see. So but again, it's just a postulation, almost like a theory about how we didn't have much of that in Africa during that so-called Dark Ages or Middle Ages, yes. So that's it. Let's pray and read. So after reading it, we'll take guests. Thank you, Father. We appreciate you for another beautiful day, for another time in your presence. We thank you for your rest, for your grace, for your wisdom. We thank you for the hope you have given us. We appreciate you as we read these words. Let us be changed. Give us the grace to be doers of these words and not just readers and hearers alone. We give you thanks, our Father. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Joshua chapter 85. And King Arad, the Canaanite. So does it mean that Jesus' base during the millennial reign was not in Africa? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Let me show something. Inside with you, for me is more. I know a secret place. I don't know how easy it will be to find this. Coins. have this here right now. Try proof. So it's supposed to be in Africa, right? That's what I would say. But I don't. That place is still a little bit shady. Just like some other parts when, what was happening? How was Muhammad able to create Islam in the time when Jesus is supposed to have been reigning? Okay, we could say, well, he was allowed because the way God is, which is the way His Son would be, He would allow people to do things. So the book. So He would allow people to do things. So there are areas like that that maybe deeper research would unveil or reveal or new information. There's a map coming up that Jared Kushner is the new Antichrist. I don't even know who Jared Kushner is. I'm trying to look for some coins. The project. Where do we have them? Well, I don't know. But anyway, they were just like those I and J coins. You can tell me if you know about the I and J coins, Yang. They were just some more recent ones we saw sometime last year. Yes, I showed them. It's been a while. I just thought of showing them again. Iranistan. There's some recent ones. I'm not sure, but it's probably on the phone, which is on the same device we are watching with. So it will be difficult to show them. Okay, so let's just start at Jasha. After we read, then we take guests. You're welcome, Mercy and Lloyd. It's probably on this device. Okay, let's read. And King Arad the Canaanite, who dwelt in the south, heard that the Israelites had come by the way of the spies, and he arranged his forces to fight against the Israelites. So Arad the Canaanite, he dwelt in the south. And the children of Israel were greatly afraid of him, for he had a great and heavy army. So the children of Israel resolved to return to Egypt. They're always wanting to return. This which is not good. It's not good. And children of Israel turned back about the distance of 3 days' journey unto Maserath Beni Jacon, for they were greatly afraid on account of the king Arad. And the children of Israel would not get back to their places, so they remained in Beni Jacon for 30 days. And when the children of Israel would not get back to their places, or rather, when the children of Levi saw that the children of Israel would not turn back, they were jealous for the sake of the Lord. And they rose up and fought against the Israelites, their brethren, and slew of them a great body, and forced them to turn back to their place at Mount Hor. Wow. So they started fighting each other. Hmm. 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 And when they returned, King Arad was still arranging his host for battle against the Israelites. And Israel vowed a vow. So those three tribes are always on top: Levi, Judah, and Ephraim. They're usually doing the right thing. I think especially Levi, especially in the starting time. And Israel vowed a vow, saying, "If thou wilt deliver these people into my hand, then I will utterly destroy their cities." That's an interesting promise. And the Lord hearkened to the voice of Israel and delivered the Canaanites into their hands, and he utterly destroyed them and their cities. And he called the name of the place Hormah. Hmm. And children of Israel journeyed from Mount Hor and pitched in Oboth. And they journeyed from Oboth and they pitched in Ijeabarim, Ijebar, the border of Moab, Ijeabarim. And children of Israel sent to Moab, saying, "Let us pass now through the land into our place." And children of Moab would not suffer the children of Israel to pass through their land. For the children of Moab were greatly afraid lest the children of Israel would do unto them as Sihon, king of the Amorite. So it's like this land is a little bit interwoven, because you would think the moment they fought with that Canaanite king and they got into a part of Canaan, that they would not need to cross any other borders, right? So it's interesting that they still have to go to Moab, or ask Moab rather for to cross some border. Or maybe they were avoiding some other king and wanted to enter through some other angle. But the children of Moab were greatly afraid lest the children of Israel should do to them as Sihon, king of Amorite, had done to them. Okay, so Sihon had fought the Moabite before. So who had taken their land and had slain many of them. Therefore Moab would not suffer the Israelites to pass through his land. And the Lord commanded the children of Israel, saying that they should not fight against Moab. So the Israelites removed from Moab. That's because they are from Lot. Still they are Hebrews. And children of Israel journeyed from the border of Moab, and they came to the other side of Arnon, the border of Moab, okay, between Moab and the Amorites. And they pitched in the border of Sihon, king of the Amorites, in the wilderness of Kedemoth. And the children of Israel sent messengers to Sihon among the Amorites, saying, "Let us pass through thy land." We will not enter into your fields or into your vineyards. We will go along the king's highway until we have passed thy border. But Sihon would not suffer the Israelites to pass. So Sihon collected all the people of the Amorites and went forth to the wilderness to meet the children of Israel, and he fought against Israel in Jahaz. And the Lord delivered Sihon, the king of the Amorites, into the hand of the children of Israel, and Israel smote all the people of Sihon with the edge of the sword, and avenged the cause of Moab. And the children of Israel took possession of the land of Sihon from Aram unto Jabbok. So it's sounding like the northern part again. From Aram unto Jabbok, unto the children of Ammon. Okay, that's going to the east again. So they took all the spoil of the cities. And Israel took all the cities, and Israel dwelt in the cities of the Amorites. All the children of Israel resolved to fight against the children of Ammon, to take their land also. I don't think the Lord will allow them. So the Lord said to the children of Israel, "Do not besiege the children of Ammon, neither stir up battle against them." Why? "For I will give nothing to you of their land." And the children of Israel hearkened to the word of the Lord, and did not fight against the children of Ammon, because that's the second child of Lot. Ammon and Moab, the first one actually. And children of Israel returned and went up by the way of Bashan to the land of Og, king of Bashan. And Og, the king of Bashan, went out to meet Israel in battle, and he had with him many valiant men, very strong force from the people of the Amorites. And the king, watch this, the king, and Og, king of Bashan, was a very powerful man. But Naron, his son, was exceedingly powerful, even stronger than he was. And Og said in his heart, behold, now the whole camp of Israel takes up a space of 3 parsa as a distance. Now will I smite them at once without sword or spear. So he wanted to take a stone. Anyway, let me just read it. And Og went up Mount Jahaz. He was probably a giant, and took therefrom one large stone, the length of which was 3 parsa, and he placed it on his head, and resolved to throw it upon the camp of the children of Israel, to smite all the Israelites with that stone. So the stone was very big. He was probably a very big giant. Very, very big giant. It was probably a very big giant. Because, and without trying to excuse what the children of Israel did, you know, if there are such people in the land God has promised you, maybe you shouldn't have said you want to go back to Egypt, but you'll be afraid. You would almost be afraid. So imagine the whole camp of Israelites were about 3 parsa, whatever that is, right? And he went to carry not a wood, a stone. And the length of that stone was about 3 parsa. And he placed it on his head, and he resolved to throw it into the camp of Israel, to smite all the Israelites with that stone. And the angel of the Lord came and pierced the stone upon the head of Og, right? And the stone fell upon the neck of Og, that he fell to the earth on account of the weight of the stone upon his neck. I don't know how they would have even fought that kind of person. And at that time the Lord said to the children of Israel, be not afraid of him, for I have given him and all his people into thy hand, and all his land into your hand, and you shall do to him as you did to Sihon. And Moses went down to him with a small number. Moses, right? The small number of the children of Israel, and Moses smote Og with a stick at the ankles of his feet and slew him. So this was probably a giant. In fact, definitely a giant. Definitely a giant, and a very big one at that. The children of Israel afterwards pursued the children of Og and all his people, and they beat and destroyed them till there was no remnant left of them. Moses afterwards sent some of the children of Israel to spy out Jazer, for Jazer was a very famous city. And the spies went to Jazer and explored it, and the spies trusted in the Lord, and they fought against the men of Jazer. And these men took Jazer and its villages, and the Lord delivered them into their hand, and they drove out the Amorites who had been there. And the children of Israel took the land of the 2 kings, okay, of the Amorites, 60 cities which were on the other side of Jordan. 60 cities. I thought it was 31 nations. Well, maybe sub-cities, sub-nations. From the brook of Arnon unto Mount Hermon, or perhaps Hermon. And the children of Israel journeyed and came into the plain of Moab, which is on this side of the Jordan by Jericho. I think that's on the eastern side. And children of Moab heard all the evil which the children of Israel had done to the 2 kings of the Amorites, Sihon and Og. So all the men of Moab were greatly afraid of Israel. And the elders of Moab said, behold, the 2 kings of Amorites, Sihon and Og, who were more powerful than all the kings of the earth, so they were probably very big giants, could not stand against the children of Israel. How then can we stand before them? 6. Surely they sent us a message before now to pass through our land on their way, and we would not suffer them. Now they will turn upon us with their heavy swords and destroy us. And Moab was distressed on account of the children of Israel, and they were greatly afraid of them. And they counseled together that what was to be done to the children of Israel. Right. And the elders of Moab resolved and took one of their men, Balak, son of Zippor. Okay, so that's Balak now, son of Zippor the Moabite. And they made him king over them at the time. They didn't have a king before because they had been ruled over by another nation. So now that nation has been destroyed by Israel, which I think is Sihon. And then now they can have a king, is what it seems to be. And Balak was a very wise man. And the elders of Moab rose up and sent the children of Midian to make peace with them. For a great battle and enemy had risen in those days between Moab and Midian. So those two were against each other, but now they went to make friends. From the days of Hadad, the son of Bedad, right, king of Edom, who smote Midian in the field of Moab unto these days. And the children of Moab sent to the children of Midian that they made peace with them, and the elders of Midian came to the land of Moab to make peace in behalf of the children of Midian. And the elders of Moab counseled with the elders of Midian what to do in order to save their lives from Israel. And all the children of Moab said to the elders of Midian, Now therefore the children of Israel licked up all that are round about us, as an ox licks up the grass from the field. For thus did they do to the two kings of the Amorites, who are stronger than we. And the elders of Midian said to Moab, We have heard that at the time when Sihon, king of Amorites, fought against you, who, when he prevailed over you and took your land, he had sent to Beor, the son of Janias, and to Balaam, his son, from Mesopotamia. Okay? I think it's the same Balaam. I don't know why it's changing that name as though, because I think it says Balaam, son of Beor, even in the scriptures. Okay, sent to Balaam, his son, from Mesopotamia, and they came and cursed you, because therefore did the hand of Sion prevail over you. So even that mighty Sion would need the Wizard of Oz, which is Balaam, to still curse a nation before he fights. They said, because of that curse, how Sion prevailed over you, and he took your land. 43. Now therefore send you also to Balaam, his son. Okay. For he still remains in his land, and give him his hire, that he may come and curse all the people of whom you are afraid. So the elders of Moab heard this thing, and it pleased them to send to Balaam the son of Beor. Aha, that's what I'm saying. But he sent to Beor the son of Janias. Okay. So Beor is like, the genealogy goes upward, not downward. I thought there was another Balaam, there was a fourth generation. He sent to Beor the son of Janias, and to Balaam his son, which is still the son of Beor. All right, so Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab, sent messengers to Balaam, saying, Behold, there is a people come out from Egypt. Behold, they cover the face of the earth, and they abide over against me. Now therefore come and curse this people for me, for they are too mighty for me. Peradventure I shall prevail to fight against them, and drive them out, for I heard that he whom thou blessed is blessed, and whom thou cursed is cursed. So the messengers of Balak went to Balaam, and brought Balaam to curse the people to fight against Moab. And Balaam came to Balak to curse Israel. And the Lord said to Balaam, so he could hear God, Curse not these people. Wow. Well, for it is blessed, right? And Balaam and Balak, rather, the king, urged Balaam day by day to curse Israel. But Balaam hearkened not to Balak on account of the word of the Lord, which he has spoken to Balaam. Middle East history. So let me see Middle East history. Okay, maybe they disagree. You can come up alpaca so that we can discuss and hear your perspectives. So the messengers of Balak went and told him. So he asked him day by day to curse Israel, but Balaam hearkened not because of what the Lord has told him. And when Balak saw that Balaam would not accede to his wish, he rose up and went home. And Balaam also returned to his land, and he went from there to Midian. And the children of Israel journeyed from the plain of Moab and pitched by Jordan from Beth Jeshimoth unto Abel Shittim. Okay, Abel Shittim at the end of the plains of Moab. And when the children of Israel abode in the plain of Shittim, that's like plain of two, they began to commit whoredom, right? Let me see the next word. Whoredom, yeah, with the daughters of Moab. So this doesn't tell us the full story, how they literally set them up with those daughters of Moab. The other guy gave birth to Baal with Beth Balaam. It's about the other way around. Baal gave birth to both of them, I think is what it is. And the children of, let me see. Okay, let me quickly check whether I missed something. I want to check on that Balaam just very briefly. He had sent to Baal the son of Janias. Okay, you're right? You're right, Gian. Baal the son of Janias, and to Balaam his son. So still a son of Janias. Still a son of Janias. But then he says Janias and Jambres, right? Control F, Jambres. And when they had gone, Pharaoh sent for Balaam the magician, and to Jannes and Jambres his sons. So there's got to be a father-son repetition here. Or it's likely to be that Jannes, right? Let me see, Jannes, Beor. Okay. Let's see if we're in that 84, right? 85. Okay. Okay, so the Jannes, there are two Janneses, that's why. There's a Jannes that is Janias, and there's one that is James, Jannes, double N-E-S. So that's just, it's not that complex. So there's Janias, that is the one that is their father. And Beor and Balaam, the BB, should be brought son of. It's confusing, isn't it? So Beor the son of Janias, and to Balaam his son. Okay, so there is Jannes, which is their father. There is Beor, and then there's Balaam, right? But then it's not so difficult to sketch that family tree. But there's that Janus that is twice. That's what is causing the discrepancy. He birthed Beor, and Beor birthed Balaam, and Balaam birthed Janus and Jambres. Oh, okay, I see. Good. So, but there's another Janias, which I wish you can just help us with that. There's another Janias, which I think is the father of Beor. Yeah. So it's really a generation. So there's a Janias. Your Jans has double N, which is right. So there's a Janias, Janeas, which is the father of Beor. So it's going to look like there is the Janias with AES, there is Beor, and then there is Balaam and Janus. There's Balaam, right? And then there's Janes and Jambres. So I think that's the fourth generation. Janias, Beor, Balaam, Janes, and Jambres, the one that withstood Moses, along with Balaam, their father. I think that's how it is. Okay. Sorry, thank you. So they started committing whoredom with the daughters of Moab. And Exodus also help us clarify that it was still Balaam that did that. And children of Israel approached Moab, and children of Moab pitched their tents opposite the camp of children of Israel. And children of Moab were afraid of children of Israel, and children of Moab took all their daughters and their wives of beautiful aspect. So some of them let their wives go out. Of beautiful aspect and comely appearance, and they dressed them in gold and silver and costly garments. And children of Moab seated those women at the door of their tents in order that the children of Israel might see them and turn to them and not fight against Moab. So it's to get them into that wrong spot, and they begin to be softened against people they should be fighting against. And all the children of Moab did this thing to the children of Israel, and every man placed his wife and daughter at the door of his tent. Yeah, Janias, Beor, Balaam, yeah, and gave back to Janus and Jambres. Yes, it seems so. Thank you so much again for that. So, I was even thinking that maybe there was another Balaam. It's because I was thinking this Janus is the same as this Janus. So yeah, thank you so much for that. So 4 generations of witchcraft with those people. And that's how it usually is. They'll give to the children like that. So they took their daughters and their wives of beautiful aspect and comely appearance. So they did this thing, every man placed his wife and daughter at the door of his tent. And all the children of Israel saw the act of children of Moab. And children of Israel turned to the daughters of Moab to covet them. And they went to them. So that's their fall at that time. 57. And it came to pass when a Hebrew came to the door of the tent of Moab, and saw a daughter of Moab, and desired her in his heart, and spoke with her at the door of the tent, that which he desired. Whilst they were speaking together, the men of the tent would come out to speak to the Hebrew, like unto these words. So the moment they see that the Hebrew guy is caught in and is getting interested, then it's like the man will come out, right? Surely you know that we are brothers. We are all descendants of Lot and descendants of Abraham, his brother, which is technically true. So, sometimes, because what we are reading, these people are the body of Christ. Really, this is the ecclesia. It's the same people. This is the ecclesia. Yes, now it contains the Gentiles, right? But this is the ecclesia. So there are times when the church sometimes will self-cleanse, and some cancerous growths have to be cut off. You see? Some cancerous growths have to be cut off. So wherefore then will you not remain with us? Wherefore will you not eat our bread and our sacrifice? So they are seducing, and idolatry and adultery are always going together, right? Eating what is sacrificed to idols and fornication They're always going together right from the start up until the time of revelation. They're always going together. And when the children of Moab had thus overwhelmed him with their speeches and enticed him by their flattering words, they seated him in the tent and cooked and sacrificed for him. And he ate of their sacrifice and their bread. So sometimes food can be used to seal covenants. See. Then they gave him wine, and he drank and became intoxicated. And they placed before him a beautiful damsel, and he did with her as he liked, for he knew not what he was doing. And he had drunk plentiful, as he has drunk plentiful of wine. So you see the way it starts. They put the women, which some of them were even mothers, right? They put their wives and their daughters there. And then the moment they see that your attention, very important, that the attention of the Hebrew is caught, right? Once they've got the attention, then the guy comes out to negotiate, which may even be the father of this girl or the husband. That we are brothers, why not eat with us and take of our sacrifices? And then when it goes in that brotherhood, that we are brothers, right? From Lot, we are from Lot, you are from Adam. From Abraham, right? Or from Isaac, more precise. But yeah, Abraham. Abraham is Lot's uncle. So that we can, just come around. So then they sacrifice for him, which is like he's almost a god. They sacrifice for him, but they make him drunk and make sure that he eats food and he has sexual relations with those women. And that's supposed to seal some of those covenants. So there is food, there is the sex, and there is the idolatry. Food/wine, by the way, goes hand in hand. So death is just very close most times when things are going in those directions. Especially if you are a child of God. If you are here, Happy New Month. Yes, Happy New Month, everybody. Good morning, phenomenon. So, if you are someone that belongs to that idol, anyways, it's more or less like a chicken that is being bred. So you're not going to honor life because of that. But if you are of a different faith, if you are from the Most High, you're from the ecclesia, from the church, when you have that food and drink and wine from that idol, right? And then you're already entering into sexual activity that doesn't have that marital covenant. And then you're beginning to eat things sacrificed to idol or worship those idols. Most times they will make sure the person dies in that state. So it's unwise to say, well, some people are doing it and nothing is happening to them. They have a different covenant altogether. So, and they gave him wine, and he did as that because he had had plenty of wine, Thus did the children of Moab to the Israel in that place, in the plain of Shittim. Let me confirm Shetima. Let me confirm the meaning of Shittim. I think it means to. Okay. No, Shittim is what I've said. So let me try to, because I think it is. I'll swap that. Says do. Interesting.
Two.
Just a moment. It's difficult to. Just a moment. Yeah, Shittim. Shittim means to. But it says another word is do. Anyway, so So thus did the children of Moab to Israel in that place, in the plain of Shittim, and the anger of the Lord was kindled. That's what Balaam was looking for, and Balak was kindled against Israel on account of this matter, and he sent a pestilence even before those ones came amongst them, and there died in Israel 24,000 men. Maybe an STD or whatever, pestilence. It's almost the same thing till now. The root of almost every sickness is almost always spiritual. This is meaning of Shittim. Shittim is acacia tree. Okay, there's Shittim wood. You're right. Shittim wood is also there. Okay. Yeah. But the Shittim also means two, but it might just be some of those homophones. So there's person 24,000 died. Wow, that's a lot. 24,000. Now there was a man of the children of Simeon whose name was Zimri, the son of Salu, who connected himself with the Midianite Cosbi, the daughter of Zor, the king of Midian. So this one was a princess from that other side, right? King of Midian. Okay, king of Midian, right? Not the king of the Moabite. Because king of Moabite is Balak. So king of Midian was Zor. So the daughter of that king came, right? So he connected himself with the Midianite Cosby, is the name of the girl. So they had names here. And this one was of children from tribe of Simeon. His name was Zimri, the son of Salu. So Zimri and Cosby. So he connected himself with that, and the daughter of Zur, king of Midian, in the sight of all the children of Israel. So probably took her like that into his own tent, according to how it is written in the book, in the law. And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, or it says Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, saw this wicked thing which Zimri had done. So these Levites are always very zealous. They are the one that also took sword and fought their own brethren and killed amongst them. And he took a spear and rose up and went after them and pierced them both and slew them. And the pestilence ceased from the children of Israel. Pestilence ceased. So it worked. And many people, hopefully not, the innocent people have died because of that pestilence. Joshua 85. 86 is next, so we'll do that the next time. So let's spend the next 10 minutes discussing, then we close. Inside with you. So if there's any guests, just come up, we'll discuss a little bit, then we're done. So we have Vessi Josh, Ipiak, Tenuma, Wola, Black Hebrew, Elson, Phenomenon, Wisdom, Adolf Gold, Revisionist Channel, Kennedy FC, Onyi, Kiangzi. Thank you all for coming and for the time. But we still have about 9 minutes because we can still work around. We usually work around 1 hour. Inside with you. For me, is more than outside with me. Okay. So which one are we doing today? Let's do the collaboration. Okay. If there's no guest, we might still do one more chapter. Only that the time is short. It will just extend us. If there's no questions, no guests, then we move. What is the name of the book of Joshesu on account of Jesus Christ? Oh, I don't think I got that phenomenon. I'm not sure I got your question. If you know the biblical geography, you visualize the places. If you know the biblical geography, you visualize the places. Yeah. We have a free map you can download. Book of Josephus, okay. The book of Josephus on account of Jesus. What's the name of the book of Josephus on account of Jesus? I think he used the same name, Jesus, because the book of Josephus was written in Greek. even though it was written by a Hebrew man. It was written in Greek because it was writing to the Romans, which were still speaking Greek at the time. They were just a few decades taken over from the Greek Empire. They were still speaking Greek, I believe. So Greek was still like the lingua franca, so to speak. So it was still Jesus. What's the book name? The Antiquities of the Jews, right? By Josephus. And there's another one that says The Wars of the Jews by Flavius Josephus. And his real name is Ben Mattetyahu, right? Yosef Ben Mattetyahu. So is the Greek rendering that became Josephus. Is Yosef, son of Nathaniel or Nathaniel, not the Satan Yahoo in Middle East. So it's Nathaniel. I hope I got that name right. Benjamin Nathaniel, something like that. Inside with you, for me, small. Sorry. Follow, did you come up intentionally, or you were just passing by? Let's get started. The book with 3. Yeah, with 3. Follow, show you're up. You can say hi if you want to. Week 3, day 1. Follow, show, are you there? You're muted already. Week 3, day 1. Control F.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon or good morning.
Morning. How are you doing, my brother?
Morning.
Yes, morning. Inside with you.
It's almost afternoon here. I'm a Togolese, but as famous. So can you hear me?
Yes, I'm trying to patch it together.
Let me put on,
Just go ahead.
maybe you can hear me. Listening device. Hello.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello.
I can hear you.
Or let me connect.
Okay, you can disconnect and
Can I hear?
reconnect. Olushaya, good
Yeah.
morning. So I'm thinking he's not hearing us, and also his own sending. It's not so good. So we are closing soon. We're just waiting for him to come back. Thank you for telestructure 128. So media systems. Media as a system. Media as a system. Okay. Right. So not just news. Good. So that's where we're at. So if there are any questions, let us know. I'm just waiting for 3 minutes. There are times we've waited like this, we end up closing by 2 o'clock. But somebody has some question that's keep dragging. Okay. So let's see if that is complete. It looks complete to me. So then 2 is also complete. Good. So now let's go for the prompt. Split path diagram, compounding. inside with you. Gang. Good morning, gang. Oh yeah.
Yeah, morning,
Yes, morning.
morning, Minister. Thank you. So, well, though you've answered part of what I was asking, but it was just my curiosity and trying to, ask deeper to get to know all of that, and also the fact that we then the interesting part from what we read to see that just like blessings runs in family, certain characteristics also runs across family. I can imagine Balaam. The Bible made Balaam like a good person, kind of, because though God permitted them to consult him, but we now are perceiving him to be a hidden, um, a witch sort of, and then he was more or less a sorcerer that's able to see into the future and make pronunciations, and those pronouncements that he made tend to come true. So, and God knew that if he had permitted him to even make those declaration over Israel, those things will have come to pass. So he had to, make him bless them instead of curse them when he even decided to go, because his scriptures were there where, the Bible will have it that God said he should not go. He decided to go. He collected money and went. And even when he was going, his donkey tried to stop him, and the donkey had to speak. And even that didn't deter him. He still went ahead. So when he opened his mouth to want to curse now, God now made him to bless them rather than curse them, because he knew that those words that he's going to declare, because of his antecedents, would surely come to pass. So God would have to make him bless them rather than curse them, because of his maybe the history he has had with such kind of God honoring the words that he used to declare. So it's interesting to just see that God will still permit such kind of individuals to still say things that have lasting effect on other people and their generations.
Yeah, very true. So that was what I saw when I was reading and I paused. I was thinking God would tell him that, okay, curse them now, nothing will happen. No, he said, don't do it. Still showing us these legalities that you see. So life is very important.
It just shows that the laws and the principles of God, if you follow them, wherever you are, will still happen for you. There are certain principles that the moment you go, you meet them. There are principles that are set in place by God. The moment you follow them religiously, they would surely deliver whatever they've been planned to deliver as well. So, it's just a thought that a costless will not come, and then you now see you now see this person now saying that he has been called. There was no cause in them, but he was called, and he was the one that was giving Balak what to do to be able to make the cause happen. He says, just go make them sin against their God, let them just, make them commit sexual immorality within their camp. When that happens, then whatever I declare is going to happen. So it means that he was looking out for them transgressing, because he knows that the only way God will deal with Israel is when Israel transgresses. So what he advised him was, okay, just go and make them transgress against the laws of their God. Then you have a legal backing, legal grounds to be able to pronounce curses on them, and it will come on them. But since he knew that will happen, it means that sometimes Satan will also come towards believers and try to make them sin against God, so that he can have the moral ground to carry out his wickedness on their lives. So quite educative and quite interesting to see that such laws and principles of God, and what can be done for you to get it. So when there's no cause, David said, when there's no cause, the cause won't come. But again, this guy was telling them how to bring about the cause so that the cause can be effective.
Yes.
Yes. And I somehow doubt it's not time to teach New Testament yet, so to speak, or how will I put it? Doctrines, not New Testament doctrines. Not time to teach those so-called doctrines yet, right? But I doubt if this thing is done away with by what we know as New Testament. Most Christians would take that almost like blasphemy, but I doubt it. It's just so deceptive what we have today. So deceptive. People just say we are this and that and this and that, and the thing is not there. It's not to mock your faith, but it's to be sure we are not staying in presumption as against faith. People will tell you today that you can do anything and nobody can curse you.
Dispensation of grace.
Sorry?
Yeah, they will bring out the fact that we are in a dispensation of grace. So
Yes.
you
Yes.
know, grace will always suffice for you. You know, even when you go against God, mercy, grace, and mercy will be able to make you not to. God will not let anything happen to you because of His unmerited favor. Because that's grace now. So you are favored because you didn't merit it, but because of God's mercy and grace, you are able to access certain things that you need to access. So people now begin to live their lives however they want to and carry out things they ought not to do because they just feel that we are grace. And Paul will say, so because we have grace, should we continue in sin? You know, Paul will say, should we continue in sin so that because grace will abound, so for grace to increase, so we just keep sinning so that God's grace can be expanded. So Paul also tried to address that issue of grace within that dispensation as well. But sincerely, it has given some individuals license to commit a lot of atrocities, and under the guise of grace and mercy, God will always have mercy on me when I go before Him to repent. You know, so
Let's see. It's quite something. It's just good to let's be sincere, about these things. Mm, mm. Body.
okay, because of this you have done, you will not go to the promised land. And so he climbed on that mountain and never came down. You know, and people never saw where he was. But we got to read from scriptures that there was a contest concerning his body. You know, Michael had to come and fight to be able to get his body so that the devil wouldn't take the body because he died as a result of a sin he committed against God, and because of that, Satan felt he had the moral grounds to be able to come and claim his body, kind of, you know. So if such person who had that deep close interface with God would still get to the point where there was a contestation with respect to his body, who wanted to claim it, how much about us that are here? Because I don't think that even those of us who are claiming to be the New Testament kind of believers that with the Spirit of God and everything,
have that kind of credibility and
yeah,
etc.
I'm not be able to have that kind of encounters and kind of closeness to God to the point where this person will have that, and yet even at that point you're still having to, and they speak as though the Holy Spirit just came in the New Testament, as though the Holy Spirit wasn't even there in the Old Testament, but we saw it was there. The Spirit of God that was hovering over the face of the water in Genesis, what was it? Was it not the same Spirit of God? Was it the different Spirit that we're having now than that one that had abundant that? Is it different from the prophecies of Isaiah that said the Spirit of the Lord is upon me because He has anointed me to, when He was talking about Jesus in Isaiah? Is it different from that same Spirit? Is it a different Spirit that would come upon the children of would? Is it the same? Is it different? Is it a different Spirit with the pillar of cloud and then the pillar of fire and the cloud by day and pillar of fire? It's not the same presence that they are carrying everywhere that they go to. So they make it look as if the New Testament is completely detached from the Old Testament, not knowing that it's not like that. It's a thing that is just more or less a continuation of all of that. So it's just the mindset. And again, sometimes you will not blame them It's the same with the kind of manipulations we've been able to, we've grown with. Like we talked about, the normal things we always talk about. The moment you just say Jesus, you envisage a white person, because that is what you've been told. So when is what they've been told, this is what most of the things we preach are things that we have heard others say. So we build our messages on what people have said, not a direct encounter or God has said to you directly that this is it. But because you have heard somebody whom you respect as a preacher of the gospel has said it, then you run with it as well. You say, okay, since this person has this relationship that you pursue with God and in depth of relationship with God, whatever he says is credible. And so if he has said this, I can also, because I preach a lot, it's also, and most of the time when you preach, you tend to make reference to other people who we have heard preach certain messages that you are also trying to talk about. So most of those times you infer based on what others have said, not based on what you have also encountered on your own. So that is just how it's been for a lot of us until now that we are beginning to see. And for me, sometimes I question a lot of things. So that has helped me, other than other people who take what other people have preached, hook, line, and sinker, and don't even want to question it because of the depth of respect and maybe loyalty they have to that person with the, in quote, spiritual fathers and all of that. So you feel like this person is my spiritual father, and because he's my spiritual father, he's the one who have guided me in the faith, and so he is more superior to me in terms of all of that. You would hear Elijah would say, so the spirit that was working in Elijah and Elisha then, is it a different spirit from what we're having now? It's not. It's the same spirit of God that will steer them to begin to see beyond what we could say, and they could make prophecies and they could say stuff that we couldn't say. But now we look at them and say, okay, all other things were done in the past. Now we are in a new dispensation, and this dispensation gives us the right to misbehave, because there's a grace that is there for us to benefit from, which the other people didn't have to benefit from. So these are all the kind of messages that people have been twisted. Our minds have been we've heard it over time, and our minds have been aligned to hold on to them or work with them like that, kind of. So this is just what I know. A lot of people just hold on to things that we've heard, things that we were taught, much more than things that we have learned on our own, truths that we have also encountered, or revelations we've had on our own. No. So people that have said, okay, they had an encounter with Jesus, if you ask them, they will tell you, those ones that are genuine will tell you, okay, no, me, when I saw, they were more of black people. The hair is from even the hair, not even the color, because the color of the skin, you could have someone who is light skinned, who is a black person, but is light skinned. You get it, but the texture and the nature of the hair is what differentiates. And you'll see those kind of hairs. Those are the things that I saw when I had my own dreams, that those times. But these ones that say they have encountered him, is it the same kind of hair they were seeing, or the long hair that we are used to, based on what we have known, that we say this is Christ appeared to me. When Christ appeared to me, what kind of hair was he wearing? Was he wearing a long hair like we've known, or was he wearing a kind of a Negro hair that we know, or the woolly kind of hair that we know? So these are all of the things that people need to just come into terms with, and live their lives based on the honor and the respect they have for God, than what people have told them. Because a lot of people follow this God based on what they have heard, not based on what they've known.
That's great. All right. Yeah. Thank you so much for that, gang. So it's good to there's a place of honor, respect, and all that, but and these things get, the more the ministry grows, the tendency for those things to happen, and sometimes it is the people that are tempting even the minister or the man of God or the pastor to be that way, because people don't like thinking. People don't like, the natural flesh doesn't like work, to think and to research things yourself. You just want, hey, just pray for me, just tell me what to know. People don't like being taught how to think. They like being told what to think. You see, that's very important. People prefer, it's easier to be told what to do than to be shown how to do it. When you show you how to do it, it means you need to roll up your sleeves and work. People don't like that. We prefer to be spoon fed. So, and the minister or the pastor will be like, if I can spoon feed these people and just sell them one thing, just bring one thing, even though God has not led him. And he's this will even bring more money. And you discover that's how the greater population is. And like, if you have that much population who just wants this easy go, copy and paste, 30 minutes church service stuff, then why not do that and get more people in? Just lower the standard, and and it brings in a lot more money, etc. So those are the temptations, and those things are real. Those things are real. But we'll try. We are just starting our own ministry. It's not even up to 10, it's not up to 10 years. So, like, is it an African proverb that let him that apart from that scripture that says let him that thinks he stand take heed lest he fall. There's another one that says let the person who is putting on an armor. Yeah, good morning analogy. So let the person putting on an armor to go to battle, not boast like the person who is putting it down. So that's why you hardly see me being critical. I can be very clear and firm on some things, but usually it's things that maybe I think I have had a little bit touch of it, and I think I get it, right? And I've experienced it and all. But if not, I won't be able to comment very much. But thank you so much, everybody. We're just about closing. I think the TikTok lives are getting short, which is good. I mean, for the task, because there's a lot of things to do. So thank you so much. Yes, thank you, Alaji, for your comment. So thanks, everyone. Finally, let's appreciate everybody one more time. I think we have just about the same people there. So new people that just came in: PJ, Clips, thanks for coming. Sisanda, Sheon Cole, Wala Olani, Black Ibri, Wisdom, Bessie, Josh, Mercy, Elson, Tenuma, Alaji, my Boza, Out of Gold, Olushaya Kombi, and Gianzi. So thank you all for coming. We'll see you again tomorrow. So if you're available, come around if you can. These daily things like that, the very least thing you will learn is also how to approach scripture, and in fact anything, right? It's the same lack of critical thinking that makes somebody just decide you just want to just go to school and just continue until after you do my PhD, first degree, do masters. It's not bad. I've done more than one degree myself, but after masters, do PhD, after PhD, then it's just start lecturing, then go take a monkey. Just do copy and paste what you're told without just really just pausing to think. It's the same problem. And like I said, that's why we thank God he dropped that idea now. We have had it. We know it's a good idea, but until we got that release is when we started. So we have that course we're rolling out, the program, more like an academy, okay, that we are bringing out, and we would have people, register for it. And the way we have said it as those that, by the way, thanks for those who have been giving towards our ministry. We're grateful. When you give to that account, most times I don't know that money gets in there, right? I don't get any notification, and it's intentional. The structure is done that way intentionally to help focus, right, and to reduce distraction. So not that I can't check, I can, but I'm not aware. But except you said something like 5, 6, 7 digits in pounds or in dollars. In fact, those who manage the account will call us. Are you expecting this kind of volume? But anything below those 4 digits, 5 digits, less than 4, I probably wouldn't know, okay, until maybe I go to check, or I like that. So that's to help focus. Is to help focus. But we appreciate you. I mean, we probably won't be able to do some of these things, or not this much, without those gifts. So I think that's all. So go to YouTube. We're live on YouTube 24/7. Go there and comment, and if you have questions, you can add it there, and somebody will answer you. We're still replying some comments this morning. Somebody was watching from Philippines. Another one typed in Hindi, so they had to translate the Hindi and reply them. So well, it's good. So thank you very much. If you're here once again tomorrow, come around. We're here every day.
We'll probably be here throughout this year that way, as we have been led to do. Thank you very much. When our new updates come through, maybe, you know, any of these things we're doing comes through, we would announce them then. We hope everybody gets involved. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow, everybody. Bye bye. Thank you very much. So week 3, week 1. Okay, let's keep tapping towards 1,000. So we start. So we need to move to
All right, so let's begin to share since we have 1,000 likes now. Let's begin to share the live. So we'll start quickly. So Joshua 86. From this earth, think that there's yeah, morning NJK, morning Oluwatosin and Shoma, good morning. Uncle Swama, good morning. Lewis, you're welcome. Seidu, Atesme, or Atiesme's key, you're welcome. You can follow the account if you're not following yet. From this yeah, morning. All right, now, Joshua, what chapter is that? 86. Chapter 86, let's pray. Okay, or did anyone come for questions? I don't think. If you have come, maybe you've been trying to get to ask a question, so you can just ask on the comments. So we'll respond, but let's pray if there's none. We thank you, Father. We bless your name. We declare that you're lifted high in all the earth, that there is no one like you. You are the God of gods. You're the King of kings. You're the Lord of lords. We worship you. We appreciate you for another opportunity. As we read these words, we ask for a change of heart, for a transformation, so that we are renewed and we are strengthened with might by your Spirit in our inner man. We are also changed to become more like you. We decree that we are gathered in your name, and as you've promised, let your presence be with us to guide our conversations by your Holy Spirit. We give you thanks in the name of Yeshua, we pray. Amen. So Joshua 86. And that time after the pestilence, this was the pestilence because of the whoredom that the children of Israel committed with the Moabite women. Okay, from the Bible, we know that this was from the advice of Balaam, but in Joshua it wasn't stated quite expressly. Okay, so there was pestilence, but the pestilence ceased because Phinehas went and killed those two people who came and were committing that adultery and fornication in the presence of God's people. So now there was a man, I want to read the previous chapter that led into this. Now there was a man of the children of Simeon, whose name was Zimri, the son of Salu, who connected himself with the Midianite Cosbi, the daughter of Zur, the king of Midian. Okay, so this time he's even gone beyond Moab, so he's gone to Midian now to get this princess, as it were. And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, or Eleazar is what it says here, the son of Aaron, the priest, saw this wicked thing, and which Zimri had done, and he took a spear and rose up and went after them and pierced them both and slew them. And the pestilence ceased from the children of Israel. Somehow that appeased the anger of God. Like, okay, it's like these people get it. And because of that, he deemed it fit that it was time to stop the pestilence. But before then, 23,000 had died of that pestilence. Oh, we almost forgot Twitter.
Let's see. Okay, so we've turned on to it. Okay, so yeah, this button to ask for followers. Ask for, yeah. Okay. So at the time, now 86, at the time, after the pestilence, the Lord said to Moses to Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, saying, number the heads of the whole community of the children of Israel from 20 years and old and upward, all that went forth in the army. And Moses and Eleazar numbered the children of Israel after their families, and the number of all Israel was 700,730. So 700,730. And I think about a million left. Verse 4, and the number of the children, well, these are just the men of war. And the number of children of Levi from 1 month old and upward was 23,000. Among these, there was not a man of those numbered by Moses and Aaron in the wilderness of Sinai. Okay. That means this is a fresh set of numbering. They have numbered 20 years, 0 to 20 the last time for Levites. They're doing another one now after 20 years. But they will not number Levites from 20 and above. For the Lord had told them that they would die in the wilderness, so they all died. And not one had been left of them, excepting Caleb the son of Jephunneh and Joshua the son of Nun. So it's likely this Phinehas was not born when that curse was spoken by God. And it was after this that the Lord said to Moses, say unto the children of Israel to avenge upon Midian the cause of their brethren, the children of Israel. And Moses did so. And the children of Israel rose, or rather chose from among them 12,000 men, being 1,000 to a tribe. And they went to Midian. And the children of Israel warred against Midian, and they slew every male, also the 5 princes of Midian. And Balaam, finally, the son of Beor, did they slay with the sword. So this was when they eventually killed the Wizard of Oz, which is Balaam, the son of Beor. And children of Israel took the wives of Midian captive with their little ones and their cattle and all belonging to them. And they took all the spoil and the prey, and they brought it to Moses, the son of Eleazar. To Moses and to Eleazar, to the plains of Moab. And Moses and Eleazar, the princes, and all the princes of congregation went forth to meet them with joy. 12. And they divided the spoil of Midian, and the children of Israel had been revenged upon Midian for the cause of their brethren, the children of Israel. Chapter 87. And at the time the Lord said to Moses, behold, the days are approaching to an end. Behold, thy days are approaching to an end. Take now Joshua from Ephraim, right? The son of Nun, thy servant, and place him in the tabernacle, and I will command him. And Moses did so. And the Lord appeared in the tabernacle in a pillar of cloud, and the pillar of cloud stood at the entrance of the tabernacle. And the Lord commanded Joshua the son of Nun, and said to him, be strong and courageous, for thou shalt bring the children of Israel to the land which I swore to give them, and I will be with thee. And Moses said to Joshua, be strong and courageous, for thou wilt make the children of Israel inherit the land, and the Lord will be with thee, and he will not leave thee nor forsake thee. Be not afraid nor disheartened. And Moses called the children of Israel and said to them, You have seen all the good which the Lord your God has done for you in the wilderness. Now therefore observe all the words of this law and walk in the way of the Lord your God. Turn not from the way which the Lord has commanded you, either to the right or to the left. And Moses taught the children of Israel statutes and judgments and laws to do in the land as the Lord has commanded him. And he taught them the way of the Lord and his laws. Behold, they are written upon the book of the law of God. In other words, Genesis to Deuteronomy, thereabout, which he gave to the children of Israel by the hand of Moses. And Moses finished commanding the children of Israel, and the Lord said to him, saying, Go up to the Mount Abarim and die there, and be gathered unto thy people, as Aaron thy brother was gathered. I think he even skipped the death of Aaron here. And Moses went up as the Lord had commanded him, and he died there in the land of Moab by the order of the Lord. In the 40th year from the Israelites going forth from the land of Egypt. Even him marrying an Ethiopian woman was not quite mentioned here. And the children of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab for 30 days. And the days of weeping and mourning for Moses were completed. That's 2 chapters, chapter 88 now. So if there's anyone that has maybe a question, technically we can interrupt and get to your question. Especially questions as against contributions. So you can never tell, we might finish Joshua today, but not likely. Oh, they mentioned in chapter 48, sorry, chapter 84, right? Oh, maybe I missed it. Wow. Let me quickly check it. 84:31. And Aaron went up as the Lord commanded, at the command of the Lord, to Mount Hor, and in the 40th year, in the 5th month, in the first day of the month. Aaron was 100 and, oh, he died in Mount Hor. Yeah, I see. Tell your brother Aaron that he shall die there, for he shall not come into the land which I have given to the children of Israel. Did they mention what he did in Joshua? I don't think so. Except maybe they didn't mention it directly. We're just thinking maybe it's just that calf. Yeah, it was mentioned. Thanks for the reference, Gemma. So let's see. Let's return to 88. Joshua 88. And it was after the death of Moses that the Lord said to Joshua the son of Nun, saying, Rise up and pass the Jordan to the land which I have given to the children of Israel, and thou shalt make the children of Israel inherit the land. Every place upon which the sole of your feet shall tread shall belong to you, from the wilderness of Lebanon unto the great river, the river Perath, or river Pra, shall be your boundary. So wilderness of Lebanon must be close to South Sudan. Wilderness of Lebanon to the river Prath. No man shall stand up against thee all the days of thy life. And I will, as I was with Moses, so will I be with thee. Only be strong and of good courage to observe the law which Moses commanded thee. Turn not from the way either to the right or to the left, in order that thou mayest prosper in all that thou doest. The same thing that is written in Joshua chapter 1. Someone is renaming Joe. Verse 5. And Joshua commanded the officers of Israel, saying, Pass through the camp and command the people, saying, Prepare for yourselves provisions, for in 3 days you will pass, or 3 days more, you will pass the Jordan to possess the land. Verse 6. And the officers of the children of Israel did so, and they commanded the people, and they did all that Joshua had commanded. And Joshua sent 2 men to spy out the land of Jericho. And the men went, I think this is where they met Rahab. The men went and spied out Jericho. And at the end of 7 days, they came to Joshua in the camp and said to him, "The Lord has delivered the whole land into..." They've learned their lesson not to speak negative, no matter how. So the Lord has delivered the whole land into our hand, and the inhabitants thereof are melted with fear because of us. Perhaps this one was actually more direct. And it came to pass after that Joshua rose up in the morning, and all Israel with him, and he journeyed from Shittim. And Joshua and all Israel with him passed the Jordan. And Joshua was 82 years old when he passed the Jordan with Israel. Okay, and the people went up from Jordan on the 10th day of the first month, and they encamped in Gilgal at the eastern corner of Jericho. This is like the 41st year then. Jericho, let me check what we have here. We just have an approximate here. Do we have an approximate Jericho? That's Jordan, right? So is there Jericho here? Control F. Jericho. Yeah, I got it. So this is approximate, like I said, but this is where Jericho probably is looking like it's going to be. Right? Somewhere here. Jericho. So that Jordan is here, around here. The nations that you see that are called these names now are just called those names recently. And they just slapped Bible names on them. Like Syria, like Jordan. I think this is Jordan. The modern state Jordan. So, and like we've mentioned before, this is the place where you have the highest renamed places in the world. Up to 23,000 names of rivers and mountains, etc. So this is an approximate location we're looking at. From this, so this S12, yeah. So this S12 is scripture 12, which you will find a reference if you scroll down. It's the same scripture we picked this from. And we saw that there must be some proximity and all that. So you can tell once you open the map and you check the scriptures there. Flip. Okay. Let's see. So they are coming closer to the west and beginning to take the land gradually. Is what they are doing. Because they came with an east wind from east to west. So, I know it's okay. So, and the children of Israel kept the Passover. Let's back off. And it came to pass that after that Joshua in the morning, okay. So, he was 82 years old when he passed the Jordan with Israel. And the people went up from Jordan. So, they're still going higher in elevation. On the 10th day of the first month, and they encamped in Gilgal at the eastern corner of Jericho. So Gilgal, eastern corner of Jericho. So of course they're coming, like we said, from the east. So the eastern border, so they're just getting closer. So they're now at the eastern border of Jericho. So these look like South Sudan, Gilgal. So let me show Gilgal. Let me just quickly show to let you know that we just use scriptures to approximate. Let me read the scripture, then I'll read Gilgal. So, and people went up from Jordan on the 10th day of the first month, and they encamped in Gilgal at the eastern corner of Jericho, right? So because these things match together, they also match the Bible as we know it. So you can, although we use more of Bible here than Joshua, etc. Okay, so that's why you can see Gilgal here to the east of Jericho. Okay, so again, these are approximate plains of Jericho. It's approximate, but at least it would be in the order in which the lands exist. Okay, so that's Gilgal there, rough estimate of the location. Okay. Did I flip that? Okay. And children of Israel kept the Passover in Gilgal. The Passover is always in the first month of the year. So this is like for the first year, 41st since they left Egypt. In the plains of Jericho, on the 14th day of the on the 14th day at the month, as it is written in the law of Moses. Okay, so that's like your April 14. And the manna ceased at the time of the morrow of the Passover. Oh, so after Passover, the manna stopped. And there was no more manna for the children of Israel, and they ate of the produce of the land of Canaan. They were beginning to eat from that land. And Jericho was entirely closed against the children of Israel. No one came out or went in. So those countries preferred to close themselves in. And it was in the second month of the first day of the month. So there's 15 more days. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Rise up, behold, I have given Jericho into thy hand, with all the people thereof, and all your fighting men shall go round the city once each day. Thus shalt thou do for 6 days." So meaning that it was big enough or small enough for them to go around the city in one day. Okay, I'll believe so. Okay, and the priest shall and the priest shall blow upon trumpets, and when you shall hear the sound of the trumpet, all the people shall give a great shouting, that the walls of the city shall fall down. Wow. And the people shall go up every man against his opponent. So they will just go and fight, because now the walls are down. And Joshua did so according to all that the Lord had commanded him. And on the 7th day they went round the city 7 times. And the priest blew upon trumpet. And at the 7th round, Joshua said to the people, "Shout, for the Lord has delivered the whole city into our hands. And only the city and all that it contains, right, shall be accursed to the Lord." So he's saying that the city will be accursed. So only the city and all that it contains shall be accursed to the Lord, and keep yourselves from the accursed thing, lest you make the camp of Israel accursed. Okay, and trouble the camp. But all the silver and gold and brass and iron shall be consecrated to the Lord. And they shall come into the treasury of the Lord. So don't take it for yourself. Let's take it to the treasury. Perhaps so that some higher power of God can destroy the demonic powers that's probably within that Jericho, rather than just taking it to yourself straight away like that. And all the people blew trumpets, even more or less, this harlot Rahab was more or less consecrated to the Lord, in the sense that she became part of the, what is it called now? The ancestors of the Lord Jesus, right? From that tree. Okay. But all the silver and gold and brass will be consecrated to the Lord. And the people blew upon trumpets and made a great shouting, and the walls of Jericho fell down, and all the people went up, right? Every man straight before him. And they took the city and utterly destroyed all that was in it, both man and woman, young and old, ox and sheep and ass, with the edge of the sword. Oh, they unalived the people also. And they burned the whole city with fire. Only vessels of silver and gold and brass and iron they put into the treasury of the Lord. So the people were perhaps just perverted beyond the code. I think they killed the animals also. Yeah, they destroyed both man and woman, young and old, sheep and ass. Yeah. And Joshua saw at the time, saying, Cursed be the man who builds Jericho. He shall lay the foundation thereof in his firstborn, and in his youngest son shall he set up the gates thereof. There's something wrong about that Jericho. The sound would have unalived them first. Yeah, to have petrified them literally, So there's something so terrible about Jericho for this curse to have followed, even after killing the people that are there. So, and Achan, the son of Carmi, this Carmi is familiar. Can someone remind us if you know? Control F, Carmi. This Carmi is familiar. This is 24, 88, 24, right? This is 88 verse 24. This keeps going. 88 verse 24. So let's look for Carmi. This Carmi is familiar. And Eliram, the wife of Reuben, conceived and bare him Hanok, Palu, Kezron, and Carmi. So this is going to be another Carmi. Let's see. The sons of Reuben still Carmi. And Achan, the son of Carmi. Okay, it's just familiar. It's not, I don't think we have him before now. Okay. So and Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, the son of Judah, dealt treacherously in the accursed thing. And he took of the accursed thing and hid it in the tent. So that's greed, covetousness. And they say covetousness is idolatry. He hid it in the tent, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against the whole of Israel. And it was after this, when the children of Israel had returned from burning Jericho, Joshua sent men to spy out also Ai, and to fight against it. And I'm thinking this Ai is already within Nigeria, present in Nigeria, but we still put it outside Nigeria. Let me show you. It's just an approximation. So at the moment, it's still put outside Nigeria. So they've gone through from Gilgal, right? From Gilgal, past Jericho. This is Moab, where they were having the disobedience to God in the fornications and adultery they were doing. So, but the moment you cross Gilgal from South Sudan, you are beginning to enter into that promised land based on the boundaries you had then. But there's a real possibility that the Moabites later were wiped off, and you could extend Israel further into Ethiopia, present-day Ethiopia. So after Jericho, they went next to Ai. So where did we put Ai? Oh, we put it to the south, somewhere here. Okay. So somewhere here, Ai or Hai. Okay. So that's what we have. But let's read what the text says. After this, and it was after this that when children of Israel has returned from Jericho, from burning, so they went back from burning Jericho, Joshua sent men to spy out Ai also and to fight against it. I think it's too dark. And the men went up and spied out Ai, and they returned and said, Let not all the people go up with thee to Ai. Only let about 3,000 men go up and smite the city. For the men
thereof are but few. So it was really just small people that are there. So just few, but we don't need to go, all of us don't need to go. 27. And Joshua did so, and they went up with him. By the way, note that these people that are being killed, maybe some of them were mixed races, but maybe not. And it doesn't sound nice today, but those things still happen till today, okay? Only it's not made fully, just like Ukraine and Russia, things like that just happen. But more importantly, these lands were given to Shem, and Canaan came to took part of that land given to Shem. That was why God did not just tell Abraham to just go inherit a land, or rather, God didn't just tell him to go possess a land, he told him to go inherit it. And you can only inherit something that belongs to your fathers, okay? So God eventually picked Abraham to go take that land back, and then his descendants, and they're taking it back now. Because the land actually belonged to them. But Canaan, long ago, took part of the land from Shem, even though he was not given that land. So he's from Ham, and the lands he was given in Ham, he forsook that and went to take the land of Shem. So that's the background of that. But people will fight anyway, whether God promised them anything or not. But like I said, it's like death is not the most important thing. It doesn't seem to be the most important thing to God, so as such. Okay. And Joshua did so, and there went up with him of the children of Israel about 3,000 men. So he still led them, and they fought against the men of Ai, and the battle was severe against Israel. And the men of Ai smote 36 men of Israel. And children of Israel fled. That's not happened before, has it? Not recently. And children of Israel fled from before the men of Ai. And when Joshua saw this thing, he tore his garments and fell upon his face to the ground before the Lord. He didn't just go to his drawing board straight away. He with the elders of Israel, and they put dust upon their heads. And Joshua said, "Why, O Lord, did thou bring these people over the Jordan?" That's a wrong question. "What shall I say after the Israelites have turned their backs against their enemies?" Does not happen. "Now therefore all Canaanite inhabitants of the land will hear this thing and surround us and cut off our name." That's thinking too far. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Why dost thou fall upon thy face? Rise and get thee off, for the Israelites have sinned." Why are you falling down? Just like what he told Moses at the point. "But why do you cry to me? Get up, get thee off, for for the Israelites rather have sinned and taken their cursed thing. I will no more be with them unless," thank God for the unless. Whew. "Unless they destroy the accursed thing from among them." And Joshua rose up and assembled the people and brought the Urim by the order of the Lord. So he's about to do some casting lots. So he brought the Urim. Urim sounds like light. By the order of the Lord, and the tribe of Judah was taken. So out of the 12, they cast lots, they picked Judah. And Achan, the son of Camri, was taken. So it's like the way it works it gives you some information, then you redo, recast, and you recast. And Joshua said to Achan, "Tell me, my son, right, what hast thou done?" And Achan said, "I saw among the spoil a goodly garment of Shinar." Shinar is Babylon, towards modern day Egypt. "And 200 shekels of silver and a wedge of gold of 50 shekels weight. I coveted them," he confessed, didn't he? "And took them, and behold, they are hid in the earth in the midst of the tent." And Joshua sent men who went and took them from the tent of Achan, and they brought them to Joshua.
And Joshua took Achan and these utensils and his sons and daughters and all belonging to him, and they brought them into the valley of Achor. And Joshua burned them there with fire. And the Israelites stoned Achan with stones, and they raised over him a heap of stones. Therefore did he call the name of the place. Did he call that place the valley of Achor? Just a moment. Just a moment. Yeah, those days were harsh. But then if you look at it again, 36 people have died because of him. Innocent people, have died because of what he did. And you might think, but it was just the gold, something should have been done to take the gold. That was a spiritual thing. People should not have died physically. Well, that's how something like that will be given instruction with regards to the battle. And things that could kill people physically, and he'll still disobey, and people will be killed. Like, tell him, okay, don't turn on the lights now. We are doing this and doing that. These people are passing from point A to B behind the enemy camp. No light. He will just turn on the light, and the enemy will fire at all of them and kill them. See? Okay, Achor means trouble. Joshua 7:26. Just a moment. So it's trouble. Achor means trouble. Okay, that's what I wanted to check. And Joshua burned them with fire. Yeah, okay, somebody was saying the sound. Okay. Yes and no, then one lights up to give the answer. Okay, I didn't quite get that, Sean. But we can come up already because this chapter is still fairly long, but we can start coming up already so that it's easier to read. And Joshua burned them with fire, and all Israelites stoned Achan with stones. So the Lord's anger was appeased, and Joshua, with stones, and they raised over him a heap of stones. Therefore did they call the place Valley of Achor, that's Valley of Trouble. So the Lord's anger was appeased, and Joshua afterwards came to the city and fought against it. And the Lord said to Joshua, fear not, neither be thou dismayed. Behold, I have given into thy hand Ai, her king, and her people. And thou shalt do unto them as thou did unto Jericho and her king. Only the spoil thereof and the cattle thereof shall you take for prey for yourselves. Lay an ambush for the city behind it. Yeah, so there is specific instruction of what to do for each of those battles. Specific instructions. So in this case, they could take the I think they could take the animals. They couldn't take the people. You have to unalive the people, take animals, and maybe take materials. There are times don't take anybody, don't take any animals, just take materials. There are times don't even take materials, consecrate the materials to the Lord. Perhaps because those materials don't have what's the word?
souls, so they are maybe easier to redeem or something. Okay. Oh, okay. Urim, right? Yeah, good morning, Choma. Please tell me about the Urim.
Yeah, I was talking about the urine thing in the sense that it said, I guess I don't remember where I read it though, but it said that it's like it'll one of them. So if you give, it's one of them is the yes, one of them is the no. So when you cast law, so you all it's the questions you ask it is yes or no. It's not what do you think I should do this? No. So to be able to get answers is yes or no. So
And if you
depending
die,
on what the answer is, one of them lights up. If it's yes, one of them lights up. If it's no, the other one lights up.
I
So
see.
that's how they explained how the urine throwing thing works.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. And I even got the name or the function maybe from the name, from that Urim, right?
Yeah, when you said light, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, Urim means lights. That's plural of lights, correct?
Yeah, right. Angel Ruel, right? So that's light, Uriel, light of God.
And
Yeah.
the old word for light, well, currently you call it Ino in Yoruba, but it used to be called Uron or Iron. You see, bringing out that R to it, it's mainly consonants. And then the in is just the IMO, just the popular, the plural rather. You see, so that's interesting. But you can still search where you got that from, so we can easily pull it, and that'll be good to have. So, and this is very close to what the UG board readers do, correct? Right?
Pretty much, yeah. But the UG board doesn't light up, it moves. So it moves, again, it's that yes or no thing. So it's yes, no. And then if you ask more detailed questions that is not yes or no, then it moves to spell out the words in English, right?
Oh, I see.
Because remember, English is a spell language, is a language of the beast in a way. So it spells it out for you with the ABC thing. But yeah, pretty much. Mhm.
I see. And again, there's this one that I've seen some witches do on TikTok. And they'll take something that looks like a pendulum, and somebody will ask a question on TikTok and they'll swing it, then it will stick to a ears like a magnet.
Yeah, okay, yeah, there's that one too, yeah. But I think you have to be really specialized in that one, right?
Sorry,
Sorry?
sorry, I didn't get what you said last.
I said that one, the pendulum one. It's also, I think is it not over water? Oh, some of these they are practices, yeah. So but you need to be like really specialized in that pendulum thing to be able to use it properly, to be able to get accurate answers.
Yeah, I see. But then, and you can never tell it could be a scam with just some random magnetic thing.
Inside the water, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
but the UG board one is literally diabolic. I think it's got some stuff to it. People that touch it get into some serious troubles and all. So,
Oh,
but
no, it's not because even in the movies they tell you what they're doing, right? So, and to make you see how insidious it is, it's like a children's board game.
wow,
But right, those entities do talk. They do, and even in the movies, right? Because like I said, movies are their documentaries. They tell you about what happens with those boards. So if you toy around with them, if you knock on the door, something will knock back. Right? Not just those boards, there are also those seances, right? Where somebody acts as a medium and then the spirit speaks to that person to answer questions, right?
I see.
So,
That's terrible. So serious demonic stuff. So this is another copy of what God did and God does.
exactly. Then I wanted to address something Obiora, I think it's Obiora that said it, who was saying things were harsh then. Let's not forget that before Genesis, as in the book of Joshua does tell us, right before this campaign starts, there's somebody who appears to Joshua, and Joshua asks a question: are you for us or against us? The guy says neither. So the person leading this particular campaign is not somebody to be messed with. So it's another persona. It's that there was the god of the wilderness that was just managing these people and everything. Pretty much, they were pretty much. It was kind of a tough campaign through the wilderness. But on this one to Jericho, it was a different persona. So this is not somebody you play with. You contravene the instructions. There are repercussions. Unfortunately, 36 people die. Right? So And another thing is the way God answered. He said Achan was the one that stole that thing, but as far as God was concerned, he said it was Israel that did it. So yeah, they had to kill him, and unfortunately, those kind of things. It's not just you;
Family, right?
everybody around with, that is linked to you also dies on that thing, right? So maybe the wife should have exposed it, or the brother should have exposed it, but everybody covered it. Oh, really? Okay, here we go. 36 people, 36 children have been rendered, or families have been rendered fatherless because of this thing. Well, okay, here you go. So when you see that kind of behavior moving forward, remember we don't have any such occurrence again where somebody their expert instructions and you contravene it. The repercussions are swift and unforgiving, right? Because, and like you said, because they're coming into territory that is heavily demonic, you can't keep breaking the hedge, right? I gave him, you should destroy these things, kill these people. You are contravening, so you are letting in snakes to come in to bite. No, we can't do that. This is it was physical, it was military, but it was also it was also spiritual, because they were coming into the territory of giants, hybrids, people who are steeped in the occult. You can't be making silly mistakes like this. No, it was not, So when you look at it from that perspective, you can understand why that punishment was that severe and quick and unforgiving, you know.
Okay. Yeah, someone says, imagine God passed judgment that way in recent times. And that's true. So, and that's true because it's both, like you mentioned, it's both military and spiritual. I mean, it's bad enough when it's just military, and then maybe if it's just spiritual, like you're going for some kind of evangelism, some deliverance situation, and we say don't eat. I see somebody chewing gum or picking something from there. You want to send them back home or something. And it's, in this case, it's then both at the same time. That's like the highest as touch as it can be. I think we're still going to read about. Does Joshua mention that captain of the host that Joshua met? Is it written in Joshua? Can you remind me if you?
No, it's not written in Joshua. We see it in the book of Joshua. They didn't mention it here.
I see. All right.
Because he came in, that night after they do the Passover, the circumcision, according to the book of Joshua, yeah. After the circumcision and after they celebrate the Passover, Joshua is looking from their vantage position. He's looking at Jericho and probably wondering, how are we going to take the city? So it is while he's considering that this entity appears before him with a drawn sword. So this is not a friendly. And he says, who are you? Are you for us or against us? And the guy says, neither. And he say, and he says, when he opens his mouth and says, take your shoes from your feet, then that's when Joshua knows that, okay, this is divine. And he does the same and he bows and worships. Then the entity gives him the instructions. This is what you're going to do. You're not going to raise this thing. You're thinking, oh, how are we going to take the city? You are going to march around 6 times for 6 days. And on the 7th day, yeah. So that was when he gave him the instruction.
Is it Joshua 10 now? That.
The book of, let's look at it, yeah.
Let me see. Joshua 10. Because 10. Because, oh my God, there's a mystery there, which maybe we might get a key today.
So Joshua 5 verse 13. As Joshua was sizing up the city of Jericho, a man appeared nearby with a drawn sword. Joshua strode up over and demanded, are you a friend or foe?
Just a moment.
Okay.
Joshua 10, Adonai, king of Jerusalem, you have destroyed it. Adonai Zedek, right? Just a moment. So he had gone to aid the kings and absence. And the fear greatly. Wherefore, Adonai Zedek, king of Jerusalem, sent. Okay, there's a little mystery there. Let's see how far we can get. So please, Joshua 5. But why don't you do KJV? That sounds like some different.
Okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah, KJV. Because when you start entering into the part we know as New Testament with these translations, you are reading a completely different thing. Because they're usually interpretations, not translations, most times.
You know, so that's what I know. It may be a little bit hard to read the KJV, um, but we still do that. So let me close this. All right. Now Joshua 5. So please read that verse. Show me what that verse is so I can follow.
Joshua 5:13.
Okay. Yeah, please read the thing 13 to 15 if you want to.
I don't have King James here, so
What version is it you're reading?
sorry. The Living Bible translation. It's a translation I've lost since childhood, so I kind of stuck with it.
Sorry, say that again. Sorry.
Okay, the Living Bible translation. Why? It's something I had. It's the translation I'd loved since childhood, so I kind of
NIV,
stuck
did
with
you get
it.
it?
Living Bible translation.
Okay, Living Bible. Okay, I see. Fair enough. Okay, so 13, let me try to read from here. And it came to pass when Joshua was by Jericho that he lifted up his eyes and looked. And behold, there stood a man over against him with his sword drawn in his hand. And Joshua went to him and said unto him, Art thou for us or for our adversaries? And he said, Nay, but as captain of the host of the Lord am I now come. But as captain of the host of the Lord am I now come. And Joshua fell on his face to the earth and did worship. Okay, that's like prostrating you. Your rival prostrate. Okay, and said unto him, What seest my Lord unto his servant? Wow. And the captain said, The Lord's host. And the captain of the Lord's host, rather, said unto Joshua, Loose thy shoes from off thy feet. That's even before the instruction. For the place whereon thou standest is holy. And Joshua did so. Let's move into the next chapter, which is the next verse in the next chapter 6. Now Jericho was strictly shut up. Okay. Joshua said, Give me Jericho. I think it doesn't necessarily say that he's the one that said it, but there's a possibility there. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's inferred. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, inferred, right? Okay. Now, question. Do you have an idea who this man was? This person?
Lord of hosts.
Okay, the Most High itself.
The person itself, right? So I can't say, right? Could it be Yeshua in human form? All those incarnations he kept coming in as, right? So that's what I if I was going to take a guess, I would say it's Yeshua coming in as a warring, persona.
I see. Yeah. So yeah, makes sense. So I don't know. Although we are quick in New Testament, almost everything. Jesus is the rock, is the water, is the angel, is the this.
Because he can't be an angel. Why? Take off your shoes. He accepts worship. No angel accepts worship. Remember when John starts to worship, every time he's overwhelmed in Revelations, the angel always cautions him. So the only person who accepts worship is God. So the only exactly, it says it's not an angel, and we see he's the God of Lord Sabaoth, right? The Lord God of hosts, the Lord of hosts, right?
Captain of the host, kind
Exactly.
of. KJV. Captain of the host is different from right? Well, it says captain of the Lord's host, right? So maybe not the Lord himself, but remind me of something. Sometimes worship is used as greeting. That's why I mentioned Dobale very lightly the other time. The prostration that Yoruba people do. Sometimes they use worship for greeting. They will say, and Abraham worshipped a person. Could you quickly help me check? Or there's verses that have put greeting as worship. Let's take that.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's why I stay with KJ, because it's at least you have one flow, right? So let's quickly confirm that. I know it, but it's been a long time. I'm not sure if that's still the case. Let me try to use some of this.
Shadi wants to offer another perspective. Can she come?
Oh, nice. Okay, is she on?
Yeah, she's here.
People are requesting. Oh, nice. So although she's not requesting, I mean, I've not seen a request, So Charlie, please request so we can bring you up. So just bring everybody up. Yep.
All right, Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Yes. Okay. So we can just mute so that we
Hi
ban.
guys.
Hello.
So I have a violation. I don't know where it's from, Chioma messaged me. I sent a message back. I even sent a message to Pastor. They're saying I violated something. If this is a mistake, I should let them know. So everybody on this community that I've accepted, or they've sent me a follow and I've accepted and I followed back, I can't send messages to them. I can't send DMs. I can't send hellos. I can't send anything. So if Chioma, if you can check one of your posts, the very first post on your page, under it, I sent you. I made a comment and I also took a picture, a screenshot of the violation, whatever. I don't know why. I've sent them a message to say I've not violated anything, but I don't know why they stopped me from sending messages. So my perspective is this. First and foremost, I think Joshua asked, are you for us or against us? Because the guy in front of them had his son drawn, kind of looked like one of the giants he's been citing. We know that they have that physicality. So I think we've established that in all our conversations, that the watchers and all of that probably had that physicality that was giant. Because in some Bibles, they'll say they saw a man as tall as a tree that stood in front of him, right? In some Bible verses, right? So when he saw it drawn, when he saw his sons drawn, like, is this one of these guys that are there? You understand? Because I mean, he couldn't distinguish between, is this one of the guys that I know is not of Israel, because my guys are not this tall and this big, but this guy has the features of the son of Anak. You understand? Very, very tall, very big and whatnot. And that's my first impression. Secondly, if he says, just like Pastor was saying, sometimes, like, think about when Abraham encountered those three men, knew they were angels, right? Prostrated, you get. Some scriptures will say he worshipped. Some scriptures say he prostrated and invited them in. So I think that whole prostrating thing is not that he's actually worshiping them as God, but prostrating in that he's just greeting or worshiping, or I'm not worshiping, but greeting and really trying to show respect in a sense. Maybe that's the connotation that they're trying to achieve. The third one would be that I assume that might be Michael. And this is me reading deep. In the book of the occults that I've read, I've also read on angels as well. Apparently, Solomon did a lot of angel summoning with demon summoning. For every demon, there's an angel that can defeat it. So when he talks about placements and whatnot, when he talks about captain of hosts, it's always Michael. And the rule for angels is simply, if an angel's main priority is, I'm just giving an example, is baking cake, you cannot call an angel and summon him and tell him to build a house. It will vex the angel and it probably will be very detrimental for you. So if that angel comes up and say, hey, I am the angel of the Lord's host, etc., etc., it's possibly, and this is me in quotes, Michael. It's possibly Michael, right? Because Michael is the one of all the, at least of all the archangels that we know,
Okay.
Okay. Joshua 6 is where the Lord gives Joshua instructions about how to take Jericho. Now, how do you say it? I wouldn't say that is God in his person, surfacing. God won't surface for something like that. Even your burning bush, think about the burning bush with Moses, right? Right? Was it God himself or God's presence or somebody speaking through God? It's more like you send your secretary and you are speaking to your secretary, or your secretary is holding your phone and speaking through the phone, but the secretary was, you understand? So I'm not sure that God or Jesus himself appeared. This is my own little perspective or my own little interpretation of it. And in bracket, I'm just thinking God sent one of his hosts. One of them is Michael, who is a captain. Captain is not the highest rank of military. And I think Pastor has said it, there are some angels that are badass that possibly we don't even know, right? And that's the only way I can express myself, sir. There's some angels that are top notch. Let me change my English. There's some angels that are powerful, fierce, name it, right? So yeah, so God can speak to this guy, but I don't believe that was God himself manifesting. Right? I believe sincerely that was God just talking through someone that, yes, that person's only job is that rank when it comes to wars and fighting. So based on my own knowledge of the dark and the light and combined and whatnot, they usually are like that. If an angel is for cake, he's for cake. The angel for bread is for bread. The angel for cake will not do bread. You try it, you could get killed. So basically, that's kind of like how it goes. So that's my 55 cents. I think I've spoken for 55 minutes.
She may have a point. She may have a point. Okay, so we're talking about who gave the instructions and when it was given. Chapter 6, if we continue, it's not inferred because chapter 6, verse 2 tells you, but the Lord said to Joshua, Jericho, and so he gave him the instructions on how to take Jericho. Another way I can agree with her is, remember when the Most High is talking to Moses and he's saying, the angel that is going with you does not take rubbish. As in when he was leading them out of Egypt into the wilderness, remember the Most High says, there is an angel that is going with you. I can't remember if it's an angel or something, but he will not suffer fools lightly. Right? So it was, in a way, he was kind of saying that it's not necessarily me that is going with, I'm with you, but there's something else that is coming with you, and that one does not take rubbish. So it's possible that that's an angel, one of those fierce angels she's talking about, or the angel. Remember when the Most High it says, is it Daniel that when Gabriel was saying the angel over the principality that watches over Israel is the angel Michael, yeah. So it's possible that but my own is the dead giveaway for me was
Yeah, I also think, okay.
the acceptance of worship. Angels don't accept worship. They don't.
Yes, and that's what we're trying to decipher. I'll actually intend to. Okay, Kian, let's hear you.
Yeah, I also think it's Michael because going by the antecedents, you would get to see when it comes to war, like Shade had said, when it comes to war, there's an angel that's in charge of that, and that's Michael. And when it comes to dispersing of information and messages, is Gabriel that handles that. And they are the archangels, but they are the captains. Most times, they address themselves as the captain of the host. And like she said, angels have designations, and you cannot crisscross. A designation that is meant for you to do, that's what you do. It's not like you can be deployed to do other assignments. It's just like a bit about termites and all of that. So there are different kinds of ants within the termite kingdom, where they carry out different assignments. So one cannot go and do the assignment of the other. So that's the same manner in which the angels operate. So I think it is Michael. But again, worshiping or prostrating to worship or to bow, it could be just bowing in reverence and as a sign of respect because of the kind of being you sin. Because sometimes certain things you see would force you to take certain postures. But I also know that these people, they are like, when it comes to events and occasions, when somebody comes to stand in for another person, you come in the office of that person. If I'm going to represent the president, I come in as a president and I'm addressed as a president. And whatever I say is assumed that that's what the president has sent me to say. So if they speak it from that angle and they carry that particular posture, then there's every likelihood that they prostrate to God as a representation of the person who have been sent to represent him at that point in time. So the worship might not be to that angel, but to the person who has sent the angel to come, which is God. So that's how I perceive it to be. So for me, I think it's Michael, except otherwise, because he's the one that addresses himself as the captain of the host. So and usually when it comes to such kind of assignments, they are usually the ones that are deployed. Like Chioma said, when the prince of Persia withstood the prayers of Daniel, Michael has to be sent down, and even Michael had to fight. It took him 21 days to be able to fight through, to be able to bring the message to him. To clear the way for the message to be brought to him. So It's possible Gabriel was to bring the message, but because Gabriel is not a warring angel, Michael had to come and fight through to clear the road for him to be able to come and deliver Daniel's message, sort of. So I think it's Michael, and that's my own
Well,
perspective.
okay, I just found the scripture, Genesis 23, verse 20, where he talks about that angel.
Tell me.
Should I read it from my translation?
23:20
Yes.
is I'm trying. If you're translating from one language to another language, and you have 300 plus translations in just that same language, is for me is somehow. And they all of them before the start, almost all of them mention the KJV that the translation is good enough, but they still do what they want to do. Whether because of money or whatever, I don't know. But let me try. Genesis what, so I can follow at least.
Genesis 23, verse 20 to 23.
23:20. Okay. Please go read it from there. I'll just follow from here.
Okay. See, I'm sending an angel before you to lead you safely to the land I have prepared for you.
Just a moment, sorry. Genesis 23, right?
Yes, Genesis. I'm sorry, Exodus, my bad. Exodus 23.
Okay, Exodus 23. So Exodus 23:20. Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
See, I'm sending an angel before you to lead you safely to the land I have prepared for you. 21. Reverence him and obey all his instructions. Do not rebel against him, for he will not pardon your transgression. He's my representative. He bears my name. 22. But if you are careful to obey him, following all my instructions, then I will be an enemy, and I'll be an enemy to your enemies. Now, this is 20. This is where I'm saying, okay, it's possible. For my angel will go before you and bring you into the land of the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Canaanites, Hivites, and Jebusites to live there. So it's possible that this is the angel he was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's quite instructive. So yeah. So let me say this. First off, the topic or the matter we're discussing is not like a do or die kind of topic. So it's the kind that you may, I mean, even if you don't get it, we don't get it accurately, then it's not, I don't think it's, I mean, a blunder as such, okay? I don't think it's a disaster as such. Like we used to say, there's no point if we are constantly learning and we're not coming to the knowledge of the truth, where we know how to honor God, how to love people, turn away from darkness to light and things like that, okay? So that being said, then let's explore with some open mind. So while you were talking, everybody was talking, I was trying to confirm that worship thing. So the word is, it does not use the word worship for greeting, but when you check inside, it's the same act, and sometimes that act which is used to greet is also used to worship. So that's what you will discover at the end of the day. So you will find that in, let's see, in quite a few scriptures. For example, in Genesis 23 verse 7, when Abraham was greeting the people of the land, in fact it was Hittite he was greeting, and Abraham bowed himself and worshiped. Well, bowed himself, that's what it says, okay? And Jacob, when he bowed himself to the ground for Esau, that's Genesis 3 verse 3. And when Bathsheba paid obeisance, bowed to King David, and things like that. So, but when you check the word bow, just to check it, and let's see if we get that. Okay, so it's shakak. Okay, it's shakak. So let me get the actual verse. Genesis 18:2. So he lifted up his eyes, and behold, 3 men were standing. Something like that. Okay, this one. You know what? Let's just go to the Joshua 10. No, not the Joshua one. We need the bowing one, not the worship one. The bowing one, Genesis 33 verse 3, right? Sorry, yeah, because Jacob shouldn't have been worshiping Esau. He was just greeting him. So Genesis 33:3, although he was afraid for his life. Duplicate. Genesis 33 verse 3. So let's see what that says. So, and he passed over before them and bowed himself to the ground 7 times until he came near to his brother. So that was Jacob doing that because he was afraid of his life. So let's check that Genesis 33:3 in interlinear to check the word and just see. Genesis 33 verse 3. Okay. And it crossed Abar, right? Sounds like the word for Ibar, Hebrew. So before them and bowed himself. Okay, so Wayitcha, well, let's see. Oh, let me back that off. Let's pick the number. It's the same thing, Shakak. Okay, Shakak, the same word. So now, so that means we can read that word interlinear safely. So bow down, crouch, fall down, flat in bracket, humbly beseech, okay, and do obeisance, do reverence, make to stoop. The last word was worship. Let me just show everybody what's on the screen. I think that's easier. Okay, so that's Shakak. Okay. Once again, let's just show where we got it from. That it was not necessarily worship it was talking about in that context, right? This is available on the internet, but I hope they don't start changing these things. I wish I could just download these things as hard copy before they start, or soft copy even before they start changing stuff. And he crossed over before them and bowed himself to the ground 7 times. Talking about until what? Until he came near to his brother. So just a moment. Okay. So yeah, so that's what this man was doing, Jacob. So it wasn't worship in that sense, but because it's the same act, physically, outwardly, it has the same. Where is it? Bowed himself down, and that's what people do in Africa. You kneel, right? Like I said, the culture I have seen, because talk about human worship, right? You find it in West Africa a lot, but then since worship and greeting is now same, it's not a matter of context. Anyway, so so bow down. So that's the Shakak, right? Bow down, crouch, fall down, humbly beseech, do obeisance, do or make obeisance, do reverence, make to stoop or to worship. So that's like a greeting. So National American Standard Bible, something like that. These are the words they use there. Okay. So long story short, it's the same physical thing. So to now guess who it might be, maybe Michael. Yes. Now I'm
going to because the one you're talking about is greeting, but the one Joshua did, I just read it in the KJV. The one he did to this angel in verse 14 is in verse 13. Verse 14 is actually worship.
Oh, okay.
Read it.
Is it
It's worship.
right? Is it different? Yeah, it did worship. Yeah.
Yeah, it did worship.
Let's check. Yeah, I understand that. Let's quickly check Joshua 5:14. Let's see if it's the same Shakak. Let's see. Get it?
Okay. Yeah. Let's do that.
That will help us. Yeah. 5:14. The interlinear duplicate. Like I said, this is just catching fun. To be fair, so it's not like
exactly true, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Joshua 5. Let's see. 14. So let's see, worship. It's looking like the same thing. It's the same thing. You get it? So yeah, thanks for that first. So I think this is confirming that it's the same thing. You get it?
Okay.
Let me back off. So it's the same thing. Joshua 5:14. I think it's the same thing. So I think it's the context that then determines. But angels are usually careful, like you said, to receive these kind of things.
May I also say something?
In the case of Daniel, yes.
In every time we've read that, a person of God like your Abrahams or your Joshua or your Jacob encounter an angel, not many of them go up and say, who are you? Are you for us? Are you for against us? And the angel doesn't bother introducing. So with Abraham, he just knew, right? He prostrated, he invited them in. If you check the Bible says Abraham saw these 3 guys standing there, recognized them immediately, bowed low, invited them in, cooked for them, and they told him his plans and all of that good stuff. Moving on to someone like Jacob, when he saw the angel, Jacob didn't exactly bow, wrestled the guy, I don't know why he
Mhm.
decided that he wanted to fight.
You know
You know?
what? Could you check Revelation? Shadi, sorry. Could
Let's
you check? Yeah, let's see what that
just
word
one
is.
moment. Someone wait. Revelation is in
No.
Greek, but just wait.
Oh, right. I just want to see
Let's
if the
Shadi give.
same word, right? Yeah, because there's that word worship
Yeah,
again.
it
So I
might
just want to see
be.
the same word. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. The Septuagint or something in the middle there. The Greek had become the lingua franca, so they did most of that translation in the New Testament. That's a problem. They made it in Greek, so we may not be able to find, but we'll do just when Shadi finishes. Shadi, please continue.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is this Joshua did not recognize this person. His mind was, we are at war. We're going to war. So how do we take this place? We are ready. He sees this guy, sword drawn. He's thinking, let me be a gentleman and ask. Who are you? Because you understand, if you cannot see, if you see something and doesn't look too distinct from your enemy, you're not afraid of your enemy. You can take your enemy down by God's grace. You go and you just want clarity. Who are you? And he says, okay, this is who I am. Blah 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 blah. And then he just prostrates in respect, right? That's how I think the context came about, that he bowed down and whatnot. Most people would, in fact, all the encounters we've seen with men of God meeting angels, they recognize them immediately. Joshua on his mind was just on some I'm ready to fight, right? And this guy looks like somebody that I have spied on, and he looks like the son of Anak, these giants and whatnot. So, but let me confirm, because he's situated outside the palace walls. Are you for us or are you against us? Blah, blah, blah. And then when he notices, oh my God, you actually sent from the Lord, then he bows. That's how it comes across to me. Because Shema was right when she said angels do not accept worship. Not if that angel would have corrected him if he felt like he was worshiping him, I think. But then again, it might just also be just the literature, and the literature has changed once you've translated and translated and translated. Some words do flip. So that bow down may have been called worship. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. So let's just move over to that quickly. Revelation 19. It happens, I think it happened about twice. But this one is in Revelation 19:10. So let's check. But you're gonna be seeing
Happened
Greek.
twice, 19 and in 22.
Oh, I see. So let's
Yeah.
check this interlinear. So like I said, it's in Greek. And I fell at his feet. So now you're going left to right. The other one was from right to left. So this
Right
left
to
to right.
left. Yeah.
And I fell before this.
1910.
Yeah, so proskuneo, that's to prostrate. Proskuneo, right? That's to kneel before. So so that's worship straight away, first off, okay? To acknowledge that, right? Proskuneo. Kuon, that means like a dog, to kiss peck like a dog, like really humbling yourself. That kuon is like the Hebrew Greek word for dog. So because that's the kuon there, okay? So now, so to balance this, or not balance, to fully confirm, we need somebody who did this in form of greeting in the New Testament. Do you get what I'm trying to do?
Okay.
You understand? So we can check that if proskuneo was used as something else other than worship, to fall, to crouch, to, I think physically is the same thing. Physically, I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's the same physical posture, right?
Yeah,
But I guess
I think
maybe
physical
there's the intent, right? It's different.
Yeah, yes, the intent very important. So that's why some cultures within Africa, in fact, maybe even within Nigeria, they just don't like that Yoruba thing. You just prostrate. There's nothing more humble than putting your face to the ground. You understand? And that's what they require the men to do to their fathers. I mean, what else can you do now? If you want to enter the ground, so the most humble thing you can ever do between two human beings, or between you and even God, physically, not the heart posture necessarily, but physically, is to take yourself and lie flat on the ground. You understand? There is no other, kneeling is still, at least your face is still up. And I think that's how far they let the women go. But maybe the man or guy, you have to show that you're really humble. You have too much power. Lie down. So Yoruba culture, and some cultures in Nigeria will be like, which kind of thing? Why are you prostrating for somebody? That it's only God you can do that for now. Why are you doing that for human being? So but I'm not quite aware of other cultures, and that thing has advantages and disadvantages. It can be misused. In fact, it has been misused, okay, and abused, right? But I'm not sure of many other cultures in Africa or indeed in the world that would greet just your parent, just to greet your parent, your face is on flat on the ground. What's going on here? You understand? So I have not seen um I've not seen I've not seen much. Maybe I've not searched well. But someone can also help us search that on the internet. But it's gonna be very few.
Yeah, it's quite a number of people bowing down. But the word where poskino, you said, was used specifically was the incident of the leper bowing before
Yeshua.
Yeshua. I'll get
That's still
the scriptural reference for that one. Let me see. Let me
that's
get that
still
one.
it still sounds worship. I mean, sorry, yeah, it still sounds like worship because at least it's Jesus anyway. So, but I think the physical thing is amor. When you are in amor, prostrating is not possible. What's amor? Because it was the time engaged in war. Okay, well, anyway, that's not the point
Look at
we are
Acts
asking
chapter
anyway. In
10,
case wisdom
25.
is not getting. So let me quickly, so we don't digress too far. There was one scripture.
Acts 10:25,
Okay,
where
check
Cornelius is
that.
bowing to.
This false prophet 23. Just quickly beware of him. Yeah. So yes, the angel, yes, that will not forgive. Exodus 23.
And there's okay, this is worship.
There's an angel that said he will not forgive, and I want to try to confirm. I have two people, of course. Michael is one, but the second person I want to mention, which is not Jesus yet.
Okay.
So, and yeah, so where is that place where it says that angel will not forgive you? 23. It's 23 something. Yeah, because you told it before.
I think Exodus
23, I think, right? Well, it's almost the same. For my English, I'll go before you.
23,
Let me,
20.
yeah, 20. Okay,
23,
good.
20.
Yeah. So it says angel, and you see malak. So there's no confusion. That's the word for angel, malaika or malak. So, so it's an angel. So, and I think where we are beginning to approach, like I said, it's not too important, but this is where I think a particular what they call denomination got into, and they started saying Jaman killed Jesus Christ, right? So, and I don't think so. Okay, so that's where they got to. They started saying. By the way, there's always a way. Like Shadi also reminded us, like we've read, that an angel almost like is a medium, and you cannot tell, especially this angel at this order, right? It's like you have somebody talking from a phone, and the phone will not introduce itself with a different name. You just say hello, and it will just start talking. So it's like saying, I'll put a phone in your midst. I'll put something like a device in your midst. When that device is talking, that is me speaking. He said my name. Let me just read that again. Behold, I said an angel before the. In fact, this thing is in 3 levels. Very, very interesting. It's in 3 levels. Of course, the Most High himself is at the very back end of things. But most times when he's interacting with a human, which we'll get to briefly, he's doing that through this angel. And this angel, when this angel comes in your midst, in your worship, in prayer, and things like that, in when they were moving in the ecclesia, is as good as the Most High God himself moving. Now, many times this man will give you an instruction. Now, this is a human being. He will give you an instruction, and most times this instruction will come from this chain of order, right? And sometimes some of these men are now looking almost divine, and almost not like you are the one trying to respect them. God puts that honor on them, like the face of Moses beginning to shine, right? So something like that. And that becomes very, very powerful, and the things like that. Maybe the kind of thing that happened with this Ananias and Sapphira, they may not have been Christians, to be fair, or believers, actually. If you're trying to argue that New Testament, so it doesn't say necessarily that they were believers. But long story short, that kind of thing where you talk to Peter and the person unalives, right? So, and then the people follow that man. And even in Revelation, you say, unto the angel of the house, some have argued that those angels are ministers or pastors over that assembly and stuff like that. So that's the kind of flow you see, that kind of flow. But let's just read this and we'll continue. Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into the place where I have prepared. Beware of him. Imagine, beware of somebody leading you.
and obey his voice, provoke him not, for he will not. And by the way, this is sounding like, it's sounding like two different persons, like this person is different from me, sort of. Otherwise, you would have said, provoke me not. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgression, for my name is in him. You see? So this is where some people go to and they say, well, that angel is Angel Michael and that Michael is Jesus Christ because of names. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Okay, but it doesn't actually mean so, because there have been many angels that spoke in first person pronoun and would say, I am God, or I am this, I am the Lord. Meanwhile, it was an angel, like the burning bush. Okay, but if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, you see, obey his voice, do all that I speak, you see. Then, like I said, this is not too important. It's almost entering into the matters of Trinity a little bit. This is almost like Old Testament Trinitarian kind of stuff. That if they were into doctrines, the only that they don't have time for talking crap. They just take a sword and fight. If you can't fight, forget your Greek or Hebrew. You want to speak to them, you see. So, but if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, right, through him, then I will be an enemy unto thine enemies and an adversary to thine adversaries. For mine angels shall go before thee, bring thee unto the Amorites, the Hittites, Perizzites, Canaanites, and Hittites and Jebusites, and I will cut them off. And thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, etc. Okay, but you serve the Lord, you see. So there's that angel. So that being said, this is the same 23, right? So we can close one. That being said, I want to mention the second personality I am thinking, which is a very dicey person. Not the character, of course, but the detail about the person. Right, and even the little that God has shown us regarding that person is careful. One needs to be careful in going into detail. First off, I don't think it's important, at least for this time and this season. You see, right? But I'm thinking that person could be Melchizedek. That's the person I'm thinking about, and there's reasons, but today is not the time for that. Otherwise, the digression will be too far. Okay, to go too far. I'm thinking probably Melchizedek, because Melchizedek has met Abraham earlier, and then no, it's probably. But the Michael is like the go-to person. It probably will be. And some will say Jesus, but I think probably Michael, because of him ready to fight at this point, and all with the sword, etc. So that's it. Thank you so much for contributions. Okay, do you think? Okay, yeah. Please tell me, why do you think it probably won't be Melchizedek? I can quickly steal before we continue. Why do you think it may not be Melchizedek? You can unmute. You're muted. You don't know. You're muted.
I said, that's interesting. Do share why you think so. I want us. Please, could you shed more light?
Why? Okay. Oh yeah. So that's because of Jasher. So let's finish Jasher and see. All right. If it comes up, then I'll flow it along with the text. If it doesn't, maybe till next time or till April. Something is happening in April, which I'll announce at the end of today's live. Okay. It's not Melchizedek. Well, maybe. So let's see. So and Joshua sent men who went and took Achan, brought him out. So I mean, this was very harsh, right? And part of the reason I did that 4-line hierarchy is because sometimes this man would do things. Like here, it doesn't even say that it was that angel that was taking them, that was leading them, that will not forgive, etc., that told them to stone Achan. I don't think it says so here, but you can imagine that Joshua is the one doing that, and he's doing that from that flow of authority. Imagine how we started the conversation, my son, right, with that Achan, Okay, so and the Lord said, okay, I think we have a guest request. Let's see. Oh, it's loading. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's proceed. So let's just finish this chapter, then we'll just discuss some more and we'll finish for the day. So it's more interesting with the screen like this. And the Lord said to Joshua, fear not, be not thou dismayed. And he told him the strategy. In the book of Joshua, I don't think it necessarily said that God told him that strategy. But long story short, he still used the strategy. And he did an ambush because the people of Ai started becoming proud and they thought like we are good, we can take this, and they were too proud and something like that, and that's how we defeated them. So do not be dismayed. Behold, I have given into thy hand Ai, her king and her people, and thou shalt do unto them as thou did to Jericho, her king. Only the spoil thereof and the cattle thereof shalt thou take for a prey for yourselves. Lay an ambush for the city behind it. So he told him how to go about that. So Joshua did according to the word of the Lord, and he chose from amongst the sons of war 30,000 valiant men. That's 10 times what they went with the first time, I think. Then he sent them, and they lay in ambush for the city. And he commanded them, saying, when you shall see us, okay, we will flee before them with cunning. You see that funny thing they did. And they will pursue us, and they shall rise out of, and you rather, shall then rise out of the ambush and take the city. And they did so. So that's how they tricked them. So tricking is allowed. And Joshua fought, okay, and the men of the city went. Could it be fear? Could it be fear of the angels as God warned them? Yeah, it could be. Gabriel is a messenger. Gabriel actually also fought at a point. You find that in the book of Daniel. He said he was going to fight also. So I think no matter what angel you are, you should have at least some combating skills, as at least at the basis level. Okay, but Gabriel said at a point that he was going to fight. Okay, yeah, war strategy. So and Joshua fought, and the men of the city went out towards Israel, not knowing that they were lying in ambush for them behind the city. And Joshua and all the Israelites feigned themselves. You see, this feign means like to fake themselves, and they wearied out before them, and they fled by the way of the wilderness with cunning. They were just wasting their fuel, more or less, and took them far away from their homes. And the men of Ai gathered all the people who were in the city to pursue the Israelites, and they went out and were drawn away from the city. Not one remained, and they left the city open and pursued the Israelites. And those who were lying in ambush rose up out of the places and hastened to come to the city, and took it and set it on fire. So they will see the smoke and come back. And the men of Ai turned back, and behold, the smoke of the city ascended to the skies. This is so real. When you just read this thing, you can't, wasting the fuel. I said that because I was thinking about the World War, when there's this strategy, they wasted the fuel of the Germans. That's why I used that term fuel. All right, so this is very literal. You can tell these things sound so much like something that happened as that was written as it happened. And behold, the smoke of the city ascended to the skies, and they had no means of retreating either one way or the other. And all the men of Ai were in the midst of Israel. So there was the Israelites behind and in front of them. Some on this side and some on that side. And they smote them. Even the confusion alone is enough to weaken them. Smote them so that none of them remained. That's the end of them, you see. They're going to 60-something, I think. And the children of Israel took Melosh, the king of Ai, alive, and they brought him to Joshua. And Joshua hanged him on a tree, and he died, perhaps by instruction. And the children of Israel returned to the city after having burned it, and they smote all those that were in it with the edge of the sword. And the number of those that had fallen of the men of Ai, both men and women, was 12,000. Not so big. They were really small. Ai. Right? Only the battle. By the way, if there are 12,000 men and women, it makes sense that maybe there are around 3,000 men. So the men said Joshua should send about 3,000 men the first time when they lost. But this time Joshua came with 30,000, and the people of Ai will be like, okay, let's still try. And Joshua intentionally began to flee. So when 30,000 people are running away from you, man, you feel so pompous and all that. So that must have been the effect. These are not the details you would think of putting into a story you're formulating. Anyway, that's that for the so-called atheists. So only the cattle and the spoil of the city they took to themselves, according to the word of the Lord to Joshua, perhaps through that angel. And all the kings on this side of Jordan, all the kings of Canaan, heard the evil which the children of Israel had done to Jericho. Right, on this side of Jordan, that's talking about to the western side. And they gathered themselves together to fight against Israel. So only the inhabitants of Gibeon were greatly afraid to fighting against the Israelites, lest they should perish. So they acted cunningly. That's in Joshua 9, I think. They went to make a league with Joshua. And they came to Joshua and to all Israel and said unto them, we have come from a distant land, is a lie. Now therefore make a covenant with us. And somehow, I don't know why he couldn't break his own covenant based on their cunning act for some reason. Could have just reversed it. And the inhabitants of Gibeon overreached the children of Israel. So there must be something they did. Perhaps this included blood. I'm not sure. Perhaps this included blood. This thing they did here. Perhaps, I'm not sure. But if it was just a contract and words, you can just reverse it. Just read the contract. You said you are from the way we do today. You just go to the contract and read. This is a simple, basic maritime law, right? And you just go to read it, right? And you say, and they told him, we have come from a distant land. Just go to that phrase in your contract and underline it like this. Give it to your lawyers. Since this is wrong, then our contract can follow. Bye-bye. And nullify it. But then they did something beyond books and writings. I don't know why I couldn't reverse it. And the inhabitants of Gibeon overreached the children of Israel, and the children of Israel made a covenant with them, and they made peace with them, and the princes of the congregation swore unto them. That's part of it, swearing. But afterward, the children of Israel knew that they were neighbors to them and were dwelling among them. And the children of Israel slew them not, for they had sworn to them by the Lord. Perhaps that's one of the things. They have sworn to them by the Lord. You should watch before you seal deals like that. Sworn, so that's probably part of it. Maybe not blood necessarily, but maybe. But to them, you can't use that name and you still go back and reverse. That's powerful. And they became hewers of wood. Those guys are really wise. So what they did is that you guys have life. We should honor life, but because of our God. So they employed all of them. They started working for it. They said, if we prefer that, don't worry, we would work. She didn't have to work, don't worry. So many of them were carrying wood and they're drawing water for the Israelites. And Joshua said to them, why did you deceive me to do this thing to us? And they answered him, saying, because it was told to thy servants that all you have done all to all the kings of the Amorites, and we were greatly afraid of our lives, and we did the thing. Okay. And Joshua appointed them on that day to hew wood and to draw water, and he divided them for slaves to all the tribes of Israel. So he just divided them. But the thing is, some of them will enter the thing by marriage, probably at the end of the day. Anyway, and when Adonizedek, king of Jerusalem, heard all that the children of Israel had done to Jericho and Ai, he sent to Hoham, king of Hebron, and to Piram, king at Jarmuth, and to Japhia, king of Lachish, and to Debar, king of Eglon, and saying, come up to me and help me, that we may smite the children of Israel and the inhabitants of Gibeon. So he wants to attack Gibeon also, who have made peace with this our enemy, the children of Israel. And they gathered themselves together, and the 5 kings of the Amorites went up with all their camps, a mighty people numerous as the sand of the seashore. And all these kings came and encamped before Gibeon, and they began to fight against the inhabitants of Gibeon. And all the men of Gibeon sent to their daddy, Joshua, saying, come up quickly to us and help us, for all the kings of the Amorites have gathered together to fight against us. So they wanted to honor life the Gibeonites first before they go to the main enemy. And Joshua and all the fighting people went up from Gilgal. So they're still working around that Gilgal. This is just a rough estimate. So they've been camping there for quite a while. So those on this side of Jericho is whom they want to start dealing with now, on this left-hand side of Jericho. Left-hand side. So they went up from Gilgal, and Joshua suddenly, just a moment, let me check something. Just give me a moment. Let me be here, Southern Sudan, and west of Central Africa. Southern Sudan, west of Central Africa. So let's see. South Sudan. Okay, west of Central Africa. Okay, so Gilgal probably was indeed just about here, or maybe here. Okay, just one of those two. But this map is not completely necessarily to the spot. Many of the things were
just approximate distance to place the thing and all that. But it's probably indeed just about here or just about west of Central Africa Republic, present day. Okay, let's continue. So they went up from Gilgal, and Joshua came suddenly to them and smote these 5 kings with a great slaughter. And the Lord confounded them before the children of Israel, who smote them with a terrible slaughter in Gibeon. Let's see if we have Gibeon on our map, or maybe we've not corrected it yet. Gibeon is now to the left again, so this is a little bit off. So, but we might check that it might be, because everything is based on scriptures. So this S24, we must check if it is something that could still go to the left, because it is looking like it would be to the left of Gilgal, not to the right. Okay, that's by the way. So so in Gibeon, and pursued them along the way that goeth up to Beth Horon and Makkedah, and they fled from before the children of Israel. Quick one, which is interesting. You see, it says King of Jerusalem. I'm thinking the place was not called Jerusalem then. But it was called Jerusalem after. But they are calling this king that name of King of Jerusalem with hindsight, benefit of hindsight, because now the place is called Jerusalem. But it's then suggesting to us that Jerusalem is probably towards the west, at least at this time. Okay, but let's not go too far in locations. Anyway, so Beth Horon unto Makkedah, and they fled from before the children of Israel. And while they were fleeing, the Lord sent upon them hailstones from heaven. It's very, very common. No, not very, very like that, but that happened even in time of Jacob also, when his sons was going after these kings, some of these kings also. Sent upon them hailstones from heaven, and more of them died by hailstones than by the slaughter of the children of Israel. Where is Aijalon? Where is Aijalon? Just a moment. No, not here. Maximize that. Aijalon, Control F. I don't think we have Aijalon here. It's just AI. But Aijalon. Can someone please help us spell Aijalon? I think it's AI. It starts with AI. West of AI. Bethel AI. Okay. I think Aijalon is starting. It starts with an A-I-J. Okay. Someone can help with that spelling while I continue to read. Thank you. Aijalon, right? Let's 1 or 2 more persons confirm. So while they were fleeing, the Lord sent unto them hailstones like that. Okay. And children of Israel pursued them and still smote them in the road, going on and smiting them. And when they were smiting, I can imagine it must have been a very, very mighty army they were fighting against. Look at this. And when they were smiting, the day was declining towards evening, and Joshua said in the sight of all the people, Son is about to do a miracle. And I don't know what inspired this. Maybe just from his spirit somehow. And when they were smiting, the day was declining towards evening. And Joshua said in the sight of the people, Son, so it was not a quiet prayer. Son, stand thou still upon Gibeon. So that means Gibeon at least to the east of where they were at. And thou moon. And by the way, it's occurring to me, this was probably somewhere in the evening when you could still see the sun and the moon at the same time. Of course, that's what it is, isn't it? In the evening, there are times you see the sun and the moon at the same time. And thou moon in the valley of Aijalon. Okay, it says Aja here. So let me see if we can find Aijalon in this spelling of Joshua in our map. Aijalon, AJ. No, there is no Aijalon on our map. Okay, but it might have been Aijalon in KJV. But anyway, Ammon stay in Aijalon. I would have checked where Aijalon was in our map, but we don't have Aijalon or Aijalon in our map, either one. So, Moon stand thou in the valley of Aijalon until the nation shall have revenged itself upon its enemies. It's looking like he just said this by inspiration. He said the sun should stand still, and so that the enemy could, will not run away in the dark of night. Yes, I believe so. Yes, Joshua 10:12. Yeah, Joshua 10:12. You could also read it. And you see from Joshua 10:12, it tells you That's where I think it refers to the book of Joshua. Okay. Oops, it's Joshua here. 10. Let's see. Verse 12. Okay, then spake Joshua to the Lord in the day when the Lord delivered up the Amorite before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Son, he said he's speaking to the Lord, but he spoke to the son. Son, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Ajalon, same spelling. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Joshua, which we are reading today, you see? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven and hasted not to go down about a whole day. You see, so it felt like another 24 hours happened there. Okay, so I don't know, but then that will still work with flat Earth or round Earth. Round Earth is to mean many bodies of the. I don't think it will work with round Earth, spherical Earth, by the way. Okay, so. But some have tried to merge the Bible and science and say, okay, it's still possible. Maybe the Earth was then spinning at a certain angle, okay, because this angle the Earth can spin, and the same spot where Joshua was will remain exposed to the sun and the moon at just about the same. But that's not working because the moon is also there, right? So it's just going to be a mess, really. Cosmic mess. That's the kind of problems you run into when you try to merge science and scripture, because science has been perverted. Even since the time of Paul, when he says falsely so-called science, some have erred from the faith. Oh, okay. NJK is like, you need to leave. Okay, thank you so much for coming already. Okay, so when is smiting declining? So stand still at Gibeon and thou moon in the valley of Ajalon until the nation shall be revenged of itself upon its enemies. And the Lord hearkened to the voice of Joshua. So God heard, and he did what he said to the sun. And the sun stood still in the midst of the heavens, which is telling you this thing is in the midst of the heavens right there. And it stood still 6 and 36 moments. It stood still 6 and 30 moments, sorry. So that's 36 moments. I'm not too sure what that moment would be. You can try to break it to minutes, try to hours, maybe hours, but if it's hours, it's 1.5 days. And the moon also stood still 36 hours. Is that 1.5 days? Yep. Yeah, it is. And the moon also stood still in and hastened not to go down a whole day. Okay, 65. Okay, that's the last verse. And there was not a day like that before it or after it, at least till the point of writing this book, that the Lord hearkened to the voice of a man, for the Lord fought for Israel. See, so, and there's been hailstones, he spoke to the sun and the moon. So this was probably not necessarily by the angel instruction, at least. So Uriel would wonder what's going on. That's according to, is it Jubilees now? The angel that is in charge of these lights. They will give him instructions. You know what? The plan is changing today for just the next 24 hours. Keep that light stopping. Don't move it. That's powerful. Okay, let's bring this us to just about the end of today's live. Okay, so thanks for those that have come. So okay, let's run discussions quickly. If there's maybe something somebody wanted to say, so let me add that.
I just wanted to add something. There's some things that sometimes when we do this, I go and think, and there are some things I recall. So one of the things that I sort of remember is the fact that angels, when you were reading, we were talking about, God warning them that this angel doesn't take nonsense, don't annoy him, lest he breaks your head, that sort of thing, I remember in one of the texts that I have read, not the KJVA, so I'm not going to mention it because I guess it makes you feel uncomfortable when I mention it, so I won't. It says that the wills of angels are sealed. Basically, after what the watchers did when they came into the daughters of men and they did what they were not supposed to do, the angels that did not do that, their wills are sealed. Basically, it's obey. You understand? So if they are sent to do something
there is no gray. It's black or white. So if they are supposed to do something, that's it. Right? So another thing you spoke about, and it's not about the reading of today, was the reading some days ago with Noah, and the I think something about some demons or something was oppressing men, and God talked to him about herbs, right? If you recall that. Can you guys even hear me? Am I talking to myself? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. It was
Okay.
a little bit.
So the herbs, the one about herbs, it talks about, and this is still from things that are not in the KJVA. Just please tell me if I'm not saying the appropriate thing, but it talks about how they use both angels and certain herbs to actually defeat. So sometimes when, and I'm bringing it back to the context of modern day Christianity, and maybe you can correct me. So sometimes when we talk about traditional African applications to things, and also the church life applications to things where we do die, right? I've seen more of the traditional way being applied based on the things I've read than the modern day things, right? That this is my own, personal, interpretation, or the way I've been able to read these things and kind of like, been able to compare to my experiences with church, with prayer, with the modern day Bible, with the KJVA, yeah, and then and the other text that I delve into, right? So I also want to end with this. So I think also God, maybe I won't say God he does choosy or he does chancy. Okay, this is what I'm trying to say. When you think about after the flood, right?
Yeah.
And God said, as long as the earth endures, seed time and harvest will not cease. But didn't time just cease for Joshua?
Oh, okay.
Time literally stopped.
Like you broke protocol.
But yes, but think about it. Think about, the Bible says it's appointed for a man to see death once, which means every man shall die. But Enoch did not die. And so Elijah did not die. So I think on these moments where, God just, I don't know, there are just some things that he just out of, based on, with the rules and laws and everything, he just says on this day, no, we are breaking this rule. On this day, we are breaking this law. So that's my that's my contribution.
Yeah, that happens.
So then I'm going to mute myself. I can't hear you properly. I don't know why.
Also, when it went to
yes.
Is it? Can someone? I think you are actually, there's time delay with your net, with your side. Can someone else also unmute so we can confirm if it's real time or if it's from here?
Can
you hear me real time?
Yes, I can hear you. It's from my end, I think.
Okay, it's from my hand. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe you can disconnect and reconnect. But then while she's doing that, we usually see things like that, and it's true. There's just that time when, and you might be surprised, if you are to read it like a contract, you might be surprised there's still one loophole in that contract. For example, like when it says the man should die once, it didn't say the man will always die when it comes once, right? Because Elijah later kind of died when he came in form of John the Baptist, right? And once he died, right, he's dead, right? Okay. So, but then he's to come back again, right? Or like he came back in Revelation and all that. So, but if you had to read it in full text, don't be surprised that the legality will still be intact. That's one thing.
Yeah, Minister, but again, that scripture that every man will die is appointed for man to die once. We also read from, when Paul was speaking with respect to rapture and all of that, where he said there are some of you that will not taste death, but we all in the moment, the twinkle of our eye will be changed. So that incident also signifies that, this body we carry cannot be taken off, but there's a period where men can be transformed into celestial bodies that will make them transit. So, every flesh will die, but the scripture has also said that notice them.
It's a little hard. Just go ahead. is now kind of slow, so let's see what we can do to that. Let's mute. All right, can anybody hear me? Is it breaking on your end, something like that, or is it clear?
You were, it's clear. You had gone up a bit, but it's clear now.
It's clear now. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. So yes, I agree with that. Okay, chairman needs to go now. Okay, so we're having a conference by God's grace in April. We are looking at April. So we want those that are, if you are close to Sheffield, to Doncaster, to Manchester, and all those areas, just let us know in the DM, okay? So that if possible, you can maybe join the team of those who are going to be helping with that, as we're still in the more like the planning phase. Okay, so Kasulezi, were you saying something?
Yeah, I know I've been quiet. I've been listening because I was busy.
Oh, you were trying to say something. Okay,
No, I've been
sorry.
quiet. I've been listening because I was busy, actually. I was busy with
Okay,
stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
you can give your comments,
But I
please.
wanted to ask question. You remember one time we discussed about letter J being invented because of Jesus, because of the new name.
Just that
So
is an inference anyway. Not we don't have a text for that.
yeah,
But
no concrete evidence. But if letter J is a new this thing, then during the time of Joshua, what is this still letter J or it was called something else?
no, Joshua is same thing as Yeshua. I mean, that's literally like the name Jesus. That Yeshua. That's what he would have
Oh,
been called. Do you get?
okay. So Joshua is Yeshua.
Yes, it is the same thing.
It's the same
That
thing.
yeah. In fact, I think somewhere in KJV, someone can remind me that Bible verse when they were trying to say that Joshua in the Old Testament took them into the Promised Land. I think it's Book of Acts. I think it was when Stephen was speaking in Acts 7. They said, and instead of them to say Yeshua or even Joshua, they said Jesus, and they were referring to that Joshua. So the translator just took that new name Jesus and slapped it there. The KJV guy.
Oh, okay,
Can
good.
someone find that so that we maybe he can read it later? So just go look for that. I think it's in Acts 7.
Yeah, I'll check.
Please. Yeah.
Then
Okay.
Joshua must be from Port Harcourt. Let me just. That's why I asked the guy, who goes you? You against us or you're for us?
As in, interesting. You're not a worry guy.
Who goes you? Why are you here? You know
Like,
that thing happens in Nigeria, right? When
yeah.
you're passing some kind places, they'll ask you, who are you? Are you for us or even
Against us.
though, yeah. Then the whole story is just making so much sense. It's
Yes, it
making
does.
so much sense, and
So, is there anybody here from those cities, from South Yorkshire? If you're from South Yorkshire, can you just let me know in the comments so I can at least map my mind and see? Although we'll start the announcement more frequently. But if you're around South Yorkshire, can you let us know in the comments? If you are in Sheffield, Doncaster, you are in Sheffield, Doncaster, Manchester,
Wigan.
or Leeds. Sorry, Wisdom.
Wigan.
Wigan is in London. Is that where is that?
Wigan is just side to side with Lee.
With Leeds, right?
No, Lee, like the Lee bus station. It's the side to side.
What city is Wigan in, or is it close to?
Okay, let's see. I think northern Manchester, I think.
Okay, that's quite that's quite far. But anyway, because what we need would be something a little bit like a physical
Mm.
presence,
Okay,
for
because
those
we're in
who-
between Liverpool and Wigan. Liverpool, Wigan, yeah.
What's between Liverpool and Wigan? Manchester.
It's no, it's like Wigan, Manchester, Wigan, Liverpool. So we're in between.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so anybody from around South Yorkshire, another person. So we have got that release to do the second season of the conference like we did last year. So it's be an opportunity for those that want to just come around, and that's like the only main physical event we do in the year. So
Minister,
yeah,
this
Kathleen.
this conference should come home.
Okay. Okay, we'll see how that goes.
Hmm.
But it can view online too now.
Yeah, but you should come home so that we'll gather young boys. They will
I
ask
know.
questions. Yeah.
I know. St. Helens, West Hilton, part of Bolton, between Manchester and Wigan. Okay, is that where you are at, um, Dr. Shalom, or you are trying to explain what Wisdom said? Okay, well, Alani, you're still traveling. Okay, at the moment, okay. But it's in April anyway. I think maybe Wala is not in the country at the moment. But it's in April. Sunderland is quite a distance. Newcastle, okay, it's quite a distance from, because it's likely we'll be holding in Sheffield again, just like the last time. Okay, but I think Manchester is still like a 2 hour train, which is a lot to be fair. Okay, so you are in MCR, okay. Just explaining what Wisdom said. Okay. Is that MCR Manchester also? I think so.
Yeah,
So
Minister. Sorry, before you go.
okay.
Hi, Minister.
Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah, this I Jalon. I saw, there's this famous Futa Jalon in Guinea. Just I'm looking at the location. I was thinking whether it could be the same place, I Jalon and Futa Jalon. But the
Okay.
Futa Jalon used to be known for Fulanis. So
That's where Fulanis are from.
Oh,
yeah, that's where Fulanis are from. But it's
oh, it's from
in West
Ajalon.
Central Guinea. Yeah,
Okay.
no, it's Futa Jalon.
Okay. Central
That one is
Guinea.
Futa Jalon.
Okay. Okay. I see.
West is Central Guinea.
It makes
Yeah, but
sense.
where you're discussing is around Central Africa, so that's
Yeah.
just
So
where I was a bit
yeah, it makes sense. The reason why I
thinking it
said
might
it
not be
makes
the
sense
same
is,
location.
yes, it might not be, but part of why I said it makes sense um is because let me see, just a moment. Let me check with that foot Ajalon first, if I can find it. Foot Ajalon, something like foot Ajalon in Guinea. Okay, Fota and Jalon. Okay, DJLON. So excuse me, please. Fota Jalon. So let me try to look for it in the map. Copy that. Well, maps, yeah. So we'll see where that is. Pula. Okay, that's all the way in Guinea. Okay, it's possible. The reason why I said it's possible is because I don't think it necessarily said that that thing was taking place in Ajalon, right? Foot Ajalon. I don't think it was saying it was necessarily taking place in Ajalon, but that's where the moon was. Okay, Kurume, okay? Because it's saying that's where the moon was. And on this flat earth model, okay, which is what the scripture seems to follow, I mean, the moon would kind of be over a certain place at a certain time. So it's possible it's referring to the same Ajalon. Okay. Futa.
And the sun sets by on the west. So
Exactly.
the sun sets on the west. So
Yeah, so it makes sense that things were. It's not impossible. Thanks for that.
The minister, sorry, about the angels and their duty. I think that was described in Enoch. All the angels are what they do.
Okay, are you asking if there is a description, right?
I think when we are talking about them and what they do earlier, I think
Okay.
those angels, what their duties was described in the book of Enoch.
Yes, and also yes, it was. That's how we got to know that Uriel is the one that is in charge of the luminaries, and indeed his name suggests that.
Yeah.
That Ur means light, and El is like Elohim, so light of God. Okay, so yes, that's true, and also I think a little bit in Jubilees, you also mentioned some of those functions there. So that's that about it. Okay.
Right. Can I
Yeah.
say something real quick?
Yes, please, wisdom.
Okay, now, at the point where you discussed Joshua coming upon an angel, and he asked if you are for us or against us, and angel said, responded to him, neither. Now, if we make reference to when David was dressed for battle with Goliath, you do recall the armor was heavy and he could not manage it.
Yes.
Let's say because he was a teenager or a kid at the time.
Okay.
Now, while in the class today, now it was said that Joshua prostrated to the angel at some point, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
how is that possible? If we all know that Joshua in the whole text is a war child for Christ, and he's in armor against let's say Jericho or whatever it was. How is he prostrating in armor?
Okay.
I don't know if you see that.
Yeah, I get you.
The possibility is not really achievable for him to prostrate in armor.
It might be. I get it. Like I said, the topic is not so like life or death, but I get you.
I get you. So for me, I'm thinking it wasn't worship. It was more like a sign of respect. Like that's why I said like it's more like the thing Yoruba people do. They be like more like oriki.
Yes.
And they moved on with
respect.
Yeah, just respect, and they moved on with what is at hand.
Conversation. That's a possibility. That's a possibility right there.
So I'm thinking whoever wrote that area exaggerated a bit.
Maybe not exaggerated. Maybe it's because the description is same. That's what I would say. Because if you say exaggerated, then that makes even our text porous in that sense. I mean, what else then is not an exaggeration? You get what I mean? So, like we have read, I think a more balanced way is that since the physical act of greeting and that of worshiping is very similar, then at the end of the day, it's context that separates it and intention. That's what I would say. I mean, that's the essence of why we're opening all those Hebrew and all of that.
Yeah.
So I think it's rather than exaggeration, it's probably just description and by the way, this is English, so it could have been the translator, But then again, it's the same word. Shekimona, what did you call it in the Hebrew the other time?
Ross Winston, don't you think that if he can run with the armor or do anything with armor, he can also prostrate with it?
Yeah, I don't think. I agree with Kasodizik. Armor could not have been the case Because, like you said, David's zone, he was even a child altogether. Again, there's no proof that he was necessarily wearing an armor. In fact, I didn't say he held a sword, but I would imagine he would have a sword with him. I mean, if you are going to talk with someone that has a sword, right? I don't think he said he had an armor necessarily at that moment, okay?
Yeah, but they were about to go into war, so probably he had it
but
on.
yeah, but I think that David scenario is very different because if you have an armor you can't bend in, that's not nice.
Exactly.
They will not be able to fight.
You
That
understand?
is what
They will
I'm
not be able to
saying.
run
He
and all
can't
that.
frustrate. If he
No,
does
you
it,
get
he has
me.
he
My
needs
point
people
is
to help
opposite
him up.
yours, wisdom. My point is opposite yours. My point is you don't want to have an armor you won't be able to bend in. In fact,
Yeah.
the story of David is actually saying the opposite of what you're trying to establish. If you are trying to be super, super technical, okay, my battery is going flat.
Okay.
Yeah, if you get it. So, but like I said, it's not like super, super important topic. But the point of David was like, if he could not move his armor, that's a bad sign. You get it? He should be able to move it. Yeah. So how far? Sunderland is 2 hours drive. 2 hours is a long drive. Excuse me, but then it's just once a year, okay? For those who might want to come from Manchester, okay, just once a year. It's a good time to come around. We've got that release to do it because we considered not doing it again, actually, because we had one last year and it's just about okay. Maybe we didn't publicize well. We expected more people, we didn't have as many people as we expected. But we have made some adjustments and all that. So, but it's holding in the same venue. So, anybody who is close by, maybe around 2 hours ish kind of drive, train might be maybe 1 hour for that kind of place if you are driving 2 hours, depending on how the road is. Because sometimes you can do train from London to Manchester to Doncaster to Sheffield at like 2.5 hours. And if you drive road, you're going 4 hours plus. Sometimes it's the other way around. Okay, so that's that. We'll keep that announcement on. But anybody who is working, what's going on in Sunderland? No. In Sheffield is where it is, Dr. Shalom. We're having a conference in Sheffield by God's grace in April. Okay. So so we are saying those that are around and want to be a part of the planning and things we're doing can signify. And if you are interested also but cannot maybe come physically, you can still let us know so that you can be a part of the part of the season 2. So let's appreciate those who are on the live, then we close. So thank you for Leslie Shade for coming. Let me just check from here. Let's see. So user 7288, thanks for coming. Tammy, Raji, Vessi Josh, Oyakobi, Tolu, thanks for coming. Tifa, London Cubana, Tech Spec, Sionko, Ade Lacuna. Okay, I think that's Ade Lacuna. Okay, Achiaga, Lily, thanks for coming. Unique, thanks for coming. Phenomenon, then Hali, Neru, Uche, Tenuma, Wala, Obiora, Shade, Wisdom, Dr. Shalom, Snow Multimedia Gang, and Casoliza. Thank you so much for coming. We'll see you again tomorrow. So we'll keep updating you as more details come about the conference. So you can if you can still participate, of course it'll be streamed online just like last year. But if you're still interested, you wish you could come. And we're doing this early so that those who want to take a leave from work and stuff like that, they can do so between now and then. So we're making the date public perhaps within this month, very likely within this month already. Okay, then posters, flyers, etc., all other things will follow. But those who are close by, Sheffield, Doncaster, and South Yorkshire, Melbourne, I know Melbourne is all the way Australia. So those that are close by can let us know so that if you're interested, we can get you within the planning team and things like that. So God bless us all. We'll see you tomorrow by God's grace. Bye bye. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Please let's tap so we can get started today. Yes, good morning. Let's just tap the screen to keep going. Let's keep tapping the screen, then let's share the line. Once we hit 1,000, we'll just get started. 1,000 likes. welcome. Joseph and Kadibia, you're welcome. Fua, you're welcome. Omi Black, Selrak, you're welcome. Fua, you're welcome. Real Onyx, Joyce, welcome. Can keep tapping so we reach 1,000. As we're joining, we can keep tapping so that we can start in time. Latisha, you're welcome. Effortlessly Shadi, you're welcome. Let's keep tapping the screen to hit 1K. Let's see. Omi Black, good morning. Are you trying to request as a guest? Oh, that was a coincidence. Or rather, that was a mistake. Omi Black, are you there? Let's see. Hello, Omi Black. Hello.
Hello, morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Yeah, I was just trying to tap the hearts. I'm not really good at this thing, but I was just trying to get those hearts up for you.
Oh,
and
yes.
I hit the thing.
I thought so.
How you doing, all right?
Fine. You're up here already, so
Yeah. I'm in my taxi driving, and I'm parked up outside the hotel, so I saw you popped up, so I just give a look in there. So
oh, I see. So you're kind of busy at the moment then.
well, only when I'm moving, but at the moment I'm waiting outside the hotel to pick up customers. I drive for a living. I drive a black cab.
Oh, I see.
So, but once I start driving, I can't engage in talk because that's dangerous. You lose your mind and you can end up causing problems on the road. I drive people to the wrong address sometimes, and I can't. Oh my God. Brother, it's the most embarrassing thing. Yesterday happened from King's Cross. I pick up this black girl, and she said Windmill Street. I couldn't see it in my mind, and I couldn't. I'm like, my God, Windmill Street, and it's only down the road. And I started heading, but she said to me, Charlotte Street, but it sounded like she said, what's this? It sounded like she said she called a number, and it sounded like she said Shoreditch High Street, but she said Charlotte Street. So I'm starting heading towards Shoreditch, and then I said, okay, then let me check on the internet because I can't see this with me, brother. I'm going, and I heard this uneasiness in the back, and I said, which part of Shoreditch Street is this place? She said, Charlotte Street. She said, no, I'm in Charlotte. I said, oh my God. Oh. I said, why didn't you say something before? She said, well, I was thinking. I said, no, she's busy on the phone at the back and she's not keeping an eye on where she's going. I'm going. My mistake is that you're supposed to ask twice, at least 3 times, you know? Yeah, you can mistakenly take somebody somewhere. I did it with the Chinese ones. Oh my God. And I went, the fare come to 30-something pounds. When I got there, she said, no here. Oh God. I said, we're not here. She said, no. And I had to drive all the way back to Chelsea and I end up in Barnet somewhere. One night. Oh my God. So with the Chinese, you have to ask so many times because their pronunciation is... Oh, if I could have put my head in my body and hide, I would have done it. I was so embarrassed. Because the first thing, black man don't know where he go. I give black people a bad name sometimes. Oh Lord, brother, trust me. Oh God.
So,
and as I'm getting older and older, you know, because normally we have the map in our heads, you know. And sometimes I get it mixed up because, you know, nowadays I have so much things on the mind and I love look at black people's problems and sometimes I carry that too much.
oh, I see.
I look at our problems and I can and I think that like what you're doing, it's really a nice thing what you're doing. It's good because we need that kind of consciousness and that constant reminder to know that we're all in the same boat, no matter what tribes or what we think we are. We are all under the cosh, and until we put our minds and our resources together and thoughts together and have a respect for each other regardless of where we're from, because you know, no matter where you come from, just as long as you're black when you're an African. I remember Peter Tosh sang that song, and it always stuck with me. No matter where you come from, just as long as you are black man, you're an African. If your complexion high. And if your complexion low, you know, so no matter what shade of black you is. Peter Tosh, man, look good. I'm YouTubing that brother, man. Peter Tosh. It goes, no matter where you come from, just as long as you are black, man, you're an African. Well, man, Peter Tosh was too militant. He was the force behind Bob Marley as far as I can see it, but he was too militant. He had no compromise. And Bob Marley was clever because he just wanted to get a message through. And the whole thing, his purpose was just to get a message through and just leave it. But Peter Tosh he just wanted to smash everything. And he just, you know what I mean, he was so upset because these guys saw our position years ago and decided to do something about it and put it in music. And that really did help me in my young age. Because I'm in my 70s now. But that really brought me, I'm 71. It brought me through, brother. That brought me through. The reggae music in those days, not nowadays, because these guys nowadays, they missed the point. The music was a vessel to get through to us and talk to us as diaspora and tell us who we are. We're Israelites and all them things. Because that's why it's here. Remember there was a guy called, what's his name again? Desmond Decker. I don't know if you've ever heard of Desmond Decker. Oh God, these were the guys who was pumping what you're saying there and saying these guys were doing it years ago. He said, wake up in the morning, slaving for bread, sir, so that every mouth can be fed. Oh, me Israelites, He's talking to you know, and he was talking to the black community. He was telling